Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Lila. I stare at my phone so hard my eyes blur. My first thought is that I've misread something. Maybe I'm hallucinating from stress or short on sleep. But no, the words remain exactly the same. I can't marry you, Lila. I'm sorry. That's it. 13 measly characters to end a life we spent 2 years building. 3 days before the ceremony. The screen times out. I press the home button, reread, and realize this isn't a mistake. Mason Carter, my fiancé, has decided to walk away from me via text message. My heart pounds with a mix of fury and humiliation. At the same time, a strange calm, almost like shock, settles over my body. I'm not crying. I'm just numb. There's an ache in my throat that warns tears might be coming, but I won't let them out. Not yet. Not while the wedding planner is on his way and I have a half-dozen incoming calls from family members eager to know every detail of the upcoming big day. I set the phone on the marble counter beside a tidy stack of wedding magazines I've been skimming for last-minute centerpiece ideas. There's a full-length mirror opposite me in the living room, a gift from my grandmother that I've had since I was a teenager. Looking at my reflection, I try to see what Mason no longer wants. My figure is petite but curvy. I'm about 5'6", and I've spent the past months doing hot yoga sessions, so I'd look my best on the honeymoon. My deep brown skin has a faint glow, and my thick curls are pinned atop my head with a silk scarf. I'm wearing yoga pants and a sleeveless tank, but I know how I can look in full bridal regalia. I saw the dress in my last fitting. I looked radiant. Everybody said so. Now I feel like a discarded prop. I force a single long breath and remind myself I don't have the luxury of a private meltdown. No, not meltdown. This is a crisis, and I have to keep it together. I live in an upscale condo in Manhattan, courtesy of my job, and a bit of help from my grandmother's inheritance. Our wedding venue is a fancy hotel just a few blocks away, and by tomorrow, guests from out of state, some from overseas, are scheduled to start arriving. The press caught wind of the union between me and Mason Carter, the CFO's son at Carter Harper Solutions, so we've had photographers sniffing around for weeks. There's no hiding from this unless I vanish into the night. The phone buzzes again. This time, it's a call from my best friend Tammy. I know if I pick up, her questions will steamroll me. What do you mean the wedding is off? Are you sure he's not just messing with you? Why would Mason text that? As if I have an answer. I swipe to decline, not because I don't love her, but because I can't say anything coherent yet. Another buzz. Voicemail from Javier, my wedding planner. I let it ring out. Javier's voice message dings, but I don't listen. I'm too raw to speak to anyone who might set my tears in motion. I pace the length of the living room, my feet sinking into the plush cream rug. Mason and I chose this place together. He even helped me paint the walls a lovely pale yellow in the bedroom. Did he ever intend to follow through on all the promises we made? Or was this relationship just another line item for him? One bullet point that got cut when things stopped being convenient. I swallow a lump in my throat and gently move aside the leftover wedding decor samples. Gold ribbons, miniature placeholders, a list of high-end flower vendors I was planning to call today. My phone lights up again. My mother's calling. Great. She's probably read the text too. Mason might have told her. Or maybe the Carter family jumped on damage control mode. The Carters are big on preserving image. I pinch the bridge of my nose, ignoring the call for now. If I speak to my mother, I'll lose what's left of my composure. No. I'll face her later, once I've formed a plan. I walk over to the kitchen sink and fill a glass of water, letting cool liquid soothe my throat. My reflection in the small window above the sink is tense, dark brown eyes too bright, lips pressed tightly together. You're Lila Monroe, I remind myself silently. You don't shatter, you bend, you adapt, but you do not break. Right, I mutter, forcing a wry half-smile at my reflection. Except the guy I thought I'd marry just ghosted me in the cruelest way possible. My chest tightens, a warning that I'm close to falling apart. I straighten my shoulders and talk to myself in a calmer voice. Breathe, you can handle this. A sharp knock on the door nearly makes me drop my glass. I set it down and walk over, checking the peephole. Javier. His bleached blonde hair is visible, along with that expression of near panic I've come to recognize whenever he's behind schedule, or something threatens his perfect wedding timeline. I almost ignore him, but realize I'd rather face him than face my mother right now. Opening the door, I catch Javier mid-gesture. Lila, finally, he exclaims, stepping inside without waiting for permission. He's wearing a violet blazer over a pink shirt, and his eyes are darting around like he's looking for the next catastrophe. You didn't pick up your phone, and we have so many details to finalize. I close the door behind him and lean back, crossing my arms. Javier? He notices my tone and narrows his eyes. Why do you look like you swallowed a lemon? Is it Mason? Don't tell me he's changed the color scheme at the last minute or something. His question stings so badly I can't answer. I let out a shaky breath, and my silence must speak volumes. Javier's expression shifts from annoyed to worried in a blink. What happened? I hand him my phone so he can read the text. It's still there, ugly and concise. Javier's eyes move rapidly, and then he mutters, He texted you? He ended everything by phone like that? I nod, a hollow pit in my stomach. Looks that way. Where is he right now? I don't know, I say, voice tight. I haven't called him back. He made his position clear enough. Javier huffs a disbelieving laugh. Unbelievable. I can't believe he'd sabotage. He stops himself, apparently trying to pick a gentler word. He's not just hurting you. He's messing with an entire event. People have flown in from around the world to see you get married. Yeah, well, I'm sure they'll love the refund on their plane tickets, I say, tension rippling through my voice. A wave of exhaustion wraps around me, making me want to collapse onto the couch. But I hold still, pressing my fingers into my palm to focus. I need to figure out how to handle the next few days. People are going to be arriving soon. Javier purses his lips, and for once he's speechless. We could postpone, he suggests carefully. Give him time to come to his senses. I shake my head. The idea of calling it a postponement just so the Carter family can save face, no. My pride flares at the thought. He said he can't marry me. That's not I need a few more days. That's final. The last two words taste bitter, but I force them out. There's no reason to drag this out. Javier exhales slowly, his shoulders slumping. All right. I'll help with the immediate logistics. We can contact the venue, the vendors. I hold up a hand. I appreciate it. Just give me a second to clear my head. He nods solemnly, stepping back. Of course. If you need me to play bulldog with the Carter family, say the word. I'm not beyond a well-chosen insult or two. if they tried to pin this on you. He sets my phone on the coffee table, then glances around, presumably searching for something to do, some crisis he can solve. Not finding anything immediate, he sighs. Call me if you want me to start damage control on social media. I can put out a statement, or we can do a subtle spin so it doesn't look like you're to blame. Thanks, I say. But I might need to handle that myself. I don't trust that the Carter PR machine won't spin something that puts me in a bad light. The last thing I want is a rumor that I got cold feet or something equally untrue. Javier nods, his eyes softened. I'm here to help, Lila. Remember that. He starts edging toward the door. Let me know if you need anything, and I do mean anything. Once he's gone, the quiet is suffocating. I walk into the bedroom, catching sight of the gown that's hanging from the closet door. The white fabric gleams softly, a testament to the last few months of planning every tiny detail. My heart squeezes at the memory of how excited I was picking out lace patterns, selecting the train length, imagining the day I'd wear it, and walk down the aisle with everyone I love cheering me on. Now I'm left with a phone that mocks me with one succinct text. I can't marry you, Lila. I'm sorry. I read it one more time, and something inside me breaks. My pulse pounds in my ears and hot tears flood my vision. Dropping onto the edge of my bed, I bury my face in my hands, letting everything pour out. The illusions, the hope, the naive belief that love is guaranteed once you say yes to a ring. It's like I've been ejected from a dream, and the landing hurts. I'm not sure how long I stay there, but eventually I realize I need to do something. Even if I'm crumbling inside, I have to make calls, send emails, maybe even talk to the press. Or I could hide. Hiding sounds sweet, but that's never been my style. Standing up, I wipe my eyes, then adjust my scarf. My grandmother used to call me her fearless girl, and I never wanted to disappoint that image. Sometimes bravado and composure are all we have. I head to the living room again, grabbing a stack of vendor contact sheets. My phone is silent, which means either Tammy finally gave up calling or she's on her way here in person. One by one, I begin the calls. Hello, this is Lila Monroe. I need to speak with... Yes, about the cake delivery. It's no longer necessary. No, the wedding's not going forward. Thank you. They ask me if I want to reschedule. I say no. I make up a line about a personal emergency because I can't handle their pity. Then on to the next call. And the next. By the time I've canceled the florist, the DJ, and the photographer, my voice is unsteady. The caterer wants partial payment since it's such short notice. I agree. We have enough in the wedding fund for that. It hurts, though. Thousands of dollars gone because he texted me at the last minute. I press the phone to my temple, forcing myself to breathe. A sharp rap on the door stops me mid-sigh. I wonder if it's Javier again, or maybe Tammy. But when I open it, I see a tall, broad-shouldered figure with a security badge clipped to his belt. I blink in confusion. Yes? He's wearing a plain black suit, crisp white shirt, no tie. His eyes flick to a camera crew behind him, 2 men adjusting lights and a camera. My stomach twists at the sight. They're from Daily Manhattan, one of those entertainment news outlets that love weddings of the rich and connected. Miss Monroe, the man says politely, we'd like a brief interview about your upcoming ceremony. How does it feel to be marrying into the Carter family? I slam the door before he finishes. They must have found the address. Immediately, my phone starts buzzing again. Probably them calling for a direct quote. My palms are clammy and my heart races. They're going to figure out soon enough that the wedding is off. Then I'll be the story of the week, a bride abandoned just before exchanging vows. Mason will be free of all the inconvenience. Maybe he's counting on that. Let me take the brunt while he disappears somewhere. I lean against the door, pressing my forehead to the wood. Why is he doing this? Did I miss some red flags? Did I not see that he was drifting away or hesitating? The tears threaten again, so I push myself upright. I can't let those reporters camp out in the hallway, so I scurry to the window. The street below is busy, with a few cars honking. No sign of a big press mob yet, which is a relief. But if that camera crew is persistent, they'll be out there soon enough. Think, Lila. You're strong, resourceful. I grab my phone and text Tammy a quick message. Need you now. Press is here. Then I toss the phone onto the couch and run my hands over my face. My mind is flipping through options. I could pack a bag and go to a hotel, somewhere discreet, or I can stay here and put up a front. Either choice feels like I'm giving in to the humiliating circus that Mason started. A vibration rattles the coffee table. It's Tammy's name flashing on the screen. I answer. Her voice floods through. Lila, oh my God, I've been trying to reach you all morning. I just talked to Mason. You talked to him? The words slip out with more venom than intended. Where is he? He wouldn't tell me. He just said it's for the best. Something about not wanting to hurt you or drag you into a bigger problem. I scoff so harshly it burns my throat. Well, too late for that. Hurt is done. Is he at least going to show his face and handle this mess with me? Tammy's quiet for a few seconds. I don't know, Lila. I'm so sorry. I wish I had answers. My eyes drift to the window, the reporter's words echoing in my mind. Look, I say softly. I can't deal with the media alone. They're literally in my building. Tammy sucks in a breath. Stay calm. I'll come by with my car. We'll drive out the back exit or something and find somewhere to regroup. I can call a few friends to help. Is that okay? Relief mingles with frustration that I even need an escape plan. Yes, please. Hurry. I hang up and pace the living room again, a restless loop. The wedding was supposed to be in 3 days. My mother was flying in from Florida tomorrow. Family from the Caribbean were arriving the day after. Now I don't know how to break the news. My grandmother would have said to face it head on. But the last thing I want is to see pity etched on everyone's faces. Determined not to let the heartbreak define me, I place the phone on silent and grab my overnight bag from the bedroom closet. The lacy robe I bought for the honeymoon sits folded inside, a reminder of the future I no longer have. I yank it out and toss it aside, swallowing hard. I stuff in a few essentials, clothes, toiletries, a pair of practical shoes. Then I see the wedding dress again, shining like an accusation. Something in me bristles. I can't look at that gown another second. Instead of tearing it down, I slide the closet door shut, cutting off my view. Not now, I whisper. Another wave of disbelief rips through me. He really ended it like this. I mentally recite my mantra. I am strong. I will not break. My thoughts drift to the Carter family. They probably have their own take on this. Mason's father is controlling and cold. Maybe he orchestrated everything. Or maybe Mason just chickened out. None of that changes the fact I'm left picking up the pieces. The phone screen lights up with Tammy's text. I'm outside, 2 blocks down, near the service entrance. I grab my bag and a coat. Breathing through the tension in my chest, I head out of the apartment, locking the door behind me. The hallway is quiet, but I know the camera crew might be lurking near the elevators, so I take the stairs, creeping down 10 flights with my heart pounding. By the time I slip out the back exit, Tammy's car is in sight. She's leaning against the passenger door, scanning the area. The moment she spots me, she waves frantically. I break into a quick stride, ignoring the sympathetic glances from a couple of neighbors in the alley. Tammy throws open the passenger door, and I collapse into the seat. She slides in behind the wheel. Her eyes brim with worry as she looks me over. You okay? I let out a sharp breath. No, but let's get out of here before the press notices. She nods, starts the car, and we move into traffic. As she merges onto the street, I finally let my eyes close for a second. My chest feels like it's cracking. This is so far from what I'd pictured. I've lost not only a fiancé, but the future I imagined. So many details undone, so many questions unanswered. Tammy's voice is soft as she says, "We'll figure it out, one step at a time, okay?" I bite my lower lip, tasting tears I refuse to let fall. "Thanks for being here." Outside the window, Manhattan blurs by, the bustle of city life continuing, as though my world isn't spinning. I exhale shakily, swallowing the anguish that threatens to escape. The invitation list, the decor, the vow drafts. I let it all go, at least for this moment. Because I have to. My pride won't let me curl up and quit. I'm Lila Monroe, and even if my wedding is gone, I'm not gone. I'm still here. That thought gives me just enough strength to meet Tammy's gaze. "Let's find someplace quiet," I say. "I need a strategy, and maybe a stiff drink." She nods and her voice is unwavering. "I've got you." As we turn the corner, flashes of paparazzi lights glimmer in the rearview mirror, but they fade into the distance as Tammy presses on the gas. My phone is silent now. No more calls from Javier or my mother or anyone else. For the first time in what feels like hours, I can breathe. I don't know exactly what tomorrow holds, but I do know one thing. The wedding I spent months planning is off, and the man I trusted abandoned me with a one-sentence text. I will not let this define me. I will hurt, yes, but I will also survive, because my heart may be battered, but it's still my own. And no one, not even Mason Carter, can take that away from me.
Chapter 2. Lucas. I pocket my keys as I climb out of the black SUV in front of the Bellevue Hotel. The driver seems surprised I don't linger, but I've never been a fan of small talk, and he's already been tipped generously. My gaze travels up the elegant facade. Large glass doors, marble columns, a canopy that looks designed for red carpet arrivals. Mason's mother chose this venue for the rehearsal dinner, but I'd expected to see wedding decorations or at least staff preparing for the event. Instead, the foyer is oddly quiet. Stepping inside, I'm greeted by muted piano music and the mild scent of fresh lilies. A tall, slender attendant glances my way. His name tag reads Elliot, and he stands behind the reception desk with polite eagerness. I nod a greeting, adjusting my black leather jacket. My reflection in the sleek marble floor reveals a man who looks every bit as 50 years. Broad-shouldered but lean salt and pepper hair cropped short, a faint line of beard hugging my jaw. I never saw myself as someone who'd lived to see this age, especially with my military past, but here I am ready to attend my nephew's rehearsal dinner. Or so I think. I approach Elliot. "Lucas Shaw," I say. "I'm here for the Carter Monroe rehearsal dinner." His confident smile withers. Glancing down at a computer screen, he fiddles with the keyboard. Mr. Shaw, correct?" "That's right." He looks flustered. "We haven't received any updated instructions about, a rehearsal dinner tonight." I frown, something in my gut tightening. "What do you mean?" He shifts from foot to foot. "Let me, check with the events manager, sir." Quickly picking up a phone, he turns away. The conversation is hushed but urgent. My instincts say something's wrong, and it sets me on edge more than any battlefield ever did. While he calls, I glance around. The hotel's lounge area is stylish. Plush chairs, minimalist art, giant potted plants that I suspect cost more than most people's monthly rent. A few well-dressed individuals lounge with cocktails, but none of them look like they're here for a wedding. My shoulders tense. The hush in the atmosphere strikes me as unnatural, like there's a secret floating around that no one wants to say out loud. "Mr. Shaw!" Elliot's voice calls me back. His expression is guarded but polite. "We've just spoken to the event coordinator. They said there's been a cancellation." My pulse thrums, but I keep my voice level. Is Mason Carter here? Elliot hesitates, then shakes his head. No, sir, I haven't seen him or the bride in hours. Bride Lila. The only reason I agreed to show my face at this wedding was because it mattered to my nephew. But if the entire event is called off, then what the hell is going on? Thank you, I say curtly. Elliot offers a sympathetic nod, clearly wanting to be helpful but unsure how. I leave him behind and follow the signs to the banquet rooms. The grand corridor is illuminated by ornate chandeliers, and large mirrors line the walls. Tense frustration worms its way through my chest. Mason has a habit of last-minute changes, but I've never known him to orchestrate something this drastic. I turn a corner and nearly run into Audrey Carter, Mason's mother, my former sister-in-law. She's impeccably dressed in a navy sheath dress, pearls around her neck, and her blonde hair set in a perfect chignon. She clutches a cell phone as though her life depends on it. When she spots me, her eyes widen. Lucas, she breathes, sounding more startled than relieved. Her voice has that patrician edge I remember from years ago. I didn't realize you'd be arriving tonight. I told Mason I'd land in New York this week. He asked me to attend the rehearsal. I came, I say, letting the words fall in a measured way. I'm told there's no dinner happening. Audrey's gaze flicks to the side as though searching for a quick exit. It's all quite sudden, she says, pressing her lips together. Mason and Lila won't be proceeding. The wedding is cancelled. My heart gives a strange kick. Cancelled, I repeat. 3 days before the ceremony? That's not only unexpected, it's catastrophic. The Carters don't do abrupt changes in public without significant planning. Their entire family thrives on image. She exhales sharply. Yes, Mason has his reasons. It's been complicated. I expect he'll reach out to you soon. I study her more closely. She's trying for composure, but I see tension in the tightness of her mouth. Where is he now? Audrey doesn't answer. Instead, she squares her shoulders. Lucas, I assume you booked a suite for tonight. Perhaps you should check in, rest up, and let the family handle this. Something about that phrase, let the family handle this, always grated on me back when I still spoke to my brother, Audrey's husband. The Carters prefer to manage their narratives, shutting out any variables they can't control. I keep my voice even, though. I'd like some answers, and I'd like them now. She glances around, noticing a hotel staff member listening from a few feet away. She grips my arm and pulls me into a side corridor past a decorative table with an overflowing vase of roses. Keep your voice down, she hisses, scanning the area for eavesdroppers. We don't need a scene. Too late, I say, letting a sliver of cynicism bleed into my tone. Is Mason actually behind this? Or did he get spooked by something your husband said? It's none of your concern. Her chin lifts with that patrician pride. All you need to know is there won't be a wedding. End of story. I almost laugh at the idea that Audrey thinks she can dismiss me so easily. I traveled here under the assumption my nephew was in love, or at least committed, I say. Care to enlighten me on what changed his mind? Audrey's expression falters. He left her. That's all I can say. Left her, just like that. Mason can be impulsive, but this crosses a line. My jaw sets. Where's Lila? I ask. She regards me as if I asked a foolish question. Probably with her friends or her own family. She moved out of the Carter's circle when she realized it was over. And honestly, we're trying to minimize the damage. Her voice dips low. A public scandal benefits no one. If you want to help, stay out of it. A cold anger flares in my chest. Not because I'm particularly attached to the Carter family's fortunes, but because I've seen the heartbreak these last-minute ambushes can cause. My brother's done it before in business deals, acting like people are pawns. I never knew Mason to be that cruel, but maybe the apple doesn't fall far. With a curt nod, I walk away from Audrey before I say something I'll regret. In the corridor, a few hotel staff stand around uncertainly. I'm guessing they're on standby for the dinner that's no longer happening. One older gentleman steps forward, clearing his throat. "Sir, is there anything we can do for you?" "I'm fine," I say. "Thank you." He steps back, and I continue down the hallway. My footsteps echo against marble tiles. I see myself in a large mirror, tall frame, slightly hunched shoulders. My stance is practiced calm, even though my mind churns. At the far end, I spot another figure who looks vaguely familiar from some Carter events, could be one of their business associates. He's chatting with a man holding a press badge. They glance my way, then quickly look away. The last thing I need is to get cornered by a tabloid reporter. I quicken my pace and take a turn down a narrower hall, seeking an exit. I can't stand the hush of speculation or the heavy stares. I push through a side door, stepping into a crisp evening breeze. Outside, the sun is almost gone, leaving only streaks of purple and red in the sky. A row of decorative lanterns glow near a courtyard, and beyond it, a smattering of city lights. The air smells faintly of fresh cut grass. I pause, letting the silence ground me. My phone vibrates in my pocket. When I check, it's a text from an unknown number. "Lucas, it's your mother. Where are you?" I type a quick reply. "NYC, call you later," and tuck the phone away. I don't want to deal with the entire clan at once. I'm about to step off the patio when I hear low voices around the corner. Mason's father, James Carter, is speaking in that clipped, arrogant tone I remember well. "We can't allow the press to spin this. Make sure the story is that he stepped away for her benefit, not the other way around." A second voice, probably a PR agent, answers. "Yes, sir. We'll control the narrative. She'll be painted sympathetically, but Mason's move has to look chivalrous." My jaw clenches. Control the narrative. Right. So they plan to spin it that Mason left Lila for some selfless reason. My chest goes tight with frustration. I never liked James. He's manipulative, greedy, and cunning. Too many negative traits for one man. I turn on my heel, heading back inside before my presence is detected. Once in the main lobby, I spot a small crowd near the elevator. 2 men with large cameras, a woman holding a microphone. Curiosity flickers in their eyes when they notice me, and I quickly stride the other way. They must be reporters sniffing out the wedding's abrupt end. If they try to corner me, I'll have very little to say. I know how this works. My words would be twisted, or I'd be labeled a mysterious source. I slip down another corridor, scanning the hotel for any sign of Lila. Even though Audrey implied Lila's not here, I want to make sure. Something tugs at me. The memory of Lila's calm grace the few times I met her at Carter gatherings. She always seemed genuine, not plastic like so many others in that circle. Beautiful, too, with a warm, deep brown complexion and these soulful eyes that lit up when she talked about her work or passions. I recall once she teased me about looking too serious, urging me to crack a smile. I almost did. I passed by a smaller banquet room, the door ajar. Empty. A staff member's inside, collecting champagne glasses and leftover centerpieces. A wave of pity hits me. This must have been set up for tonight's celebration. The day I got the invitation, I thought it was odd that Mason asked me to be part of the ceremony at all. He and I aren't close. But he said, "You're the only one in the family I trust," which stuck with me. Now I see how little that trust actually means. I exit into the quieter part of the hotel, heading toward a side lounge. The faint hum of jazz music greets me. A bartender stands behind a polished wooden counter, adjusting glasses. Only a few customers occupy the tables. No sign of Lila here either. I glance at the clock above the bar, 7:48 p.m. If the rehearsal dinner were going forward, we'd all be making polite toasts by now. Instead, the bride is somewhere else, apparently dealing with heartbreak while the Carter machine works overtime to spin the story. My phone buzzes again. I half expect it to be Mason, but it's an email notification from my assistant about a business meeting next week. I ignore it. Then, as I walk deeper into the lounge, I overhear two servers whispering. "Did you hear? The bride was seen leaving in a friend's car earlier. She looked absolutely devastated." She didn't speak to anyone, just rushed out. I felt so sorry for her. My stomach twists at the mental image. Lila, eyes red-rimmed, escaping the hotel she was supposed to be celebrating in. Something about that makes my protective instincts surface, the ones that usually lie dormant unless there's a real threat. Maybe heartbreak is the worst threat of all. It's invisible, but can tear a person apart from the inside. I approach the bar and gesture for a soda water. The bartender arches an eyebrow as if to ask, "That's it?" but pours without question. I down a few gulps, letting the coolness steady my thoughts. "Where did you go, Lila?" The question circles my mind, though I know it's none of my business. "Lucas!" a male voice calls from behind me. I turn to find James Carter emerging from the corridor. He's wearing a tailored gray suit, tie knotted perfectly, hair slicked back. His expression is a mix of annoyance and forced civility. "James," I say curtly. He steps closer, lowering his voice. "I didn't expect you in town." I offer a humorless shrug. "Mason invited me weeks ago. I assumed there'd be an event here tonight." James's lip twitches. The wedding is no longer taking place. These things happen. Mason chose not to continue with the arrangement. Arrangement? The term sours on my tongue. I was under the impression that's called an engagement. Usually involves two people who love each other. He exhales slowly, as if I'm an unruly child. "Lucas, you've been away too long. You don't understand the complexities here." Leaning closer, he glances around to ensure no one's listening. "The important thing is, we don't want a public spectacle. Mason will release a statement at the appropriate time. In the meantime, Lila will handle her side of it." I set my glass down a bit too hard, ignoring the faint clink. "And what if she needs help?" His eyebrows rise. "Help? She has her own family and friends. Besides, the Carters have a reputation to maintain. If Lila wants to speak to us, she will. But Mason's position is clear." I hold his gaze. "Maybe I want to speak to her." "You've never been one to keep your nose out of other people's business," he says, a thin smile curving his lips. "But I'd advise caution. You could make the situation worse." I don't bother replying. My patience is stretched thin, and any further words might blow up into a confrontation. James evidently doesn't realize I'm not some hired help. I have my own resources, my own life. I don't owe him or Mason a single thing, especially if they've caused Lila grief she never deserved. He's still watching me, probably waiting for me to acquiesce, but I turn away, tossing a couple of bills on the bar for my drink. "I think we're done here," I say. James nods once, as if I've confirmed what he already knew, that I have no place in their corporate kingdom. He walks off, phone in hand, no doubt to coordinate more image control. I stand there for a moment, tension coiled in my muscles. "Breathe, soldier." The old habit surfaces, count to 5. Steady your pulse. Observe your surroundings. For once, the tactic doesn't fully banish my frustration. Lila's face returns to my mind, her warm smile, the clever spark in her eyes. She doesn't deserve to be left alone while the Carters do damage control. I fish my phone out, check for any messages from Mason. Nothing. A dull ache of disappointment tugs at me, though I'm not sure if it's for Mason's spineless behavior or the knowledge that Lila might be hurting somewhere in this city. If there's any chance I can help her, I might at least try. The memory of her dancing with me at a charity event 6 months back flickers through my thoughts. She teased me for standing like a statue. But her laugh, God, it had been pure tinkling joy. Now, thanks to my nephew, that joy has probably turned to misery. Anger wells up. If Mason truly wanted out, he should have told her to her face, offered some explanation. Text messages are for cowards. I exit through the main doors, ignoring the inquisitive stares from onlookers. On the sidewalk, I see a handful of paparazzi scanning the arrivals. I slip through them, keeping my head low, posture guarded. My phone vibrates again. Another text from my mother. I ignore it and signal for a cab. Sliding into the back seat, I direct the driver to a small boutique hotel I prefer downtown. Once on the move, I rest my head against the seat and let the city lights blur by. Despite the frustration roiling within, a single thought emerges. I should find Lila. Not because I owe the Carters, but because something in me can't stand the idea of leaving her to navigate this alone. Maybe it's the ex-military part of me that wants to protect someone who's been blindsided. Or maybe it's just that she's always intrigued me. Her strength, her warmth, everything that sets her apart from the usual Carter circle. Either way, I know I can't ignore this, not after witnessing the cunning way James is rewriting the story. My phone screen glares up at me, the reflection of my face carved in lines of frustration. I mentally run through the possibilities. If Lila's retreated, her friend group might be shielding her from public attention. That's understandable. But I'm not some stranger to her. We've had a handful of conversations that revealed more honesty than I usually get from my own relatives. She's not one to mince words, I respect that. Maybe she'll accept my help. Or maybe she'll slam the door in my face. The thought makes me crack a faint, humorless smile. If she does, I can't blame her. Still, I'd rather face her anger than let her think she has no allies at all. I text a private contact at the Carter security team, someone who owes me a favor, asking if they have Lila's contact info. Then I slip the phone back into my pocket and watch the Manhattan skyline rush by. We cross a busy intersection, neon signs reflecting off the car windows. By the time we pull up to my hotel, I've made a decision. I'm not flying out tomorrow. I'll hang around, see if Lila needs a shield from the paparazzi or the Carter spin machine. One conversation, I tell myself. Then I'll decide. Stepping out onto the curb, I square my shoulders against the cool evening air. A sense of purpose settles in my chest, equal parts determination and anger that Mason could be so callous. Whatever happens next, I'm not leaving her to face it alone. If the Carters think I'll just vanish because the wedding's canceled, they've forgotten who I am. I've seen too many people cut down by betrayal and powerful families hiding their mistakes. Not this time. Lila deserves better, and if I can help in any small way, I will. As I enter the lobby of my hotel, I feel the city's energy pulsing around me. There's a desk clerk ready to check me in, a well-lit foyer with abstract paintings and a few guests milling about. I sign the paperwork, ride the elevator up to my room in silence, and drop my bag on the bed. Before I can second-guess myself, I open my phone once more, scanning for any sign that someone answered my text. Nothing yet, but I'm patient, and I'm not going anywhere. Not until I know Lila Monroe is safe from the Carter schemes, and, more importantly, has the support she needs to heal. If that means stepping into the kind of chaos I've spent years avoiding, so be it. I've shouldered heavier burdens before. Flipping off the light, I stare at the dark ceiling. One question remains. Am I doing this out of obligation, or is there something deeper at play? I exhale slowly, letting the tension trickle out of my shoulders. It doesn't matter right now. My conscience won't let me walk away from this. My last thought before sleep claims me is an image of Lila's bright smile at that charity event. Somehow, I suspect neither of us is quite the same person we were then. And tomorrow I might find out just how much has changed.
Chapter 3. Lila. I sit cross-legged on Tammy's couch, surrounded by a sea of half-packed boxes and wedding remnants. After leaving my condo, practically chased out by reporters, Tammy offered her place as a temporary hideout, a cozy 2-bedroom in Queens. It smells like vanilla and fresh coffee, and under normal circumstances, I'd relish this sanctuary. But every ring of my phone reminds me these aren't normal circumstances. I'm the bride whose fiancé left her days before the ceremony, and the entire city seems to know it. I place my phone on the coffee table, face down to muffle the flashing calls. So far, I've managed to cancel half of the wedding vendors. The florist, the catering company, even the DJ who'd insisted I still pay a cancellation fee. At least Javier has handled some of it, though he bombards me with messages about rescheduling the date, refusing to accept that I'm simply done. "Lila, you want more tea?" Tammy calls from the kitchen, voice strained. She's been in a state of perpetual worry since I showed up at her door last night. "I'm good," I say, although my mug is empty. "I can't drink anything else or I'll start vibrating." Tammy emerges with a plate of bagels, setting them next to my phone. "You'll feel better once you eat, trust me." She pushes a stray twist of hair behind her ear. She's petite and energetic, with a fierce protectiveness that's kept me from losing my mind more than once. I force a small smile. "Thanks." One bagel is topped with cream cheese, glistening under the overhead light. My stomach churns at the idea of eating, but I know I need nourishment, so I tear off a bite and chew mechanically. She plops onto the armchair facing me. "Any more news from the Carter side?" I snort. Aside from their PR minions calling me for a joint statement, nothing. I haven't heard from Mason himself. Guess he got what he wanted, a clean break. Tammy's eyes flash. Coward. If I see him on the street, I'm telling him exactly how I feel. "Save some of that energy for me," I say, trying for humor. I pick up my phone to check for messages from my mother. Instead, I see a text from Javier. Reporters are camped outside the venue. "Are you sure you don't want to address them?" I sigh and toss the phone back down. Javier thinks I should do an official statement about the wedding being canceled, but I'm not sure how much more humiliation I can handle. Tammy leans forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "It's not humiliation if you set the record straight. If anything, it could help." Before I can respond, a knock on the apartment door rattles both of us. We freeze, exchanging a wary glance. "You expecting someone?" I ask quietly. She shakes her head. "No." Her eyes dart to the door. "It could be the press, or—" We both hesitate, the name unspoken but lingering. Mason. A cold spike of dread runs through me. Is he here to spin more lies? I set aside the bagel and stand, heart thrumming. Tammy tiptoes to the window, peeking through the blinds that overlook the building's front stoop. A shape looms, tall and broad-shouldered. The man is older than Mason, with an air of quiet command. Tammy turns back to me, brows lifted. "I think it's that uncle of Mason's, the one who looks like he belongs in an action movie." She pronounces the words with curiosity rather than reverence. Lucas Shaw. We met a handful of times at Carter events. He always stood slightly apart, as if he was only there out of obligation. I remember being struck by the contrast between him and his relatives. No excessive smooth talk or practiced smiles. He was more controlled, eyes sharp with a no-nonsense edge. I never fully understood how he fit into the Carter family dynamic. Maybe he never did. A second knock resonates, steadier this time. Tammy's gaze darts to me. Should I open it? My pulse is pounding, but I nod. Yes. Go ahead. She unlocks the door, chain rattling softly. My eyes land on him the moment he steps into view. He's imposing, well over 6 feet, with shoulders that fill the doorway. He's wearing a dark shirt under a slim-fitting jacket, and his salt and pepper hair is cropped close, accentuating the defined planes of his face. Faded scars mark his left forearm, hints of a past he doesn't broadcast. He greets Tammy with a polite nod, then shifts his attention to me. His gaze is direct yet unreadable. For a moment, silence hums between us like a static charge, and I'm not sure if it's shock or something else making my skin tingle. "Lila," he says, voice pitched low. His tone has a measured gentleness that's far more comforting than I expect. "I'm sorry to bother you here." I swallow hard. Lucas, what are you doing here? He glances at Tammy, then meets my eyes again. Can we talk privately for a minute? My stomach twists. The last thing I need is more Carter drama, but something about his stance, hands relaxed, shoulders steady, suggests he's not here to feed me a scripted line. I hesitate, catching Tammy's glance. She shrugs, as if to say, "Your call?" I gesture for him to come inside. "Fine, let's talk." He steps forward, a careful, deliberate movement. "Thanks." His gaze sweeps the small living room, taking in the boxes of wedding stuff and Tammy's curated space. Bright throw pillows, a pastel art piece of Afro-Caribbean heritage. I watch him register every detail with quiet alertness. Tammy clears her throat. "I'll just check on something in the kitchen." She slips away, leaving us standing a few feet apart. I fold my arms, trying to maintain control. "So," I ask, lifting my chin, "did the Carter family send you on an errand? Gonna tell me how sorry they are and that I should keep my mouth shut?" A flicker of something crosses his eyes. Regret, maybe. "I'm not here on their behalf, if that's what you're thinking. I found out the wedding was canceled and..." He exhales, shoulders shifting in a tiny shrug. "I was worried about you." For a moment, I don't know how to respond. He's an imposing figure, but not in a heavy-handed way. Where James Carter or Mason typically smoothed over a conversation with charm, Lucas's approach is more straightforward. I sense he's uneasy around me, yet determined to be here. I tilt my head. "And you decided to track me down? How'd you even find me?" "Let's just say I've still got contacts from my old security days." I asked around. His voice never wavers, yet there's a hint of apology in his tone. I pause, absorbing that. "Well, your nephew's done a number on me. I hope you're not expecting me to speak kindly of him." A crease appears between Lucas's brows. "I'm not here to defend Mason. Whatever he did, it was selfish. He asked me to be part of the ceremony, then left you like this. It's inexcusable." My chest tightens at his straightforward condemnation. Something inside me softens, because it's the first time I've heard anyone in Mason's circle call it what it is: cruel. "So if you're not on their side," I say quietly, "what side are you on?" He seems to weigh his words. "The side that wants to see you come through this without feeling like the whole world is crushing you." My throat goes dry. I should be wary. He's still a Carter after all, albeit a distant one. Yet I feel a flicker of gratitude, a tiny ember of relief that someone associated with that family recognizes what I'm going through. "Well, if that's your plan, you're late," I say, trying to keep my tone light. "Because I've already dealt with most of the wedding cancellations." He nods, stepping further into the living room. His presence makes the space feel smaller, yet not oppressive, more like a sturdy shield blocking out noise from outside. "I can help with anything you haven't canceled yet," he offers. "Vendors, refunds, dealing with the media. I used to handle logistics in the military. I'm good at tying up loose ends." My gaze roams over him. In the bright overhead light, I notice details I missed at Carter parties. The fine lines near his eyes, the faint scar across his nose that suggests a difficult past, broad hands that look capable of both violence and gentleness. This man is 50, 2 decades older than me. His stance, the way he studies everything, exudes a quiet confidence I never saw in Mason. I hug myself, feeling raw. "Why would you do that? You hardly know me." Lucas's jaw flexes, as if he's deciding how much to reveal. "Call it a sense of responsibility," he says at last. "And maybe I don't like the way the rest of the family is handling this. They want to spin a narrative. I'd rather you have the truth on your side." I bite my lower lip, unsure how to process his offer. "Truth," I echo. Right now, all the media sees is a runaway groom and a jilted bride. So either the narrative is that Mason's a coward, or I drove him away. Lucas's eyes narrow slightly. He's the one who ran. That's all that matters. I sense an edge in his voice, like he's holding back a larger criticism of Mason. I can't help a bitter laugh. Well, you're definitely not towing the Carter Company line. His lips curve in a faint, humorless smile. I stopped doing that a long time ago. We fall silent, the tension between us shifting from hostility to wary respect. There's something about his steadiness that makes it easier to breathe. I unfold my arms, glancing at the scattered wedding paraphernalia. Programs we never printed, a half-finished seating chart, so many reminders of a future that vanished in a blink. Fine, I say finally, releasing a shaky exhale. If you want to help, I could use someone with a calm head. But let's set some ground rules. His brow arches. I'm listening. I tick them off. 1, no lying. I've had enough secrets for a lifetime. 2, don't coddle me. I'm not broken. And 3, my voice catches. 3, you can't run to the Carter family with everything I say. I need my own space to heal. Lucas's gaze meets mine, and I see sincerity in those deep-set blue eyes. Understood, he says. I'll give you my word on that. For a second, we hold each other's gaze. The air charged with something I can't fully define. A deep part of me wonders why I'm letting this man into my life at its most vulnerable point. Another part thinks maybe I need an ally who isn't already biased in my favor or against me. Something about his presence feels safe. All right then, I murmur. Let's see what's left on the to-do list. I turn toward the coffee table and grab the folder of vendor contacts. He's beside me, not close enough to touch, but near enough that my pulse picks up. I clear my throat, flipping through pages. Here we go. The wedding venue is still partially reserved, so I need to figure out if we can downsize to a smaller event. He regards me curiously. Why keep any reservation at all? A strange pang hits my chest. I have relatives flying in, I admit softly. People I haven't seen in years. My Jamaican side, my Haitian side. I can't just let them arrive and find nothing. I thought maybe I'd at least host a dinner or something so it's not a total waste. His nod is slow, thoughtful. That makes sense. Let me handle that. I'll talk to the hotel manager about adjusting the reservation. You can greet your family in a smaller banquet room, maybe. Relief floods me, mingled with gratitude. That would be helpful. Thank you. He shifts his attention to the next page. The photographer? Already told them. I point to a scribbled note. They're fine with scaling back. He takes the folder from me and studies it intently. The lines of his face are more pronounced in the living room lamplight. There's a tension around his eyes that suggests he's used to carrying heavy burdens, emotional or otherwise. Tammy re-enters, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Her gaze flicks between us, a question evident on her face. Everything okay in here? Lucas straightens. We're just sorting out details. I'm offering to handle some phone calls. Tammy's lips purse, but she nods. That's really nice of you. She glances at me. You want me to grab your phone so you can put him in touch with the managers? I hesitate, then nod. Yeah, it's on the table. Tammy retrieves my phone, sets it in Lucas's hand. He taps the screen, arching a brow at the flurry of notifications. You're quite popular right now. A bitter laugh escapes me. You could say that. He doesn't grin, but there's a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. All right, let me step outside and start calling the hotel staff. I'll be back. He leaves the apartment, the door clicking shut behind him. The space feels oddly emptier in his absence, as if he took some silent form of protection with him. Tammy looks at me, eyebrows raised. That's a turn of events I didn't see coming. Tell me about it, I murmur, sinking onto the couch. He showed up out of nowhere, offering help. I can't decide if it's weird or kind of a relief. She sits beside me, setting a comforting hand on my shoulder. You do look less stressed since he got here, and for what it's worth, he doesn't seem like the rest of them. More stable, less polished. Less plastic, I say with a dry chuckle. Yeah, I noticed. We share a loaded silence, during which my mind replays the firm line of Lucas's jaw, the softness in his gaze when he mentioned wanting to protect me from more heartbreak. Part of me wonders if letting him into my orbit is playing with fire, but for now, my exhaustion wins out, and it feels good to have someone else handle the calls. 15 minutes later, the door opens again. Lucas steps inside, phone still in hand. All right, he says, voice calm. The hotel staff are workable. They'll reduce the booking to a small suite for your relatives who come in. You might lose some of the deposit, but it's better than paying full price for a giant ballroom you won't use. A weight lifts from my chest. Thank you, I say quietly. He nods once, then extends my phone. Here, if you need me to make any other calls, just say the word. I accept it, letting my fingers brush against his hand accidentally. A tiny spark zips up my arm. I see him register it as well, though he keeps his face composed. Lucas, I say, voice softer than before. I appreciate what you're doing. His gaze lowers to the floor, then meets mine. I couldn't just stand by and watch you handle it alone. We lock eyes, and I'm struck by how tall he is, how broad his shoulders are. He carries himself like a man who's done many things he can't talk about. In those intense blue eyes, I catch a hint of something deeper, maybe regrets he doesn't voice. Tammy rises, clearing her throat. I'll just, check on the laundry. She slips away, giving us space. I shuffle the vendor pages, my pulse still unsteady from that brief touch. There's also the matter of the press, I say, trying to steady my thoughts. They keep calling, showing up outside my building. I can't hide forever, but I don't know how to manage them. Lucas's jaw tightens. I can help with that too, if you'll let me. Security, statements, whatever you need. You do that? I ask quietly. I would, he says, tone serious. I know how to handle intrusive attention. It comes with the territory of my old job. I recall Mason mentioning Lucas was ex-military, possibly special forces. It must be second nature to him, assessing threats and protecting people. The warmth in my chest grows. Part of me is drawn to his steadiness. Another part warns me not to trust him too easily. After all, he's still connected to the family that hurt me. But in this moment, faced with media storm and heartbreak, I'm too drained to refuse genuine help. Then, okay, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Thank you. His eyes flicker with understanding. He's standing close now, and I catch the scent of his aftershave, clean, earthy, laced with something unmistakably masculine. My mind skitters to the difference in our ages. The strangeness of him being Mason's uncle. Yet here he is, the only Carter who hasn't twisted a knife in my back. I clear my throat and take a step back, placing the folder on the coffee table. Let's talk details tomorrow. I'm exhausted. His gaze drifts over my face as though checking for signs of distress. You look tired, he murmurs. Get some rest. I'll be in touch first thing. I nod. I'm at Tammy's for now, if you need anything. He lingers for a second, then gives me a short, respectful nod. All right. With that, he turns and heads for the door. Before he exits, I find myself calling out, Lucas? He glances over his shoulder. Yes? I swallow, fighting a sudden wave of emotion. Just be careful. The Carters won't like you helping me. Don't put yourself in a bad spot. His lips press into a thin line. I don't answer to them, he says simply, and the certainty in his voice triggers a flutter in my chest. Then he's gone, the door clicking shut behind him. I release a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Tammy peeks out from the hallway, eyes wide. "Girl," she says, coming forward. "You sure he's not the main dish you ordered for this wedding?" I let out a shaky laugh. "Stop. He's the last person I expected to show up, that's all." "Sure," Tammy teases. "But did you notice the tension in the air? The man was looking at you like you were the only person on the planet." I roll my eyes, but my cheeks heat. "It's not like that. He's just a friend, acquaintance, someone who feels sorry for me." "Uh-huh," Tammy says with a knowing grin. "Either way, we can deal with that later. For now, let's get you something to eat and a place to sleep. You've done enough for one day." She's right. I've experienced too many unexpected twists in the last 24 hours, and I need a break. As I follow her to the kitchen, my mind drifts back to the image of Lucas standing in the living room. I recall the unwavering calm in his eyes, the light brush of his hand, the sense of safety he exuded. There's a subtle crack in my protective wall, allowing me to hope that maybe not all Carters want to watch me crumble. I push the thought away for now, focusing on my next steps, one day at a time, one phone call at a time, and maybe, if I'm brave enough, one unexpected ally who shows up at just the right moment.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Lila Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4. Lucas. I park my rental car 2 blocks from Tommy's apartment, scanning the street for photographers. Sure enough, across the way, a pair of them linger behind tinted windows, camera lenses occasionally poking out. They're hoping for a glimpse of Lila. One photograph of the abandoned bride is probably worth more than I'd like to imagine. The morning sky is a steel gray canvas, a prelude to a possible rainstorm, and the chill in the air sets my nerves on alert. In my line of sight, everything is under quiet surveillance cars, corners, even the stoop of an old deli. I exhale slowly, an old habit from my military days, and run a quick risk assessment. If Lila steps outside now, the tabloids will have a field day. Reaching into the glove box, I pull out my phone and send her a brief text. I'm outside. Let me know if you want help leaving the building. I keep watch on that black sedan across the street, noticing the faint silhouette of a camera pointed in my direction. My phone buzzes a minute later, and I read her reply. Yes. Tammy says there's a back exit through the laundry room. Meet us there in 10? I slide the phone into my jacket pocket and glance at my reflection in the rearview mirror. The lines around my eyes look more pronounced this morning, and my salt and pepper hair is slightly tousled despite my attempts at taming it. I told myself coming here was just a pragmatic gesture, but the truth is, I barely slept last night. Lila's face kept drifting through my mind, her guarded expression, the shadow of heartbreak in her eyes. I want to help her, but there's a tug in my chest that goes beyond mere concern. I'm not sure when I crossed the line from responsibly protective to personally involved. Maybe it was the moment I saw her standing amidst the wreckage of her wedding plans. Or maybe it's something that's been there all along ever since I first met her, and realized she was the only one in the Carter orbit who spoke to me like a human being, rather than James Carter's black sheep brother. Stepping out of the car, I keep my head low and move quickly down the sidewalk. A light drizzle starts, speckling the shoulders of my charcoal gray jacket. The back alley leading to Tammy's building is narrow, strewn with trash bags and stacked cardboard boxes. Not the easiest route, but at least the paparazzi won't see us easily here. Near the rusted service door, I wait. My breath mists in the chilly air. A muffled scraping sound from inside. Then the door opens, revealing Lila and Tommy. Lila's wearing a hooded sweatshirt over a pair of black leggings, her long curls tied up in a high bun. Even dressed for escape, she exudes a fierce grace that stirs something deep in my chest. "There you are," I say, keeping my voice low. "Ready?" Lila's gaze flickers with relief and tension. "Can't say I'm thrilled about the cloak and dagger routine," she murmurs. "But if it keeps them from snapping pictures, I'll take it." Tammy glances at both of us, arms crossed. "I'll hold down the fort here. Keep an eye out for any uninvited visitors. You sure you can get her someplace safe?" I nod. "Yes, I have a plan." Lila shoots me a questioning look, but doesn't ask for details yet. Together, we move down the alley, stepping around puddles. It's a short walk to my rental, but I keep scanning for any sign we've been spotted. The drizzle intensifies into a light rain, and Lila hunches her shoulders to keep her hood up. Once we reach the car, I open the passenger door for her, then circle around to slip into the driver's seat. She slides in, breath slightly uneven from tension. As I start the engine, the wipers sweep droplets from the windshield in rhythmic arcs. I pull away from the curb and head toward the main road. "Is the press stationed out front?" she asks quietly. "Two of them, yes," I say. "But they didn't see us. As far as they know, you're still holed up in Tommy's place." She exhales a long breath, shoulders sagging. "Thank God." We drive in silence for a minute, the city passing by in blurred hues of gray and neon. Eventually, I clear my throat. "I know a hotel downtown where they're discreet about high-profile guests. I booked a suite under a different name. You can stay there as long as you need." She turns her face toward me, surprise flickering in her dark eyes. "You did that already?" I nod, keeping my attention on the road. "I realize it might be presumptuous, but you deserve some breathing room without cameras stalking you 24/7. Her posture relaxes a fraction. "Lucas, that's..." She trails off, then tries again. "That's more than I expected." I sense the unspoken question. Why are you doing this for me? And the complicated answer churns in my mind, an uneasy mix of guilt, protectiveness, and a draw I don't fully understand. Let's just say I'd rather use my resources to help you than watch the Carters spin their version of events. At mention of that name, she gives a faint grimace, turning away to stare out the window. "They're already spinning it. There's a rumor that Mason walked away for noble reasons, like he was saving me from something. It's ridiculous." "Typical," I mutter, tightening my hands on the wheel. Mason never had the backbone to face his own decisions head-on. We can talk about their PR strategy later. For now, let's get you out of the spotlight. She nods, crossing her arms over her chest. I surreptitiously glance at her reflection in the passenger window eyes, pensive, bottom lip caught between her teeth in a sign of stress or indecision. We reach the downtown Crest Hotel, an unassuming building wedged between a bank and a bookstore. The marquee is understated, and the entrance doesn't scream money like the Bellevue or other luxury spots. I pull into the private garage, park in a dim corner space, and cut the engine. When we enter through a side door, I guide her to a quiet elevator lobby. A single staff member sits at a desk, half dozing. He barely looks up as we pass, which is exactly what I'd hoped for. On the elevator ride up, Lila finally turns to me. "Thank you," she says softly. "I didn't realize how trapped I felt until I got in your car." The sincerity in her voice tugs at my heart. I hold her gaze for a moment, then drop my eyes to the elevator panel. "You don't need to thank me. I just know how exhausting it can be to fend off the world alone." Her jaw works as though she has more to say, but a subdued chime signals our arrival. The doors slide open, revealing a corridor lined with burgundy carpet and discreet lighting. I lead her to the suite at the end of the hall, room 1212, and unlock the door. The space inside is clean, with neutral decor, white walls, dark wood furniture, a large window overlooking part of the skyline. There's a small kitchenette, a seating area with a coffee table, and a bedroom off to the left. Lila steps in, sets her bag down, and takes a slow spin, absorbing her surroundings. "It's nice," she says, her tone a mixture of relief and uncertainty. "Quiet." "That was the point," I reply, leaning against the wall near the door. "No one will connect you to this place unless you tell them. I gave a placeholder name, Locke, for the reservation." She arches an eyebrow, lips curving in a wry half-smile. "Locke? That's definitely low profile." I shrug. I've used it a few times for private getaways. People tend not to ask questions if you pay in advance. She moves to the window, peering through the blinds at the thin drizzle beyond. "I appreciate this. My phone's been blowing up with calls from vendors, reporters, even a few of Mason's distant relatives. I just needed somewhere to breathe." I take a step closer, careful to keep a respectful distance. "If you want me to handle the calls, I can. Or I can give you the space to handle them yourself. Your choice." She turns around, crossing her arms lightly. "I might let you do some. Tommy's already helped with a lot, but it's a lot." She hesitates, scanning my face. "You're sure you have the time for all this?" "I have the time," I say quietly. Her posture shifts, like she's trying to reconcile that fact. Then she sighs. "Any suggestions on how to deal with the leftover honeymoon? It's non-refundable. I can't even stand the thought of calling the travel agent." I watch her closely, noticing the way her shoulders still hold tension, even in this safe haven. "Use it," I suggest. "If you want. Don't let Mason's absence rob you of something you were looking forward to. The Carters paid for most of it, correct?" She gives a short laugh, no humor in it. "True. But I'd look pretty tragic sipping cocktails alone. Plus, traveling alone right now might just invite paparazzi overseas. Then again, maybe that's better than staying." A moment of silence stretches. I decide to risk a bold offer. "I could go with you." Her eyes snap up, surprise flashing across them. "What?" I spread my hands in a measured gesture. "Hear me out. If part of you still wants a vacation, I can be there as security of sorts. Paparazzi are less likely to corner you if I'm present. I know how to stay off their radar, and I'd keep you safe if they showed up." She stares at me as though trying to gauge if I'm joking. Then a soft flush creeps into her cheeks. "Lucas, you realize how complicated that sounds, right? I was supposed to go with your nephew." "Yes, I do," I say, not flinching from her gaze. "But your ex-nephew-to-be decided to vanish. You're entitled to do whatever you want with the tickets. The only reason I'm suggesting it is because I think you deserve a break, and I can help keep it private." She purses her lips, weighing the pros and cons. "And you wouldn't mind spending a week or two on some beach with me, probably dealing with emotional baggage and all that?" I inhale, trying to ignore the surge of warmth that floods my chest at the mental image of sharing a tropical sunset with her. I wouldn't mind. Actually, I think it might be good for you to step away from the press, your phone, everything. Get some clarity. I can stay in a separate suite or room if that's more comfortable. She shifts her weight, glancing toward the window again. The city glitters behind the drizzling rain, a backdrop to the tension humming in the air. I don't push her, but I catch the slight tremor in her breath. There's a flicker of longing in her expression. Maybe the desire to leave this mess behind, if only for a little while. After a moment, she folds her arms again, more defensive this time. Are you offering this out of pity? No, I say firmly. It's not pity. It's concern, respect, and a desire to help you regain your footing. Her eyes narrow fractionally, assessing me. You realize this situation looks questionable, uncle of the ex. That's quite the scandal if anyone finds out we're traveling together. My gut tightens at the prospect. I think of James Carter or the rest of them twisting the truth, but I push that aside and hold her gaze. I understand. I won't pressure you. It's your call, but I'm willing to face whatever talk arises if it means you get some peace. She exhales again, runs a hand over her temple. Let me think about it, okay? I nod. Of course. Silence settles in the room, broken only by the drip of rain against the window pane. Lila moves to the couch, drops onto it, and leans back with her eyes closed. She looks tired, but there's a certain grace in the way she holds herself, even when she's clearly at her limit. I take a seat in the armchair opposite her, letting a careful distance remain between us. The tension crackles like static. I'm aware of every breath she takes, every shift of her posture. My heart thumps a little too hard, and I remind myself to stay calm. She's vulnerable. I'm stepping into a role I never intended to fill. Eventually, she opens her eyes and regards me with a pensive stare. Why do you care so much? That question slices through any pretense. I release a slow breath, searching for a truthful answer that doesn't overstep. I was in the military for years, I begin quietly. I've seen people left behind, abandoned to face storms they never asked for. Sometimes stepping in is the only thing that keeps a bad situation from getting worse. She sits up, dark eyes scanning my face. So you're saving me? Not saving, I correct softly. Helping. And maybe I'm also righting a wrong. Mason asked me to be there for his wedding. He said he trusted me. Then he vanished. Feels like I owe it to you to keep the promise I made. She studies me another second, then nods as if accepting that. A subtle wave of something passes between us, understanding or maybe an unspoken awareness that there's more at play than just an obligation. Standing up, I walk to the kitchenette and pour a glass of water from the filter pitcher. Offering it to her, I see her lips twist in a faint, wry smile. This is a lot to take in, she murmurs, cradling the glass. I never imagined I'd be sitting in a hotel suite with you discussing a honeymoon trip that my ex walked away from. I can't help a subdued chuckle. Life has a strange sense of humor. She takes a sip, and I notice her hands tremble slightly. The desire to reach out and steady her flares, but I hold back. Instead, I watch the curve of her mouth, the slight flush in her cheeks. My mind flickers with a thought I shouldn't entertain. What would it be like to kiss her? It's a useless fantasy, especially right now. But the more time I spend around her, the harder it is to ignore the pull. She's intelligent, resilient, and possessed of a raw, unfiltered warmth that cuts through my usual armor. I have no business wanting her, but that doesn't stop the wanting. She exhales, sets the water on the coffee table, and meets my gaze. I'll probably need a few days before deciding about the trip. That's if you're serious about coming along. I am, I say, and take all the time you need. The tickets are still valid for at least another 2 weeks, right? She nods, fiddling with the drawstring on her hoodie. Yeah, Costa Rica. or Italy. They said I could pick whichever location up until the departure date. Either place would be a welcome change from the media circus here, I offer. Her gaze flickers across my face, and I can tell she's trying to read me. Is she looking for hidden motives? Is she aware of this growing tension beneath our every word? I appreciate your honesty, she says at last, voice steady but soft. I don't know how to handle being around you without feeling like I'm crossing some line. You're his uncle. I resist the urge to grimace at the mention of Mason, but I keep my tone level. I get it. And if that's an obstacle you can't get past, I won't push. She nods slowly, then stands and moves toward the window again, folding her arms around herself. From behind, I can see the tension in the rigid line of her spine. A small part of me has this urge to rest a hand on her shoulder, offer reassurance. But I'm not sure that's welcome. A quiet moment stretches, heavy with unspoken possibilities. The hush of the suite is punctuated by the distant hum of traffic outside. Finally, she turns to face me, something resolute in her eyes. "Thank you for all of this," she says, voice barely above a whisper. "I might be a mess right now, but I see how much you're doing and I won't forget it." "You're not a mess," I reply, crossing the space between us. I keep a careful 2 feet of distance, but my voice is hushed, resonant. "You're strong and doing the best you can with what he left you." Her lashes lower. "Some days it doesn't feel that way. Feelings can lie," I say gently. "But actions speak louder, and you've done plenty of the heavy lifting." She studies my face, and a subtle flicker of gratitude warms her eyes. The tension between us crackles again. There's a spark I can't deny, and from the way her breath stutters, I suspect she feels it too. We stand there, caught in this moment that toes the line of something forbidden. Finally, I clear my throat and step back. "I'll let you settle in. The bedroom's through that door. There's food delivery menus in the drawer if you're hungry. I can have something sent up." She nods, blinking as though waking from a trance. "All right, I'll be fine here." I head for the door, pausing with my hand on the knob. "I'll check in later, see if you need anything else." She hesitates, like she wants to say something more. Then she just nods again. "Thank you, Lucas." I dip my head in acknowledgement and exit, letting the door click shut behind me. As I walk down the corridor, my pulse drums in my ears. This isn't just about righting Mason's wrongs anymore, and I know it. A complicated knot forms in my chest, a mixture of protectiveness and attraction that I shouldn't be feeling. But the world has already gone sideways. Maybe it's time to stop fighting the fact that I'm drawn to Lila Monroe in ways I can't fully explain. For now, though, I'll stick to the promise I made. Give her safety, give her choices, and let her decide what comes next. Even if it means standing by her side on a beach in Costa Rica or Italy, ignoring the sharp tug in my gut every time she looks at me with those vulnerable, determined eyes. I take a final glance over my shoulder at the closed door of room 1212. One thing is certain, we're crossing an invisible threshold. Whether it leads to peace or chaos remains to be seen.
Chapter 5. Lila. The moment I step out of Leonardo da Vinci Fiumicino Airport in Rome, a swirl of warm air and the noise of passing taxis greets me, jostling my senses. My stomach twists with nerves, but also a faint excitement that feels almost foreign, like an old friend who disappeared and decided to show up again, unannounced. I'd never planned on coming here under these circumstances, and I still can't believe I actually went through with the idea. Yet here I am, clutching my carry-on, eyes scanning the crowds, waiting for Lucas to finish finalizing our rental car. Across the roadway, I glimpse the tall palm trees swaying in the afternoon sun. Italy, I remind myself. The land of music, art, and centuries of layered history. The last few weeks have been a hurricane of canceled weddings, relentless reporters, and heartbreak. I'm still not sure how I feel about traveling with Lucas, But when I pictured staying behind, drowning in phone calls and pity, the choice became strangely clear. I turn my head as Lucas approaches, with a set of keys in hand. "You all right?" he asks, voice pitched low enough that I have to step closer to hear over the bustle. His tone carries concern, but also a subtle warmth that's grown more familiar since we started planning this trip. I offer a shaky smile. "I'm here. That's something, right?" He inclines his head. It's a big step. Then he gestures to the left. "Rental cars that way. You want to head straight to the hotel, or do you need anything first?" My body hums with travel weariness, but the charged energy of Rome tugs at me, and I suspect a quick detour might ground me better than collapsing in a hotel bed. "Let's just drive," I say. "Get a feel for the city. I want to see something besides an airport." His gaze flickers, maybe a faint worry that I'm overextending, but he gives a small nod. "Okay, we'll do a mini tour." We maneuver through the throng of tourists, weaving around people holding luggage or snapping selfies. The thick hum of Italian chatter mingles with the distant horn blasts. Despite the chaos, I feel oddly light. It's the first time in weeks that I'm not checking over my shoulder for paparazzi or bracing for a phone call from the Carter clan. I brush a curl off my forehead, letting the sun warm my cheeks. Lucas opens the passenger door to a small navy blue sedan, letting me slide inside first before he rounds the front to the driver's seat. Once we're both settled, he fiddles with the GPS. His salt and pepper hair is slightly mussed from the flight, and there's a weary shadow beneath his eyes, but the set of his shoulders remains steady. It's an interesting contrast, the well-worn edges of a man who's seen enough to remain unshakable, but still has that watchful kindness whenever he looks at me. I take a moment to appreciate that difference. There's no posturing, no controlling smirk, or endless commentary about finances. Everything Mason often defaulted to. Lucas is quiet in a way that feels substantial, like he's always taking in more than he says. "Ready?" he asks softly. "Let's go," I reply, pressing the seatbelt into place. He eases into traffic, and soon we're gliding onto a highway lined with signs I only half understand. My Italian is rusty, more like non-existent, though I tried a few lessons before the wedding fires, before everything fell apart. The thought sends a small pang through my chest, but I push it aside. This trip isn't about heartbreak. It's about reclaiming a piece of myself. We drive for about 30 minutes, eventually exiting onto a narrower street, the scenery shifting from modern to richly historical. Ancient ruins peek through gaps in the landscape, and cobblestone roads appear beneath the car tires. Lucas slows, windows down, letting the Italian breeze slip in. Hints of basil and fresh bread tease my senses, reminding me I haven't eaten since the plane meal. He parks at an open spot near a local cafe, and we step out. The midday sun highlights everything. Pastel-painted buildings, blooming planters on balconies, rickety Vespas lined up along the sidewalk. My heart lifts, a gentle thrill climbing my spine. It's so different from the hush of Manhattan penthouses or Tammy's cramped living room. Lucas glances at me. "Feel like grabbing something to eat before we check in?" "Absolutely," I say, my smile becoming real for the first time in days. "Let's do it." We wander toward the cafe's little outdoor seating area, iron tables and chairs set on uneven cobblestones. An older man in an apron greets us in rapid Italian, then shifts to friendly English when he sees our uncertain looks. Within minutes, we're seated with glasses of sparkling water and the promise of fresh focaccia sandwiches. I tap my fingers on the table, unable to stop glancing around. A stray cat saunters by, tail raised, scanning for scraps. A group of teens zips past on scooters, their laughter trailing behind. Across the street, an older couple stands by a tiny produce shop, arguing animatedly with huge smiles on their faces. There's a warmth in the air that melts some tension from my bones. Lucas sits quietly, shoulders relaxed, eyes observing everything with that calm approach of his. Eventually, he leans forward, voice low. You look different, more alive. A quiet flush creeps along my cheeks. Travel does that to me, I guess, I reply. Or maybe it's just stepping away from the chaos. Chaos. He nods, gaze settling on my face. I'm glad you decided to come. I almost backed out a dozen times, I admit, fiddling with the napkin on my lap. But running away from Mason's aftermath doesn't feel like a mistake right now. Feels like breathing room. Then let's make sure you get all the space you need. His words carry a sincerity that sets my heart fluttering. I turn my focus to the arrival of our sandwiches, hoping he doesn't notice the color heating my neck. The first bite of focaccia is heaven. Warm olive oil-kissed bread, fresh mozzarella, bright tomatoes. I let out a little groan of pleasure. Wow, that's good. Lucas's mouth twitches in amusement. I think that's the happiest sound I've heard from you since we met. I flick him a playful glare. Are you calling me grumpy? He shrugs, taking his own bite before answering. Not grumpy, guarded. There's no judgment in his tone, but the gentle observation lands with surprising weight. I focus on my sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. Maybe I'm more guarded than I realized, I say, more to myself than to him. It's hard to trust anything these days. He inclines his head in understanding but doesn't push. We eat in companionable silence, occasionally broken by my muffled exclamations about how ridiculously delicious Italian food is. When we finish, Lucas handles the bill, ignoring my attempts to pay my share. I let him this time. I'll argue with him next time. But for now, I'm too content to spar over euros. Back at the car, we decide to head into central Rome. The plan is to check in at our hotel near the Tiber River afterward. But a spontaneous urge hits me when I spot a sign for the Colosseum. Let's stop there for a minute, I suggest. I want to see it up close. He shoots me a sideways glance. Sure you're not too tired? I shrug. Tired, yes, but I'll sleep better if I actually see something today. Otherwise, I'll feel like I'm postponing living. I look down, a bit embarrassed at how personal that sounded, but Lucas simply nods and turns the car in that direction. Soon, the famous arena looms before us, massive and ancient against the modern sprawl. We find parking, miraculously, and join the throng of tourists flooding the area. Cameras flash, languages overlap, and the sun reflects off centuries-old stone. My chest expands with a sense of awe I can't fully explain. History stands here, battered by time yet still standing, while I'm only weeks out from my own heartbreak. Lucas keeps close, occasionally guiding me around large tour groups by placing a light hand on my lower back. Each time he does it, warmth flares along my spine. I catch myself leaning into that touch more than I should. A tingle courses through me, hinting at a deeper longing that I'm not ready to face. We pause for a photo, me in front of the Colosseum, arms spread wide, grin almost too big for my face. Lucas stands behind the camera with an indulgent, if slightly stiff expression. My phone dings as he snaps a few shots. When I retrieve it, I see unread messages from Tammy, probably checking on me, hoping the flight went well. I'll reply later, once I'm calmer. Lucas hands the phone back, and I notice how the sun hits his features, illuminating the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. He's older, sure, but I see strength in every angle. Broad shoulders, lean waist, subtle scars that hint at a life lived fully, if not always peacefully. There's an air of quiet command around him that I'm drawn to, no matter how much I tell myself it's off limits. He's my ex's uncle. I shouldn't be noticing the shape of his arms, or the slight rasp in his voice. I can't help it. We walk further along, exploring the stone arches, A small street vendor lures us over with colorful trinkets, and I stop to eye a row of leather bracelets. Lucas stands behind me, watchful while I try one on. In the process, my elbow accidentally bumps his arm. The contact is brief, but it sends a jolt through my body as if a spark ignited beneath my skin. My breath catches, and from the corner of my eye, I see him still, lips parting slightly. "Sorry," I murmur, stepping back. My pulse hammers in my ears. I do my best to act casual, but my cheeks burn. He clears his throat. "No problem." The vendor, oblivious to the tension, chatters in a mix of Italian and broken English, pointing out different styles. I can hardly focus. Lucas stands close enough that I sense his warmth, and I feel this urge to lean into it. Another part warns me that I'm playing with fire. Eventually, I pick a bracelet with a tiny metal charm shaped like a compass, reminding me that I came here to find my direction, not to get entangled in more heartbreak. Lucas insists on paying, and I let him, my fingers brushing his once again during the exchange. Electricity crackles. My lungs feel tight. Walking away, I slip the bracelet onto my wrist, biting my lip to contain the swirl of emotion. We wander through the bustling area, occasionally snapping photos, rarely speaking. There's a tension in the quiet spaces between our words that feels both exhilarating and terrifying. After an hour, we decide it's time to check into the hotel. The drive isn't long, but Rome's narrow streets and chaotic traffic keep me on edge. When we finally pull up to a quaint, centuries-old building near the Tiber, my muscles unwind. The hotel sign is subtle, the entrance framed by overflowing flower boxes. Inside, the lobby is cozy, with a marble reception desk and a friendly clerk who greets us in polished English. We head to our separate rooms, adjacent, but not connected. I open the door to mine, stepping into a charming space with terracotta floor tiles, a wide window overlooking the street, and a bed dressed in crisp white sheets. I set my bag down, heart still racing from the day's sensory overload. A few moments pass as I stare out the window, at the pastel buildings and the shimmering river beyond, letting the city's gentle hum soothe me. My phone buzzes again. A text from Tammy. "How's Italy? You good? Missing you here." I fire back a quick reply. "I'm safe. And it's beautiful." Then I switch the phone to silent, not wanting to be reminded of the world I left behind. A light knock on my door startles me. I open it to find Lucas in the hallway, rolling up his shirt sleeves. Even that casual gesture makes me notice the strength in his forearms, the shape of his muscles. I swallow against the tightness in my throat. "Hungry for a proper dinner?" he asks, voice calm, gaze steady. The concierge recommended a place around the corner. My stomach rumbles at the thought. "Definitely," I say. "Just give me a minute to freshen up." He inclines his head. "Take your time." I close the door and head to the bathroom, splashing cool water on my face, trying to quell the flutter in my chest. I blame the excitement of being in Rome, the high of traveling, the fact I'm fresh out of heartbreak, but deep down, I suspect there's more, an undercurrent I'm not quite ready to label. When we step out onto the street, dusk has painted the sky in shades of pink and gold. Lampposts flicker on, and the air carries the scent of roasting garlic and tomatoes. We walk side by side, our steps almost synchronized along the cobblestones. The restaurant is a tucked-away trattoria, with 4 tables inside and a few more scattered under string lights out front. The hostess greets us warmly, seating us at a small table near a potted lemon tree. As the waitress hands us menus, Lucas quirks an eyebrow at me. "Any idea what you want?" He's not just asking about food, and my heart stutters at the subtext. "I think," I reply softly, "I'll just see what sounds good in the moment." My voice wavers, and I hope he doesn't notice. We order wine, just half a carafe, but it's enough to feel indulgent. The first sip is smooth, tangy on my tongue, loosening something inside me. We chat about random things, the architecture, the driver who cut us off earlier, my inability to speak Italian beyond ciao and grazie. Every so often I catch Lucas's gaze lingering on me. There's a heaviness in that look, a swirl of conflict and want, as if he's warring with the same question I am. What the hell are we doing? Dinner arrives. Spaghetti carbonara for me, seafood risotto for him, and we trade tastes. The conversation flows easier than it ever did with Mason, which spurs equal parts relief and guilt. Lucas is older, more reserved, but I find comfort in the directness of his attention. He doesn't smother me with false positivity or half-truths. He just sees me. Halfway through the meal, he leans forward, arms on the table. You feel alive now? I raise an eyebrow, twirling pasta around my fork. Yeah, I answer, voice catching on the unexpected rush of emotion. More alive than I have in a while. He gives a small nod, eyes flicking to my lips before returning to my gaze. My pulse pounds. Neither of us says anything about that charged moment. It sits between us, thickening the air. I swallow hard, forcing my attention to the plate as if the arrangement of noodles matters more than the heat thrumming beneath my skin. By the time we finish, night has fully settled, and I can barely think straight with the weight of our unspoken tension. We settle the bill, then step outside into a world lit by golden lamps and the faint glow of the moon. The temperature has cooled, but I'm still flushed. As we walk back to the hotel, Lucas's hand brushes mine, a fleeting touch that sends sparks dancing up my arm. He jerks his hand away, as if remembering he shouldn't indulge that contact. My breath catches, and I clamp my mouth shut, unsure how to respond. He stops in front of the hotel door, turning to face me. Light from the street lamp highlights the lines of his face, the slight stubble at his jaw. There's a question in his eyes, but also a restraint I can practically taste. My heart thuds painfully. We should get some sleep, he says softly, voice taut with unsaid implications. Yeah, I whisper, my throat tight. Long day tomorrow, right? He nods, exhaling. Right, another day in Rome. We can, figure out a plan. Maybe see the Vatican or take a train to Florence. Sure, that sounds good. I force a little laugh, though it comes out shaky. He steps back, putting space between us. Good night, Lila. Good night, Lucas. I linger there, watching him walk toward his room down the hall. Shoulders stiff with tension, I feel mirrored in my own body. An ache pulses in my chest, a mix of gratitude, longing, and a flicker of guilt that I can't ignore. He's my ex's uncle after all, but standing here in Rome's enchanting glow, I can't deny that something bigger is happening, something that makes me feel more alive than I have in a long time. Slipping into my room, I click the lock and lean against the closed door, heart hammering. I came here to escape heartbreak, but it seems I've run straight into another tangle of emotions. Still, as I recall the brush of his hand, the warmth in his voice, a tiny hopeful spark lights up my chest. I'm not sure where this is going, but I know I'm not ready for it to end. Italy's night sky stretches beyond the window, a velvet canvas peppered with faint stars, and I press a hand to my racing heart. For the first time in weeks, I'm glad I took a risk. Whatever tomorrow holds, I'll face it head on, because I'm done letting fear tell me I can't.
Chapter 6. Lucas. More than a week ago, I was making practical phone calls in New York, methodically dismantling Lila's canceled wedding plans. Now I'm driving a rental car through the rolling green hills of Tuscany, windows cracked open to a balmy breeze that smells of cypress trees and wild herbs. Lila sits beside me, one hand resting on the half-lowered window, dark curls drifting across her cheek whenever the wind catches them. She's not wearing the guarded expression I first encountered. There's a new brightness in her eyes, a subtle tension unwinding from her shoulders day by day. Neither of us expected to extend our stay in Italy. We'd planned a few days in Rome, maybe a day trip to Florence. But that turned into tracking down hidden gems off the main tourist track, sampling local wines in tiny enoutecas, and spontaneously booking countryside stays at rustic inns. It's as if time has started flowing differently, freed from the press and the Carter name, letting us carve out a bubble that belongs to us alone. I keep my focus on the winding road, though my attention drifts to Lila. She's fiddling with her phone, trying to capture a photo of the Tuscan landscape, a blur of olive groves and vineyards. Her lips curl into a smile when she gets a good shot. The warmth in my chest intensifies. She rarely checks her messages anymore, and when she does, it's mostly to assure Tammy that she's okay. I sense how relieved she is to be free of invasive calls and social media speculation. "So," she says lightly, shifting to look at me, "where exactly are you taking me?" "A little place I read about," I reply, scanning the signs. "Family-run vineyard. They offer cooking classes, wine tastings. Thought it might be interesting to see more than just the tourist highlights." Her eyes brighten. "Cooking classes? You're actually going to roll up your sleeves and knead dough with me?" I let out a soft chuckle. I've handled tougher tasks. Kneading dough can't be worse than military drills. There's a wry edge in my voice, but it fades when I see how her grin transforms her face. Every day with her is a lesson in how easily she disarms my usual stoicism. We arrive at a humble stone building tucked among grapevines. A wooden sign reads, "Fattoria Innocenti," and a cheerful older woman in an apron waves us in. Once parked, Lila steps out first, surveying the rows of vines stretching under a sunny sky. I follow, inhaling the earthy scent of rich soil and ripe fruit. A sense of calm settles over me, as if the land itself soothes the wariness lodged in my bones. The woman in the apron ushers us indoors. The main kitchen looks like it's been there for generations. Terracotta tiles, copper pots hanging from the ceiling, and wide countertops flour-dusted by earlier visitors. Lila's excitement is practically audible in the way she inhales the air, eyes gleaming at every detail. An instructor appears, Paolo, with sleeves rolled up, arms dusted in flour. He offers an enthusiastic greeting in accented English, then beckons us to a table strewn with fresh ingredients: tomatoes, basil, olive oil, eggs, flour. Lila gives me an amused side glance, like she's trying not to picture me elbow-deep in dough. We get to work. Lila cracks eggs into a well of flour, then stirs vigorously while I try not to let my mixture spill onto the floor. She giggles when I nearly lose control of the swirling eggs, stepping close to guide my hands. The back of my neck warms with a sudden awareness of her body pressed to my side. "Steady," she teases, her voice almost a murmur. "This isn't a rush job?" My heart thumps. I keep my tone wry. I'm used to more direct methods. No time for artistry in an army mess hall. She snorts softly, that grin lighting up her face. "Well, here, you have all the time you need." Her hands linger on mine longer than necessary, and a tremor runs through me. The apron she wears has tomato sauce splattered on the hem, but somehow she looks radiant. I catch a faint whiff of her perfume, something floral, delicate. My pulse quickens. I force myself to focus on the dough, wrestling it into shape. We knead and laugh, pausing when Paolo comes by to offer tips in rapid Italian. Lila tries pronouncing new words, prompting the instructor's amused encouragement. She gives me a triumphant wink whenever she manages to repeat something correctly. A couple of times her laughter rings out so freely that I have to pause just to absorb it. There's no trace of the anxious bride I met back in Manhattan. After the dough is set aside to rest, Paolo shows us how to prepare a simple sauce with ripe tomatoes and fragrant herbs. Lila slices basil leaves, humming under her breath. Her voice is a soft, melodic sound, and my chest grows tight hearing that small expression of happiness. An old memory of her flits through my mind, standing stiff-backed at a Carter party, pretending to be comfortable in their world. Now she's undone that mask, letting her real self shine, and I can't tear my eyes away. Eventually, the sauce simmers, the pasta is cut into ribbons, and Paolo announces it's time to eat. We gather around a wooden table in the adjoining room. The windows frame a perfect view of vineyards bathed in golden afternoon light. Lila and I exchange glances, sharing a sense of accomplishment. When we taste our own creation, she closes her eyes, savoring every bite. "All right," she says, leaning back in her chair. "I admit you're a half-decent pasta chef, Lucas." I arch a brow. "Only half-decent?" Her lips curve, a playful challenge. "You might graduate to decent if you keep practicing." A soft huff of laughter escapes me. This banter feels so natural. Yet there's an undercurrent beneath each joke, a hum of tension that's been building since we set foot in Italy. She's not mine to flirt with, but every time she laughs or meets my gaze, a spark ignites inside me. We finish the meal amid conversation with Paolo, who insists on giving us a bottle of their house wine to take home. Lila thanks him in halting Italian, her accent adorable enough to draw a wide grin from the instructor. Then we step outside, blinking as the bright sunshine envelops us. The warmth in the air makes me want to linger, so we wander along a narrow footpath through the vineyards. The grape clusters hang low, dark purple and ripe, each row symmetrical under the midday glow. Lila walks ahead, trailing her fingertips across leafy vines. I keep a few steps behind, torn between admiration and caution. I've never been one to chase illusions, but the sight of her here, free, alive, stirs something dangerous in me. We find a wooden bench under a broad olive tree, the branches offering dappled shade. Lila settles there, eyes fixed on the horizon, where rows of vines stretch toward distant hills. I join her, careful to maintain a small space between us, though everything in me wants to close the gap. She exhales slowly, a smile tugging at her mouth. "I feel like I've discovered a new version of myself," she murmurs, voice hushed as if afraid to break the spell. I never realized how much of my life was spent being the perfect fiancé, pretending to be what Mason wanted. I let that sink in, choosing my words. Pretending can become a habit. Sometimes we don't notice until it's too late. Her gaze slides to me. "What about you? You always seem so controlled, so in command. Are you pretending too?" My breath stalls. I rub a thumb over my knuckles. I learned to compartmentalize in the army, push aside what wasn't relevant. It's not exactly healthy, but it's familiar. She leans forward, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "And now?" I allow a rueful grin. I'm trying to be less of a closed-off bastard. She gives a soft laugh, the sound affectionate. "I'd say you're doing okay." We settle into silence, the chirp of crickets and the rustle of leaves weaving a gentle backdrop. I can't help noticing how her knee nearly touches mine, and the air around us feels charged, as if one move could set everything on fire. My protective instinct wars with a longing I haven't let myself acknowledge. She's rebuilding her life. I shouldn't complicate that. But my pulse throbs with the awareness of how near she is. After a while, we make our way back to the car, our steps slow and unhurried. She rummages in her bag for the keys, but I hold out my hand to take them, giving her a nod that says I'll drive. We head down the dirt road, leaving the vineyard behind with a sense of contentment that doesn't feel entirely real, like a daydream we stumbled into. Time drifts onward, a parade of moments. Checking into a small inn near Siena, exploring medieval streets, tasting gelato and flavors I've never heard of. Each day, Lila grows bolder, trying a new phrase in Italian, haggling for an antique bracelet in a local market, singing along to a random radio tune during our drives. The more she embraces spontaneity, the more I feel my defenses cracking. In the evenings, we share quiet dinners on outdoor terraces. Flickering candles cast dancing shadows across her features, revealing the depths in her eyes whenever she glances my way. Neither of us speaks about the Carter family, the canceled wedding, or the paparazzi. That world feels distant, though I know it'll return once we leave this haven. On the 4th day of our countryside adventure, we find ourselves on a rugged trail that leads to a cliffside viewpoint, an unmarked spot recommended by a local who insisted it had the best sunsets in all of Tuscany. I park the car at the end of a gravel path, and we trek upward, breath hitching as the slope steepens. Lila leads the way, wearing comfortable shorts and sneakers, her curls pulled into a high ponytail. She tosses a grin over her shoulder, her skin glowing in the late afternoon sun. "You slow? Or am I just extra energetic?" I feign a scowl, catching up. "Watch yourself. I've got years of training, you know." She laughs, a rich sound that echoes off the hillside. "Those big muscles don't mean you can out-hike me." That playful fire in her eyes tugs at a corner of my mouth. "I'll remember that," I say softly, letting her see a glimmer of the heat she stirs in me. I shouldn't flirt, but I can't quite help it. She flushes, looking away, but I catch the slight smile lingering on her lips. At the top, we're rewarded with a sweeping view of rolling hills painted in shades of emerald and gold. The sky stretches wide above us, brilliant blue melting into the glow of early evening. There's no one else around, just us and the whisper of a gentle breeze. She steps toward the rocky edge, carefully peering down at the patchwork fields far below. Her breath hitches and she glances at me. "It's incredible." I nod, moving to stand beside her. The moment feels suspended in time. "Yeah, it is." She closes her eyes, letting the breeze ruffle her hair. "I wish we could freeze this. No reporters, no family drama, no heartbreak. Just this." My chest clenches at the crack in her voice. Instinct takes over. I place a hand on her shoulder, gentle and reassuring. "You deserve peace, Lila." She turns toward me, eyes glistening, though she's not crying. The sorrow is in her voice, but her gaze is steady. "I'm trying to believe that," she murmurs. "Trying to believe I can start over, or even—" She hesitates, chewing her lip. "Or even trust someone again." "Trust is earned," I say softly, brushing my thumb over her shoulder. "And you can take as long as you need." Our eyes lock, and the slope beneath my feet might as well vanish. There's a moment where the air crackles, where I can almost feel her heartbeat echo in my own chest. I watch her lips part, see the faint tremble in her lower lip. My hand slides up, cupping the back of her neck. It's a gesture so instinctive, I barely realize I've done it until her breath stutters. I lean in, my mouth hovering close enough to feel the warmth of her exhale. She inhales sharply and her eyelids flutter shut, as if anticipating the contact. My mind roars with conflicting desires. Kiss her. Don't kiss her. You've wanted this. You can't cross that line. For a fraction of a heartbeat, we hover in that limbo. The world goes silent except for the rush of blood in my ears. My body ignites, every muscle taut with longing. But a voice in my head hammers one word. No. Guilt collides with the fire in my veins. She's my nephew's ex, someone I'm supposed to protect, not claim. That contradiction slams into my chest like a physical blow. I pull back, releasing her neck, my pulse thundering. Her eyes snap open. Confusion, hurt, maybe relief. It's hard to interpret the flood of emotions that cross her face. She looks away, folding her arms. My heart twists at the flicker of vulnerability that disappears behind her protective shell. I'm sorry, she whispers, stepping backward. No, it's not you. My voice is low, rough with pent-up feeling. You didn't do anything wrong. I struggle for the right words. I can't be reckless with you. She presses her lips together, nodding once, though her expression is guarded. We should probably head back, she says, barely audible. I force myself to breathe, to bury the desire that still pulses in my gut. Yeah, it's getting late. We descend the hill in a silence that feels heavier than any conversation about heartbreak could. The golden sunlight softens into dusk, painting the sky in lavender and orange hues. But all I can think about is the taste I nearly had, and the lines I almost crossed. Back at the car, Lila climbs into the passenger seat without a word. I slide behind the wheel, my hands shaking the slightest bit as I start the engine. The entire drive back to our inn, we speak only in small comments about the sunset or the route. A knot forms in my stomach, regret mingling with a fierce longing I can't fully deny. When we finally reach the inn, the sky has turned a velvety indigo dotted with early stars. She murmurs a terse goodnight, then slips into her room before I can offer any reassurance. I remain in the dimly lit hallway, staring at her closed door, knowing I've likely wrecked the fragile ease we had just hours ago. Anger surges at myself for letting the moment spin out of control. My vow was to protect her from harm. The last thing she needs is more confusion, more entanglement with the Carter family. Yet every time I'm near her, I feel like I'm the one who needs protecting from my own damn heart. I make my way to my separate room, raking a hand through my hair. The bed stands empty, but I know sleep won't come easily. There's a tension in the air that begs for resolution, one we can't seem to find. As I stare at my reflection in the small mirror, I can still feel the whisper of her breath on my lips, the curve of her neck under my hand. I've spent a lifetime building walls to keep feelings out, but Lila Monroe is slipping past them in ways I never anticipated. Guilt and desire clash, each one demanding a victory. For now, I can't see a safe way forward, only the ache of wanting something I shouldn't claim. Outside, the Tuscan night serenades me with cricket calls and a distant hush of wind through cypress trees. I switch off the light, sinking onto the bed, heart pounding with the memory of nearly tasting her. If I'm not careful, I could lose the control I've spent years maintaining. But one thing is certain, Italy has changed both of us, and there's no turning back.
Chapter 7. Lila. A band of late afternoon light slips through the drapes of our small hotel room in Siena, illuminating the tension that's been lingering ever since we returned from that hillside viewpoint. For days now, Lucas and I have been dancing around a moment that nearly happened. He pulled back. I retreated. We've navigated each subsequent interaction with an odd blend of courtesy and silent longing. I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, staring out the window at the terracotta rooftops, trying not to replay the memory of his palm against the back of my neck. His touch has a way of gripping my thoughts long after he steps away. It's infuriating and exhilarating in equal measure. A knock on the door startles me. I stand, smoothing out the skirt of my sundress. When I pull the door open, Lucas is there, dressed in black slacks and a crisp charcoal shirt, sleeves rolled to mid-forearm. He's freshly shaved, and the combination of that and his salt and pepper hair gives him the kind of presence that's impossible to overlook. "Ready?" he asks, voice subdued. My gaze flicks over him, catching subtle details. The faint crease of concern in his brow, the way his stance carries a reserved energy. We haven't talked about that near kiss, and maybe we're both afraid to start. "As I'll ever be," I reply, ignoring the flutter in my stomach. He steps aside so I can exit the room, then offers a polite nod. We head downstairs to the lobby, passing a framed flyer advertising tonight's local masquerade party, a seasonal event that draws visitors from neighboring towns. I found the invitation in the hallway this morning and impulsively suggested we go. Maybe I'm craving a chance to feel free again, even if it's behind a mask. Outside, the world is caught in that gentle twilight before dark, lanterns flickering on the cobblestone streets. We follow a winding lane toward an open plaza I've grown to recognize. Music drifts from somewhere ahead, mingling with the chatter of a growing crowd. At the plaza's center, vendors have set up stalls, selling Venetian-style masks, feathered and jeweled, in a rainbow of colors. A handful of performers in lavish costumes stroll past, offering playful winks. Lucas and I pause at a small stall where a middle-aged woman in a velvet cloak displays masks on wooden stands. She greets us in softly accented English, urging us to try a few. I pick one in deep emerald with the gold filigree. The shape arcs upward, giving a slight cat-eye effect. When I tie the ribbon behind my head, the edges of the mask frame my face snugly, leaving my lips exposed but concealing the rest of my features. For the first time in ages, I feel deliciously anonymous, like I can slip into someone else's reality. Lucas studies a simpler black half mask, but even that subtle accessory adds a certain mystique to his expression. He turns to me, the corners of his mouth curving in mild amusement. "You're enjoying this," he observes. I tilt my head, letting the mask catch the glow of a lamppost. "Is it that obvious?" He hands some euros to the vendor, shrugging into his own mask. "You look..." He trails off, gaze flicking over me. Something in his eyes smolders, but he's too controlled to finish the sentence. Instead, he clears his throat. "Let's see what this party is all about." We drift deeper into the plaza, where a makeshift dance floor has been created, a circle of smooth pavement ringed by spectators, tapping their feet to the lively music. A band plays an upbeat tune on guitars, violins, and hand drums, and masked couples sway or spin in time. Lanterns strung overhead cast a soft flickering glow. The mood feels playful, almost carnival-like, with a hint of old-world elegance. I spot a group of travelers sporting elaborate costumes, their laughter echoing across the square. A few local Italians join in, pulling reluctant bystanders onto the dance floor. The swirl of color and movement draws me in, and my body responds with an urge to dance, to lose myself in the pulse of the music. "Would you..." I begin, glancing at Lucas. He hesitates, but I see a flicker of acceptance in his gaze, something that suggests he's tired of holding back. "All right," he says quietly. Then he offers his hand, palm up. My heart stumbles. We're in a public space, but behind these masks, we're just two strangers, reveling in the city's nighttime magic. I slip my hand into his, letting him lead me into the circle of dancers. A new song starts, lively and rhythmic, with a chord progression that invites laughter and closeness. Tentatively, I rest my free hand on his shoulder. His arm loops around my waist, drawing me closer than I expected. My pulse leaps at the contact, but I keep my posture poised, attempting to match the carefree sway of the other dancers. With each measured step, the tension flares. I catch his scent, a subtle hint of cedar, maybe his cologne, and my stomach flips. We navigate the twirls and dips, trying not to collide with the chaos of the crowd. The music surges, and the circle shifts, pressing the couples tighter. My body aligns with his in a way that leaves no doubt about the heat stirring between us. He meets my eyes, well, what he can see of them behind the mask, and a pulse of electricity sparks in my chest. This dance feels like a conversation without words, our guarded emotions set free in each brush of our thighs, each steadying grip of our hands. I exhale, letting the energy carry me, letting the music drown out every fear. The final notes of the song reach a crescendo. The dancers around us cheer, some spinning out wide for a dramatic finish. Lucas's hand tightens at my waist, and we hold for a beat too long, breath mingling. My heart thuds against my ribs. The next piece of music begins, slower, more sensual, with a rolling guitar melody. We remain in position, uncertain. Then, by some mutual, unspoken understanding, we transition seamlessly into a slower dance, bodies still close. His voice is low when he finally speaks. "You sure about this?" I swallow, aware of how close our mouths are. I'm done living like I have to apologize for wanting something. His hand slides higher on my back, drawing me in. The masked faces around us blur into a colorful haze. I focus on the line of Lucas's jaw, the softness in his eyes. I can barely breathe, but it's not anxiety. It's that soul-deep awareness of him, of us, and the choice we're making. The music drifts, languid and coaxing. When he lowers his head, I feel his breath on my cheek, a gentle warmth that ignites a desperate ache. A jolt of memory hits me, how he almost kissed me on that hillside, how he pulled away. I wait for him to draw back again, to leave me reeling. But this time he holds firm, gaze flicking to my lips. I close my eyes, letting a slow, tremulous breath escape. Without overthinking, I tilt my face upward, bridging the gap. Our mouths meet in a soft press of uncertainty and need, the world dissolving into that single moment. A rush of sensation spikes through my veins, his fingers splaying across my lower back, my heart hammering like it's starved for contact. We linger in the kiss for 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. The music thrums in the background, and our surroundings fade to a blur of color and sound. Everything narrows to the heat of his lips, moving against mine, the faint scratch of his stubble on my skin, the sudden knowledge that this is no longer hypothetical. This is real. The separation comes reluctantly, like we're both grasping at the last strand of control. When I open my eyes, he's still too close, breathing ragged. His pupils are dilated, and there's a flicker of something like astonishment in his gaze. I feel my own shock mirrored in the pounding of my pulse. We stand there, caught in a wave of applause as the song ends. Dancers spin around us, unconcerned that our entire reality just cracked open. My cheeks burn under the mask, and my lips tingle with the imprint of his kiss. He lowers his head slightly, speaking so only I can hear. Lila. The sound of my name spills over me like a confession. 100 arguments against this swirl in my head. He's older. He's family to my ex. We're from 2 different worlds. But none of them hold weight in this instant. Not after what just happened. My fingers tighten on his shoulder. We can't unfeel that, I whisper, heart thudding so hard I'm sure he can hear it. A muscle in his jaw flexes. He doesn't deny it, doesn't retract the moment. Instead, he nods, eyes shadowed by the black half mask. You're right. His voice is raw with a hunger he can't quite conceal. I take in the press of other dancers, the swirl of lights overhead. The tension between us roars with unspoken possibility. I can't bring myself to regret the kiss, even though every rational part of me says this path is complicated. Someone bumps my elbow, prompting me to step away from Lucas. The crowd shifts, another lively tune starting up. I suck in a breath, letting the music fill the space our kiss left behind. Suddenly, the air feels too thick, and my emotions clamor for space. I grab his hand. Let's get out of here, I murmur. Fighting the tremble in my voice, he nods, not protesting, and we navigate through the throng of masked revelers, weaving past swirling dancers and half-drunken laughter. The edges of the plaza open up to a quieter alley, strings of lights diminishing into the distance. My pulse thrums, and my fingers remain entwined with his. We pass vendors, glimpses of colorful masks and vibrant feathers, until we reach a dimly lit courtyard with a single stone fountain in the center. Here, the sounds of the masquerade fade to a distant hum. I exhale shakily, releasing Lucas's hand. That just happened, I say, voice hushed, heart still hammering from adrenaline and lingering desire. He rubs the back of his neck, his gaze flicking between the ground and me. The black mask shields some of his expression, but I sense the turmoil behind it. I don't regret it, he says softly, but I do need to think about what it means. 100 answers swirl in my head, but none feel right. Everything is tangled. I step toward the fountain, resting a hand on the cool stone edge, watching water trickle over carved designs. Night air caresses my skin, calming me slightly. I turn to face him, letting the hush of the courtyard wrap around us. I wasn't planning that kiss, I admit, voice trembling with honesty. But when we were dancing, I couldn't help it. He closes the distance, standing a breath away, My entire body goes tight with anticipation, but he doesn't reach for me. He's maintaining space, though the heat between us is almost unbearable. "I know," he murmurs. "The last few days I've been trying to ignore this, whatever this is, but it's getting impossible." I nod, tears prickling behind my eyes for reasons I can't fully explain. Maybe it's relief that he shares the pull I feel, or the weight of everything that complicates us. "Where do we go from here?" I manage, swallowing the ache in my throat. His silence is thick as he takes in a slow breath, gaze flicking to the side. "We're in Italy," he says, almost as if speaking to himself. "We're away from all the noise of New York. We can figure it out here, without anyone telling us what's right or wrong." A surge of emotion wells inside me. I want that. The words come out before I can question them. I'm tired of letting other people define my choices. He studies me, and even through the mask, I sense the quiet intensity in his expression. "This is risky," he warns, voice dropping to a near whisper. "We might cross lines neither of us can uncross." My pulse kicks into a higher gear. Maybe I'm done living with lines drawn by someone else. The space between us feels charged, every beat of my heart pounding in my ears. Then, with careful deliberation, he lifts a hand to my mask, sliding his fingers under the ribbon. He doesn't remove it, just touches it, as if testing my reaction. I tilt my head, giving silent permission. He pulls the mask off, revealing my face to the soft glow of nearby lanterns. I do the same for him, tugging his black half-mask free, meeting his eyes without barriers. The emotion etched into his features nearly undoes me. He looks torn, yearning, and protective all at once. I reach out, resting a palm against his cheek, my thumb brushing the faint stubble there. He leans into the contact, and something inside me shifts, an unspoken acceptance that we're diving into the unknown. He lowers his head, forehead against mine. Our breaths mingle, the night pressing close. "Tell me you're sure," he murmurs. "Because once we acknowledge this, I can't pretend it's not there." My eyes slide shut. I'm sure I feel something. I'm sure I don't want to run from it. His lips find mine again. Less tentative this time. More insistent. A low sound escapes my throat as I match his intensity, fingers tangling in his hair. The world recedes, leaving only the warmth of his mouth and the pounding of blood in my veins. Each shift of our bodies deepens the kiss, a slow burn that robs me of coherent thought. After what feels like forever and an instant all at once, we pull apart, breathing unevenly. My forehead brushes his shoulder, and I release a shaky laugh that edges on disbelief. "All right," I whisper. "That's definitely crossing lines." He cups the back of my neck, thumb stroking gently. "We'll navigate them," he says, and the tenderness in his voice stirs something fragile inside me. Hope, maybe. We remain there, locked in each other's presence under the starlit sky. A hushed courtyard, bearing witness to the kiss that changes everything. The distant music from the masquerade echoes faintly, but we don't move, as if breaking contact will dissolve this fragile promise. Eventually, a group of laughing revelers stumbles into the courtyard, snapping us out of the moment. We step apart, but my hand lingers in his, and he doesn't let go. The group notices us but moves on, their chatter fading as they rejoin the carnival atmosphere. Lucas exhales, glancing at me. "We should probably head back." I adjust my hair, mind reeling. "Yeah, unless you want to dance some more." He gives a weary, half-smiling shake of his head. "I think I've had enough revelations for one night." A bubble of laughter escapes me, equal parts nerves and elation. We slip our masks into the bag I carry and walk side by side through the winding streets. The tension that once felt suffocating now hums with a different energy. like an unspoken agreement that we share this secret, a flame we're both reluctant and unable to extinguish. Upon reaching the hotel, we linger in the dimly lit lobby, uncertain about parting ways. He touches my wrist lightly. "I'll walk you to your door." Heart pounding, I nod. We climb the worn stairs, passing an old painting of Sienna's countryside. I can't stop replaying the feel of his mouth on mine, the taste of possibility. At my room, I pause, turning to face him. He leans close, voice hushed. "I'm not running away from this anymore." I swallow, pressing a hand to the doorframe for balance. Good, because I can't keep pretending we're just friends. A faint, wry smile touches his lips. We're definitely not that. A wave of heat flushes my cheeks. 1,000 questions race through my mind. What do we do now? How do we handle this in public? What if this is temporary and breaks us both? But I tuck them away, letting the moment be enough. He lifts my hand, pressing a gentle kiss to my knuckles that sends a shiver through me. "Get some rest," he murmurs. "We can talk in the morning." My throat tightens. "Right. Good night, Lucas." "Good night, Lila." The door clicks shut, and I stand in the darkness, breath unsteady. My lips still tingle from the kiss, and my heart feels like it's twisting in every direction. Sliding down onto the bed, I stare at the ceiling, recalling the music, the masks, the charged dance, and that moment our mouths finally met. There's no going back now. We've stepped across an invisible threshold, and part of me quakes at the possibilities. But another part, the one that's rediscovered how to feel alive, clings to this spark with a fierce determination. Tomorrow will bring all the messy questions, but tonight, I let the memory of his kiss lull me into a restless, hopeful sleep. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Lucas. We've been in Italy for over 3 weeks now, drifting from one sunlit region to another, neither of us admitting we're running away from reality. After the masquerade party in Siena, everything between Lila and me shifted irrevocably. We kissed, finally, truly, and acknowledged that the line we drew for ourselves was little more than a fragile fence easily crossed. Since then, we've danced around the edges of our attraction, the tension quietly building every time we lock eyes for too long. It's evening now, and we've just arrived at a family-run coastal villa in the Amalfi region, perched on a cliff overlooking azure waters. Golden sunset light spills through large windows, illuminating the living area where I stand, shrugging off the light jacket I wore during the drive. The villa's owner lent it to us at a discount for a few days, apparently charmed by Lila's bright smile and halting Italian. Since we stepped foot inside, she's been in the bedroom, freshening up and presumably taking a moment to soak in the view from the balcony. I let out a slow breath, running a hand over my short hair. This place is breathtaking, sweeping vistas of the sea, painted in shades of orange and pink as the sun dips low. Palm fronds rustle in the breeze outside. The air feels heavier here, charged. Or maybe that's just my own anticipation. The distance we've been keeping, those lines, feels thinner than ever tonight. My phone buzzes on the small side table, pulling me momentarily from my thoughts. A quick glance shows an incoming text from a name I don't want to see right now. James Carter. I frown, ignoring it for the moment, unwilling to let the Carters disrupt the fragile peace Lila and I have carved out. I switch my phone to silent and tuck it into my pocket. Soft footsteps approach from behind, and I turn just in time to see Lila stepping into the living area. She's changed into a loose, off-the-shoulder sundress in a deep lavender hue that contrasts beautifully with her rich brown skin. Her hair is down, curls framing her face. The balcony's glow catches in her eyes, making them shine. "You looked like you were 1,000 miles away," she says, voice low. There's a curious note there, like she's reading the tension in my stance. "Just thinking too hard," I admit, letting my shoulders ease. A small smile curves her lips. "Try living in the moment for once." She glances at the sliding glass doors that lead onto the balcony. The dying sunlight gilds the edges of her figure, making me acutely aware of every stolen glance we've shared these past weeks. I step closer, close enough to catch the faint scent of coconut in her hair. My heart gives a heavy thud. "Good advice," I murmur, taking her in. The desire to touch her, to close the gap, has been a near-constant ache ever since our kiss in Siena. She slides her hands into the pockets of her dress, shifting her weight. "Hungry?" she asks. "We could find dinner in town, or maybe just open that bottle of local wine the owner left us." I'm aware of how the air crackles with our unspoken desire. "Let's do the wine," I say, voice tight, "and maybe decide on dinner after." She nods and moves toward the small kitchenette. The hem of her sundress sways around her calves in a gentle, mesmerizing motion. With 2 wine glasses in hand, she beckons me onto the balcony. Warm air envelops us, carrying the scent of sea salt and bougainvillea. The sun nears the horizon, casting a spectacular gradient of pink and gold across the sky. We settle into a pair of wicker chairs angled to face the ocean, a small wooden table between us. Lila pours the wine, and I watch the deep red liquid glisten in the glass. She hands one to me, her fingertips brushing mine. The simplest contact seems to spark a jolt up my arm. We both linger in that moment, neither pulling away. She clears her throat and takes a sip, gaze fixed on the sun. "We've been traveling for weeks, huh?" There's a wistful edge to her voice. "Feels like time just..." She exhales, letting the thought trail off. "Slips," I finish softly. "Yeah, it does." A comfortable hush settles, broken only by the gentle roar of waves against the rocks below. We watch the sun inch lower, the sky shifting to shades of lavender and peach. Every moment that passes, I feel the tension coil tighter in my chest. This woman has become more than a companion, more than a diversion from the ghosts we left behind. She's an anchor in the middle of a turbulent sea, and I want her in ways I can't neatly justify. She sets her glass down, then turns so that she's fully facing me. "Lucas," she begins, voice quiet, "we've been tiptoeing around a lot of truths. Maybe it's time we stop." My heart stutters. I tilt my head, forcing calm into my tone. "What truths do you want to talk about?" She toys with the edge of her glass, eyes flicking to mine. "It's not just about us hooking up," she says plainly. "I think I need to know why you're here. Not just in Italy, but with me. There's a million reasons you could have walked away." I swallow, the reality of the question hitting me square in the chest. Why am I here? Because a part of me recognized from day one that she deserved more than the Carter family's manipulations. Because every time she laughed, something in me wanted to keep hearing it, keep protecting it. Because I can't bear the thought of her alone, facing the aftermath of what Mason did. My voice comes out steadier than I feel, because you've been through enough betrayal, and I couldn't stand by and watch you handle it alone. She nods, letting that sink in. The last rays of sunlight hit her face, illuminating the question in her expression. So is it just guilt? Not guilt, I say, low and certain. Respect, care, possibly more than that. My gaze stays locked on hers, letting her see the truth I've been trying so hard to keep under wraps. Then, a wave of guilt and the need for honesty surge simultaneously. There's something I haven't told you. Concern flickers in her eyes, but she remains quiet, waiting. I set down my wine, inhaling the briny air for courage. Before the wedding, months ago, Mason called me, bragging about how his engagement was going to elevate his standing with the Carter name. He said it was all perfect. And I told him not to marry you. Her brow furrows. You told him not to marry me? Heat flushes the back of my neck. He and I aren't close, but he asked my opinion, wanting to act like we were on the same side. I warned him you deserved more than a marriage built on image. Told him not to tie you to our family's drama. My pulse quickens at her stunned expression. I never expected him to leave you at the 11th hour. If anything, I hoped he'd treat you better if he knew I was watching. But he took the coward's route. She exhales a harsh breath, eyes searching my face for signs of manipulation. So you basically told your nephew he couldn't handle me. A wry smile tugs at my mouth. I might have phrased it differently, but yes, I guess I did. She sets her glass aside, crossing her arms. Her silence draws out heavy with realizations that I can't fully predict. The waves crash louder in my ears, or maybe that's my racing heart. Then she leans forward, gaze intense. Why didn't you say anything sooner? I was afraid it'd make me look like I had an agenda, I say quietly, or that it'd deepen the wedge between you and the Carters. But I need you to know. From the moment I met you, I couldn't stand the idea of you stuck in that family. I saw how they used you to polish their brand, an accessory instead of a partner. It tore at me. Her lips part in surprise, and for a moment, she's silent. Then she lets out a shaky breath. I spent so long feeling like I had to be perfect, or they wouldn't accept me. Hearing you say that, she swallows. Thank you for telling me now. I can almost feel the tension in her shoulders release, replaced by a deeper current of understanding between us. I should have said it earlier, I murmur, but I'm saying it now because I need you to know. This isn't a rebound. I saw your worth before Mason ever walked away. She slips from her chair and stands, the final glimmer of sunlight hallowing her figure. Lucas, she says, voice steady. Come inside with me. My heart jolts. The invitation in her eyes is undeniable. I rise, following her into the living area. The glass doors slide shut behind us, sealing out the ocean breeze, but not the heat that pulses between our bodies. She glances around the open space, breath quickening. I can feel the push and pull. We're on the brink of crossing a line that will change everything. Again. Are you sure? I ask softly, stepping closer. I don't want to add more complications to your life. She lifts her chin. My life is complicated. You're one of the few things that makes it feel less so. There's a fire in her eyes, and it's been 3 weeks of us dancing around each other, proving we're not walking away. I'm done pretending to hold back. Those words loosen something inside my chest, a coil that's been wound tight since I first realized how badly I wanted her. I reach out, resting my hand on her hip, and the warmth of her body sinks through the fabric of her sundress. She draws a quick breath and a faint tremor runs through her. Her lips are parted and I trace the outline of her jaw with the tip of my finger. She closes her eyes briefly, leaning into the touch. My head dips toward her, and she arches up just enough that our mouths meet in a cautious brush of a kiss. The caution barely lasts a moment. In a rush, the longing of all these weeks bursts free, and I deepen the kiss, one hand sliding to cup the back of her neck.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, This scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We stay locked together, panting, trembling, holding each other like the world's ended and been reborn all at once. When I finally ease out of her, she whimpers softly, and I gather her close, pulling the sheet over us. She curls into me, boneless and flushed, cheek pressed to my chest. "I've never felt like that before," she murmurs. "It wasn't just sex. It was everything." I kiss her temple, heart still racing. "That's because it is everything." Outside, the ocean murmurs against the rocks, moonlight spilling into the room like blessing. And in her arms, tangled in sweat and truth, I know one thing for sure. There's no turning back. We stay like that for a while, letting the sounds of the ocean breeze fill the quiet. Eventually, she props herself on an elbow, studying my face with a curious, tender smile. "Lucas," she says, voice still shaky from the intensity we shared. "Thank you." I brush a curl off her forehead. "For what?" "For seeing me as a person, not just a liability or some trophy." Her eyes gleam, reflecting vulnerability and a trace of relief. And for being patient when I needed time to figure out what the hell I was doing. I let my palm settle against her cheek, thumb tracing a gentle path. "I'd wait 100 times over," I whisper, meaning every word. "I won't claim I have everything figured out, but I know that tonight. I want you to know you're free to be exactly who you are." Her breath catches, and she leans down, pressing a soft kiss to the corner of my mouth. I feel more free than I ever did trying to please the Carters. A flicker of guilt stirs in me, but I keep it at bay. We've crossed this threshold together, and I'm determined to stand by her, no matter what's waiting back home. Drawing her closer, I bury my face in the curve of her neck, inhaling her scent. She laughs softly, the sound musical in the still air. Eventually, the hush of the waves lulls us toward a comfortable haze. The last remnants of dusk give way to a starry night, and the gentle crash against the rocks outside becomes our soundtrack. I pull the sheet over us, mindful of the breeze, and feel Lila's body relax against mine. She fits so neatly against my side, as if this is where she was meant to be all along. The reality of tomorrow, of facing the Carter family or explaining ourselves to the world, seems distant. We have tonight. And in this sliver of time, we're two people who chose each other, forging a bond out of mutual respect and a simmering desire that finally found release. I trail my fingers through her hair, my thoughts settling on one truth. There's no turning back now. Whatever comes next, questions, complications, the moral weight of a relationship that started under such unusual circumstances, I won't let her face it alone. And for the first time in years, I feel something akin to hope, fragile but growing, kindled by the steady warmth of the woman lying in my arms.
Chapter 9. Lila. A delicate stream of morning light slips through the thin curtains and settles on my bare shoulder, stirring me from sleep. I shift against soft sheets, blinking away remnants of dream. My pulse quickens when I register the warmth of Lucas's body beside me. He's sprawled on his back, one arm bent above his head. The lines of his face look gentler in the early glow, and for a moment, my chest tightens at how natural this feels, waking in his arms. The memory of last night washes over me in a vivid rush. The taste of his kiss, The quiet hush of the villa, the low murmur of the sea outside our window. Desire simmered for so many weeks, and we finally let it ignite. My cheeks heat at the thought. Body pleasantly sore, mind still spinning with the intensity of it all. I ease away carefully, not wanting to wake him yet. There's a part of me that yearns to stay pressed to his side. But another voice urges space. I slip out of bed, gather the plush robe from a nearby chair, and head to the balcony doors. The morning air outside is cool against my face, and I inhale the brine-scented breeze coming off the Amalfi Coast. The villa's perched high, offering a breathtaking view of the sea below, blue so clear it's almost otherworldly. I stand there, arms wrapped around myself, wrestling with the conflicting emotions swirling in my chest. Last night was extraordinary, deeper than anything I've experienced. But in the pale morning light, reality tugs at me. An ache settles in my gut. He's older, my ex-fiance's uncle, for God's sake. The fact that it felt so right terrifies me. I never felt that alive with Mason. Mason was safe, predictable, proud of our curated public image. Lucas, on the other hand, is an enigma. Quiet, intense, and painfully honest in ways that make me question every plan I once had. A faint sound rustles behind me. I turn to see Lucas at the doorway, leaning against the frame. He's shirtless, hair tousled, wearing a pair of dark lounge pants that sit low on his hips. His gaze roams over me, and for an instant, heat flares in my belly again, but a shadow crosses his expression, something guarded, as though he's remembered all the reasons we shouldn't be here like this. "Morning," I say softly, forcing a small smile. He nods, stepping onto the balcony. The sunlight casts highlights across the faint silver in his hair. "Morning," he echoes, voice still husky from sleep. His eyes flick to the horizon, then back to me. "How are you feeling?" I hug the robe tighter. Confused, I admit, hearing the rawness in my own voice. Amazing, but also unsteady. He exhales slowly, gaze drifting out to sea. "Yeah." A heavy pause settles, filled with the memories of last night. Part of me wants him to gather me into his arms, murmur that it's all okay, that we can figure out the future. But he stays a step away, arms folded, shoulders taut. My heart clenches. Is he regretting it? I clear my throat. About last night, I'm not sorry. His gaze swings to meet mine, and for a second I see relief flicker in his eyes. "I'm not either," he murmurs, "not even for a second." Warmth courses through me, but doubt quickly follows. "Then why do I feel like you're about to bolt?" He winces, lowering his arms. "I'm not running, but everything's..." He trails off, searching for words. "The age difference. My nephew. You and I walking around Italy like we exist in a bubble. It can't last forever." My stomach twists. I step closer, wanting to bridge the distance. "I know, but can we at least talk about what happens next without shutting down?" He rubs a hand over his face, jaw tight. I'm not shutting down, but I hear the defensiveness in his voice, and it stings more than I'd like to admit. "Lucas," I say quietly, "I don't do casual, not anymore. If that's what this is, tell me now." He glances at me, conflict etched across his face. "It's not casual," he says, voice barely above a whisper. I can't promise anything yet. We haven't even faced the reality waiting back home." Disappointment pools in my chest, and I cross my arms, staring at the floor. "So what? We pretend last night was a momentary lapse, then go back to a holding pattern?" He frowns, as though my words sting. "That's not fair. I'm trying to figure it out too." I fight the urge to snap back, my emotions too raw for a measured response. Instead, I nod tersely. "Fine, let's figure it out." The words feel hollow, I brush past him, stepping back into the villa's living area, determined not to cry. The tang of salt lingers in the air, mixing with the soft hush of waves through open windows. A pang of regret hits me as soon as I'm alone. He's just as lost as I am, but that doesn't erase the ache in my throat. My rational mind points out that everything we've done is complicated. My heart wants more than hedged words. Before I can linger in my feelings, my phone buzzes on the table. I pick it up, scanning the screen. Multiple missed calls from Tammy, plus a text from an unknown number. A swirl of anxiety tightens in my stomach. Unknown number could mean a reporter, or maybe someone from the Carter Circle. Checking it might shatter this fragile oasis. But ignoring it won't make the real world disappear. Cautiously, I open the text. Unknown, Lila, it's your mother. We need to talk. Things are happening back home. Call me soon. My breath catches. My mother and I aren't estranged, but we're not exactly close either. She's always believed in good form and respectability. I can only imagine what she's heard about me running off to Italy after a canceled wedding. The weight of it presses on me, and I sink onto a chair. Things are happening. That can't be good. I sense Lucas enter the living room, but I keep my eyes on the phone. Everything all right? He asks quietly. I consider brushing him off, but the heaviness in my chest begs for release. My mom, I say, pressing my lips together. I guess there's drama swirling at home. He looks troubled, crossing to stand near me. Carter drama? Probably, I mutter, swiping through the rest of my messages. Tammy's frantic texts confirm that rumors are flying, that Mason might be spinning some story about protecting me from a scandal. I close my eyes, annoyance and hurt piling up. Of course he'd do that. Classic spin. Lucas rests a hand on my shoulder, the warmth of his skin making my frustration less jagged. If you want to talk about it. His voice is gentle, and it reminds me of how safe I felt last night, held in his arms. But the worry that he's pulling away lingers. Slowly, I turn to face him. I might need a minute to think, I murmur. I'll call Tammy, figure out what's really going on. He nods, expression guarded. Take your time. I'll give you some space. I hate how formal we sound, like we're tiptoeing around each other, but I don't stop him when he heads back to the bedroom to get dressed. My phone weighs heavy in my hand. You wanted him, and now you have him? Why does it feel like the ground is crumbling? Pushing that thought aside, I call Tammy. She picks up immediately, voice breathless. Lila, oh my God, are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? I ask, forcing a steady tone. I've been in Italy, Tammy. Pretty sure you knew that. Yeah, well, you disappeared from social media. Then Mason's family started dropping hints about how he left you for your own good. Some nonsense about a blackmail scandal, like he was shielding you from legal blowback or something. She sounds so outraged I can almost see her pacing. I grit my teeth. He's lying. I don't want anything to do with him or his father's circle. I need a break from that entire family. She sighs audibly. I figured, but the tabloids are sniffing around. They heard you're traveling, and a rumor popped up that you've been seen with a mystery man. They want to tie every move you make into a scandal. My chest tightens. My gaze drifts to the bedroom door, where Lucas presumably stands behind it, maybe buttoning his shirt or lacing up boots. Mystery man, indeed. Tammy, I can't handle the press right now. I know, she says gently, but I thought you should be aware. Your mom's freaking out. She mentioned she left you some messages. Must have been from her new number. She thinks you're, quote, destroying your future by consorting with the Carter family's black sheep. Anger flares, mixing with hurt. He's not some black sheep, I snap. I trail off, pulse hammering. I don't even know how to define Lucas. My lover, my protector, my stop overthinking Lila. Tammy picks up on my hesitation. He's someone important to you, isn't he? I swallow. Yes, I whisper. Maybe more than I expected. A supportive hum comes over the line. Then screw the rumors. Do what makes you happy. You deserve that, especially after what Mason pulled. Thanks, I say softly. I needed to hear that. I might come home soon, though, if it gets out of hand. I can't hide forever. She hesitates. If you do, be prepared. People will want answers. I know. My throat tightens at the idea of returning to that toxic swirl of gossip. Still, my mother's messages and Mason's manipulations won't vanish just because I stayed away. Thanks for the heads up, Tammy. I'll call you later. We hang up, and I sit there a moment, absorbing the sting of reality. I glance toward the bedroom, heart pounding. Lucas and I were safe in our romantic bubble, but that's not real life, is it? He emerges a few minutes later, wearing casual dark jeans and a light shirt, hair slicked back from a quick shower. Tension is etched in the lines near his eyes. I stand, crossing to him with measured steps. We need to talk, I say, voice gentle but firm. He nods, jaw flexing. Yeah. We move to the kitchen table. Outside, gulls cry over the turquoise water, a stark contrast to the heaviness inside me. I rest my hands on the wooden surface. Tammy says the tabloids are circling. Mason spinning stories about protecting me from scandal. Lucas's brow furrows. I'm not surprised. There's a flicker of anger in his eyes, though it's subdued by resignation. What about you? Are you okay? I shrug, trying to mask the hurt swirling inside. I'll manage, but this bubble can't last. Sooner or later, we have to decide how we handle it, and I can't do that alone. He winces, dropping his gaze. You're right. I just don't have all the answers yet, Lila. Frustration bubbles up. Do you at least know what you want? Because I want something real, not just a vacation fling. Silence stretches. My heart thrums painfully in my chest. Then he lifts his gaze, eyes filled with conflict. I want you, he admits, voice raw. But the fallout, it could be brutal. We're talking about an age gap, my nephew, the entire Carter name. I know, I whisper. But what if I can't let that overshadow the way you make me feel, the way you've helped me see myself differently? He exhales, reaching across the table to take my hand. His thumb brushes over my knuckles, a fleeting comfort. This is uncharted territory for me too. Every part of me wants to protect you, but I might be the one putting you in harm's way, giving people ammunition. A lump forms in my throat. So your solution is to push me away? His grip tightens fractionally, then he slowly releases my hand. No, he says, voice ragged. Not exactly, but I don't know how to protect you from the storm that's coming. The withdrawal is palpable, as though he's already second-guessing every step we've taken. My chest aches at the distance creeping back between us. Lucas, I say quietly, if you can't give me more than half measures, we're both going to end up hurting. I can't build something on fear. He scrubs a hand over his face, eyes flashing with pain. I never meant to lead you on. That's not what I'm saying. My voice wavers, and I hate how vulnerable I feel. I need to know there's a next step. Not some grand plan, but at least a willingness to stand with me when the world starts asking questions. He nods slowly, jaw clenched. I hear you. I do. Then, under his breath, he mutters, I just need time to figure out how to do that. Anger and understanding war inside me. I swallow back tears, fighting the urge to scream or storm out. I came here to heal from one heartbreak, only to find myself entangled in another. I stand abruptly, grabbing my phone from the table. I'm going to walk down to the shore, I say, voice brittle. I need fresh air. He rises, concern etched on his face. I can come. No, I cut in more sharply than intended. Let me do this alone. Something shifts in his expression, regret mingling with acceptance. He nods, stepping aside to let me pass. My chest is tight as I cross the living area, refusing to look back. The door clicks shut behind me, and I stride down the stone pathway, leading to a winding set of stairs that descends toward the beach. Each step echoes in my ears, drowning out the faint rustle of palm trees. Reaching the shoreline, I slip off my sandals, letting the sand press between my toes. The waves crash gently, foam licking the edges of my feet. Tears threaten, but I blink them away. Why can't I just enjoy what we have? Because I'm not built that way. I need clarity, stability, some shred of commitment that won't evaporate the second we face adversity. A swirl of recollections floods me. Mason's easy smile that never reached his eyes. The weight of expectations from his parents. My own mother's disapproval. In some ways, that relationship was safer, even if it lacked this soul-deep connection. With Lucas, I feel everything so intensely it's dizzying, and I'm terrified he might vanish if the pressure gets too high. I stare at the horizon, breathing in the briny air, feeling my heartbeat slow to a steadier rhythm. I picture Tammy's voice in my head, telling me to choose my own path. I picture Lucas's guarded expression, the tension in his jaw, the quiet anguish that suggests he's torn between me and his old habits of self-imposed distance. I can't solve it all now, but I can't ignore it either. Turning away from the water, I look back up the cliff path to the villa. Even from here, I can see the faint silhouette of Lucas on the balcony, his form rigid as he leans on the railing, staring out to sea. My chest squeezes. Despite the clash of emotions, I realize I still ache for him, want to feel his steady presence, want him to say we'll handle whatever comes. But for now, doubt weighs heavily on my shoulders. With a shaky breath, I decide to linger on the beach a while longer, hoping the crash of waves will ground me in the face of so many uncertainties. Because no matter how desperately I want to believe in us, I can't outrun the fear that this might end in heartbreak I'm not strong enough to handle.
Chapter 10. Lucas. I stand alone on the balcony of our borrowed villa, elbows braced against the sturdy stone railing. The Amalfi sun is high, glinting on the turquoise sea below, but I can't bring myself to enjoy the view. I'm too busy glancing toward the shore, where Lila vanished hours ago. She left with an unsteady smile and a resolute stride, carrying her phone in one hand like a shield. A surge of guilt tightens in my chest. Since we woke up in each other's arms, I've felt my resolve fraying like old rope. The more I think about the world waiting back home, my nephew's spin, the Carter family's relentless image games, the press salivating for a scandal, the more I'm certain that we are a lightning rod. Lila doesn't deserve that. And every time I glance at her, I see someone who's barely escaped one heartbreak, only to risk another because of me. Eventually, a flicker of movement catches my eye near the shoreline. Lila returning, slow and measured. She's barefoot, sandals dangling from her fingertips. The breeze tosses her thick curls around her face, and for a moment I imagine everything is normal, just two lovers enjoying a summer day. But my stomach twists, because what we have is more complex than any fling, yet it's too fragile to withstand the storm coming. I head inside, pacing the length of the living area, listening to the echo of my footsteps on the tile floor. My phone is on the kitchen counter, the screen lit with half a dozen notifications. I steel myself and flip through them. 3 missed calls from James Carter's office. One from Mason's father, no doubt. Another from an unknown tabloid reporter I can guess wants an exclusive. Each notification is a stark reminder that we've run out of time. A soft rustle makes me glance up. Lila enters, setting her sandals against the wall. Her expression remains guarded, but there's a flicker of relief in her eyes when she meets my gaze, as though she's half surprised to see I haven't disappeared. The memory of how she felt in my arms last night flares through me, along with the knowledge that I'm about to take that comfort away. I clear my throat, struggling to find the right tone. "You all right?" I ask. She gives a half shrug, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. As much as I can be. Her voice is subdued. "I needed time. I thought about everything." Her gaze flickers to my phone on the counter. "I'm guessing you got calls too?" "Yeah," I confirm, raking a hand through my hair. "James Carter's office, among others." I hesitate, scowling at the phone. They're probably crafting a narrative, something to spin the truth in a way that suits them. She exhales, stepping closer. I can't hide from them, but I'm not sure how to face it either. My shoulders tense. I open my mouth, but no immediate reassurance comes. Instead, my mind replays the swirl of rumors that'll explode the moment we step off the plane in New York. Nephew's ex-bride shacks up with the uncle. The press will devour it. She'll become more of a public spectacle than she already is, and I can't let that happen. Lila notices my silence. She folds her arms, voice dropping. "You've gone quiet again." Guilt gnaws at me. I force myself to speak. "I'm trying to figure out a way to make this easier for you. Some path that doesn't end with your name splashed across headlines." She looks down, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. "Lucas," she says, a tremor in her words, "I'm not naive. The moment I left with you, I accepted the risk. But it feels like you're the one who can't handle it now." The accusation stings because it's half true. I cross the room, stopping just shy of arm's reach. My voice is low, controlled. "I can handle the Carter family's anger. I can handle the press. But I don't want you to pay the price." Her nostrils flare slightly, and she lifts her head. "I get that. I appreciate it. But you keep deciding for both of us. Do you think I'm a fragile doll that needs to be kept in a box?" A bitter laugh escapes me. "No. You're strong. More than you know. But I've seen how the Carters weaponize information. They'll trample your reputation, spin the story that you betrayed Mason, that you seduced me. Anything to keep their brand clean." She clenches her jaw, eyes flashing with frustration. "So, your solution is to push me away first?" The truth I've been wrestling with all day roils in my gut. "Yes," I say at last, the word coarse on my tongue. "I think it might be best if we separate, at least until the dust settles." Her face falls, heartbreak and anger mingling in her eyes. "That's not your call to make alone," she snaps, stepping closer, voice trembling. "Don't pretend you can vanish without tearing me apart." I swallow hard, the urge to reach out and hold her nearly overwhelming. But I stay still. "I'd rather see you hurt a little now than crushed under the weight of a public scandal you never asked for." She exhales shakily. "This is bigger than you trying to be noble, Lucas. We're not an accident. I don't want to lose what we've built, no matter how fragile." My chest constricts, but I maintain the controlled facade. "I'm not sure we have a choice." The silence that follows pulses with tension. I see tears glimmering in her eyes, but she blinks them away, chin lifted. "I thought you said you wouldn't run," she whispers, voice cracking. "I'm not running. I'm stepping back to protect you. It's different." Her lip curls in a wry half-smile. Feels the same from where I'm standing. She shoves her hands into the pockets of her shorts, face etched with disappointment. "When do we leave?" I blink. "Leave?" She gestures vaguely at the villa. "Italy. This bubble, it's over, right? No point pretending we can stretch it out anymore." I let out a breath, shoulders sagging. "We can catch a flight tomorrow morning from Naples, if that's what you want." She nods, expression numb. "Yeah. Might as well get it done." The finality in her voice guts me. I reach for her hand, desperate to soften this somehow. She hesitates, letting me lace our fingers together, but her posture is rigid. "Lila," I murmur, stepping in close. "I never meant for it to end like this." A bitter laugh catches in her throat. "I thought we were just beginning," she admits, voice trembling. Then she gently pulls her hand from mine, turning away. The loss of her warmth is immediate and brutal. A suffocating heaviness hangs between us. Eventually, she mumbles something about packing and disappears into the bedroom. I stand there, fists clenching at my sides, fighting every instinct that tells me to chase her, hold her, vow we'll face the Carters together. But I remember the day I left the family business. The Carters' ability to twist narratives, ruin reputations. Lila is strong, but she shouldn't have to fight this war. I distract myself by tidying the living area, stacking plates, wiping surfaces. Every clink of dishware echoes in the villa's hush. As the sun creeps lower, painting the walls a mellow gold, I glance toward the bedroom. Lila's rummaging noises drift through the cracked door. A pang of regret nearly splits me in two, but I push it down. This is for the best, right? That evening, the silence between us is excruciating. We share a bland meal of leftover pasta, conversation limited to a few polite murmurs about travel logistics. She avoids my eyes. After dinner, I step outside to the terrace, phone in hand. My inbox is flooded with messages from James Carter's office, Mason's father, and a couple of suspicious phone numbers I suspect belong to tabloids. One text stands out. "James Carter. Lucas, we need to speak. You're stirring trouble for the family. Don't make this harder than it needs to be." My jaw tightens as I read his curt demand. But I can't bring myself to muster the anger I usually feel toward James. The only emotion coursing through me is guilt over how Lila's paying the price. I resist the urge to respond and pocket my phone, leaning on the terrace railing, staring at the moonlit sea. Behind me, the door slides open. Lila steps out, arms wrapped around herself. The distant glow from the villa lights casts shadows across her face, and for a moment, she looks heartbreakingly vulnerable. She draws a breath, speaking softly. "I called Tommy. She says the rumors at home are getting bigger. Something about Mason's father threatening to release a statement painting me as unstable." The news stabs at me, anger coiling in my chest. "I'm sorry," I say, though the apology feels painfully insufficient. She steps closer, her expression torn between longing and anger. "I can handle their lies," she continues, "but I hate the idea of being a secret or a scandal. I just want to live my truth." I turn, meeting her gaze fully. "I understand." She offers a wry, humorless smile. "Do you? Because I don't think you realize how much it kills me that you're shutting down. Don't I get a say in whether we stand together?" My voice falters. "I want to stand with you, Lila, I do. But if we go back to New York as a couple, you'll be in the crosshairs immediately. They'll tear your name apart." Her eyes shine with unshed tears, but she keeps her chin high. "Then let them. I'd rather fight them than lose you like this." A sharp ache radiates through my chest. Her words confirm what I've suspected, that maybe we're more than a fling. Something real, something that matters enough to risk everything. Yet I can't ignore the voice in my head that reminds me of the Carter family's merciless tactics. "You don't deserve to be a headline." She laughs bitterly, a tear sliding down her cheek. "I'm already a headline, the jilted bride. Might as well be the rebellious bride, right?" I swallow hard, instincts battling logic. "You have a life beyond the Carter's tabloids, a future you can build without them, without me screwing it up." She closes her eyes, a shuddering breath escaping her lips. "Is that what you think? That being with you ruins me?" "No," I say, stepping forward, voice low. "But they'll twist it that way, and I can't let them do that to you. I won't." She lifts her gaze, tears brimming. "What if I'm willing to take that chance? Are you going to throw away what we found just because the Carters might react badly? My throat is so tight I can barely speak. I reach out and cup her cheek gently, brushing away a single tear with my thumb. She leans into my touch, the warmth of her skin sending a torrent of longing through me. I want to say yes, to vow that we'll face the world as a united front. But every time I imagine the onslaught waiting back home, my resolve cracks. Her eyes flutter shut, a silent plea in the tilt of her head. I lean in, pressing my forehead to hers. I'm sorry, I whisper. I don't know how to give you the life you deserve without dragging you into my mess. She exhales shakily. Lucas. I think we need distance. I force out, the words burning, at least until we see how the Carters move. If we try to be together now, it'll explode in ways neither of us can control. A sob escapes her, quiet and raw. She grips my shirt as if fighting the choice I'm making. Then, with a trembling breath, she draws back. Fine, she murmurs, voice hollow. We'll see if time apart fixes anything. Watching the heartbreak etched on her face nearly destroys me. I want to offer more empty reassurances, but nothing comes. So we stand there, choked by regret and longing, the moonlight painting our silent tragedy in pale silver. The next morning we drive to Naples International Airport in subdued quiet. She sits in the passenger seat, head turned toward the window, lost in her thoughts. I glance at her occasionally, heart pounding with every mile that shortens our distance to the plane. Her posture is rigid, hands clenched in her lap. When we reach the departure zone, I step out and help unload our bags. We enter the terminal, weaving through crowded lines of travelers. I wonder if the paparazzi might be here, but no one seems to pay attention to us. Or maybe we're just that invisible in this sea of tourists. At the airline counter, the attendant smiles politely, checking our passports. Lila avoids my gaze. My chest aches as we receive our boarding passes, one for her, one for me, seats next to each other, but separated by an emotional chasm. We find a quiet corner near our gate to wait. She sets her carry-on at her feet, eyes fixed on the wide windows overlooking the runway. Planes land and take off in an endless cycle. I sit beside her, the silence throbbing with unspoken words. Eventually, she clears her throat. I guess this is it, she says softly. We go home and go our separate ways. My heart clenches. That's not what I want, but I think it might be necessary. At least until we can figure out how to handle the fallout. She brushes away a tear with the back of her hand, refusing to let it fully fall. Right. Sure. I shift closer, lowering my voice. This isn't goodbye forever, Lila. The words feel like a lie, even as I speak them. Once the dust settles, once we know what the Carters are planning, maybe we can talk. Try again. Her mouth twists in a sad attempt at a smile. Promises are easy to make now. It's whether they hold up when we land in New York and everything goes to hell. I swallow hard, unable to refute her. I won't deny the risk. She hesitates, then laces her fingers through mine, a fierce, fleeting squeeze. For what it's worth, she murmurs, voice thick. I wouldn't trade these weeks for anything, even if it ends in heartbreak. Emotion surges in my chest and I squeeze back. Me neither. They announce our boarding. She retracts her hand, eyes glimmering with tears she tries to hide. We gather our belongings and file into line. My entire body feels numb as we move forward, handing our tickets to the gate agent. With each step, I sense the world we built in Italy collapsing, replaced by the cold reality of home. We settle into our seats, a hush between us as the plane's engines roar to life. I watch her out of the corner of my eye, wishing I could reach for her. Tell her everything will be okay. But I can't lie. Not when I'm the one who insisted on this distance. As the plane ascends, the coastline of Italy shrinks below us, a memory sealed behind clouds. I close my eyes, letting the drone of engines fill my ears. Lila folds her arms and stares straight ahead, lips pressed tight. The seatbelt sign dings off, but neither of us moves. Eventually, she lets out a slow exhale and leans her head back. Her eyes remain open, gaze unfocused. I want to say something, anything to break the thick silence, but my throat locks. So I remain quiet, feeling the weight of what we've lost pressing down like a physical burden. It's for the best, I repeat in my mind, trying to convince myself. But every beat of my heart tells me I've made a choice that might break us both. I can't bring myself to let go of the faint hope that someday we'll find a way to fight back, to reclaim what we had here. For now, though, I sit next to the woman I'm determined to protect, by pushing her away, staring at the empty sky beyond the window, fear and regret tangling in my chest.
Chapter 11. Lila. I grip the handle of my carry-on, trying to steady my nerves as the automatic doors slide open at JFK Airport. The bustling stream of travelers washes around me, people hurrying to arrivals, family members reuniting in tearful embraces, business types shouting into their phones. None of them spare me a second glance, and for a moment, I let myself believe I'm just another anonymous passenger. Then I catch sight of the flashbulbs outside the glass wall, a small knot of paparazzi, cameras at the ready. My heart clamps tight. I fight the urge to scan for Lucas in the crowd behind me. He's there somewhere, gathering his own luggage, but we agree to leave separately, keeping our distance to avoid drawing attention. A hollow ache spreads in my chest at the thought. I can't watch him walk away again, not after everything we shared overseas. But it's the only plan we have, an unspoken one, formed in the silence that sat between us on the flight. It hurts all the more because we didn't even get to say a proper goodbye. I square my shoulders, hoisting my carry-on. The moment I step into the public arrivals area, a camera flashes. A wave of adrenaline jolts through me. I keep my eyes forward, posture rigid. No one calls out my name, but I notice a couple of photographers edging closer, speculation flickering in their eyes as they recognize me from the fiasco of a canceled wedding. That alone is enough to make me want to run. A black car glides to a stop at the curb. I can't see the driver through the tinted windows, but Tammy told me she'd sent someone for me. I hustle forward, ignoring the questions tossed my way. Lila, how does it feel to be back? Any comment on Mason Carter's statement? Is it true you're involved with someone else? The last question slices a little too deep. I clench my jaw, forcing my expression to remain neutral. I can practically feel my pulse in my throat, tension tightening my neck. Calm, steady. If I start running, they'll chase me with double the intensity. I slip into the back seat, exhaling shakily as the door closes behind me. A young driver with braided hair glances over her shoulder, brow knit with concern. You okay, Miss Monroe? I swallow. Yeah, just drive, please. She nods and pulls away from the curb. I glance back in time to see a few photographers scattering, cameras still lifted, snapping shots of my departing car. They didn't get any big story out of me, but I know they'll spin whatever they have into rumors. The relentless knot in my stomach twists tighter. By the time I reach Tammy's apartment, my nerves are frayed. She meets me at the door, enveloping me in a protective hug. Her familiar vanilla-scented shampoo calms me a fraction. Girl, she mutters, pulling back to study my face. You look like you've been through a war zone. Come on in. I drop my bag on the floor and sigh, massaging my temples. Feels like it. The flight, the paparazzi. I'm exhausted. I can't bring myself to mention Lucas. The heartbreak sits in my chest, raw and unspoken. Tammy steers me into the small living room. I tried to warn you about the press, but it's worse than I thought. Mason's statement has them all worked up. She plops onto the couch, patting the seat beside her. I sink next to her, running a hand through my curls. What exactly did he say this time? She grimaces, snatching up her phone from the coffee table. Brace yourself. He held this little press conference, or mini briefing, whatever you call it, and said he had to leave you for your own good because he was protecting you from a scandal in the Carter family. He spun it like he's some self-sacrificing hero. Her tone is thick with disgust. A bitter laugh bubbles out of me. Of course, because Mason's never shy about making himself look good. Did he elaborate on what scandal he's supposedly shielding me from? Tammy shakes her head. Not really. Just vague mentions of questionable dealings and threats that might have targeted you if you stayed in the Carter circle. The press ate it up like it's some romantic tragedy. I clench my fists. Romantic tragedy? My relationship with Mason was hardly that. The only tragedy is how easily he manipulates the narrative. He's lying, I say through gritted teeth. We both know he left because he's a coward and an opportunist. Tammy nods fiercely. Amen. But the gossip columns love him now. They're calling him the gallant groom who let her go. It's nauseating. My chest tightens. And me? What are they saying about me? She hesitates, then shows me her phone screen. A headline from some gossip site leaps out. Bride abandoned or bride on the run. Rumors swirl of Lila Monroe's possible affair with Uncle Shaw. The pit in my stomach deepens. They're speculating you might have been seeing Mason's uncle behind his back, Tammy explains gently. No one's got solid proof, just rumors, but it's out there. My breath hitches. They don't know the half of it. Well, they're wrong about it being during the engagement, I murmur, throat tight. But they'll spin it however they want, and the rest of us suffer. Tammy sets her phone aside, concern etched in her face. How are you really, Lee? You look haunted. I shut my eyes, pressing my lips together. My mind flickers with images of Lucas, his quiet determination. The way he held me that last night in Amalfi, how cold the flight felt when he shut himself off. The confusion and heartbreak still churn. I guess I feel like I'm trapped between two lies. Mason's version, which is nonsense, and the press rumors about me and Lucas. Neither is the truth, but I can't exactly stand up and shout the real story without blowing up everything. Tammy's expression softens. Did something happen between you and him? She says the words delicately, like she doesn't want to pry, but senses the tension in my voice. My throat goes dry, tears threatening. Yes, I whisper. Something I never expected, but it felt. I squeeze my eyes shut. It felt right, Tam. More right than anything with Mason ever did. And now it's gone. She scoots closer, wraps an arm around my shoulder. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. The weight of her sympathy almost breaks me. I bury my face in my hands, holding back a wave of tears. He insisted it was for my own good, that we separate, I say raggedly. He thinks the Carters would tear me apart if we went public. Maybe he's right, but it still hurts. Tammy rubs small circles on my back. It's complicated, she murmurs. But you're allowed to feel heartbreak. You didn't do anything wrong. A knot of frustration lodges under my ribcage. All I did was follow my heart for once, and it's too tangled in scandal. She sighs, releasing me. What do you want to do about Mason's statement? The press is sniffing around your place, hoping for a comment. I huff an empty laugh. I have a place I haven't even been back to yet. Great. Maybe I'll issue a generic statement denying any wrongdoing and see if that calms them. The last thing I need is more speculation. Tammy nods. I can help you draft something, but first, let's get you settled. A few hours later, after a quick nap in Tammy's spare room, I rouse to find her elbow deep in half a dozen scribbled notes, a laptop open on the kitchen table. She beckons me over, pointing to a drafted statement. It's short, polished, and confirms that Mason's claims are untrue while I politely request privacy. My stomach rolls at the idea of feeding the media anything, but silence only gives them more ammo. Together, we finalize the wording. My phone pings with notifications, messages from acquaintances, old colleagues, even distant relatives wanting the inside scoop on my canceled wedding. I fight back a surge of dread, determined to maintain a calm facade. I am not a victim. I am not a scandal. Tammy sends out the statement to a few contacts, then looks at me with concern. This might create a small wave of coverage, but hopefully it'll clarify you didn't need protecting. I nod, swallowing a lump in my throat. Thanks. I manage, gratitude laced with exhaustion. I need to swing by my place soon, see if reporters are camping out. She gestures to her living room. You can lay low here if it's too intense. You know that. I appreciate it. Let me at least check my condo. If it's a mess, I'll come back. The drive to my condo is riddled with anxiety. I half expect a mob of paparazzi, but there are only 2 or 3 milling about near the entrance. They perk up when they see my car, snapping pictures as I park. The doorman, Mr. Garcia, quickly ushers me inside, shooting the photographers a stern glare. Inside the lobby, the air is blessedly cool. Miss Monroe, Mr. Garcia says softly, they've been waiting for you on and off. I've tried to keep them from making a scene. My chest squeezes. Thank you, I reply. I'll head straight up. The elevator ride feels claustrophobic. My mind replays the headlines I've glimpsed. The swirling doubt about who I am now. Mason's ex, Lucas's rumored fling, or just Lila, a woman trying to reclaim her life. My reflection in the elevator's mirrored walls reveals tired eyes, tension bracketing my mouth. Stepping into my condo, I notice an odd hush. Everything is exactly how I left it. Decorations half removed from the canceled wedding. Invitations scattered on the coffee table. A pang hits me, remembering how excited I was months ago. How naive. The air smells stale, and I open a window to let in fresh city air. My phone buzzes with an unknown number. I debate answering, but finally do, heart pounding. Hello? A clipped voice greets me. Lila Monroe? This is Cynthia Harris from City Weekly. We'd like a comment on Mason Carter's statement about protecting you from scandal. My stomach churns. I've already released a statement, I say tersely. Yes, but we wanted a direct quote on whether you were involved with any members of the Carter family other than Mason, she presses, voice smug. Blood roars in my ears. That's a baseless rumor, I snap, forcing calm. I have nothing further to say. I hang up, my pulse thrumming. The phone vibrates again almost instantly. Persistent vultures. I silence it, setting it face down on the kitchen counter. Anxiety churns in my gut, and I realize how badly I want to call Lucas. Part of me hopes he'll check in, ask how I'm holding up, but he's made it clear we're supposed to keep our distance. Each time I think about that, a hollow ache expands in my chest. I sink onto the couch, burying my face in my hands. The emotional whiplash is overwhelming, torn between the sorrow of losing Lucas and the anger at Mason's twisted narrative. I can't help feeling like the city itself is suffocating me, with its bright lights and gossip columns that thrive on my pain. A gentle knock at the door nearly sends me jumping. I approach cautiously, peering through the peephole. My mother stands in the hallway, a stern expression on her polished face. My stomach drops, but I open the door. She steps inside without waiting for an invitation, wearing a tailored suit, her hair meticulously styled. Lila, she says, voice clipped, it's about time we talked. I clench my fists behind my back, forcing a neutral expression. You could have called or texted. She gives a pointed glance around my disheveled apartment. I did call multiple times, but you were gallivanting around Europe with... She presses her lips together, eyes narrowing. I'm worried about you. My chest tightens. I'm fine, Mom. She arches a brow. Really? Because the press is in a frenzy, and Mason Carter is painting himself as a saint. Now these rumors about you and that uncle... She breaks off, disgust shadowing her features. A flash of anger burns through me. Lucas, I say evenly, is none of your concern, and neither is Mason's spin on the story. She huffs, crossing her arms. If you insist on destroying your reputation, that's your choice, but don't drag me into it. I stare at her, disbelief flooding me. You're more concerned about your own image than the fact Mason lied about protecting me? My voice wavers with pent-up hurt. She waves a dismissive hand. Of course, I'm upset about his deception, but I also know how this city operates. Your every move is scrutinized. You think people won't ask questions about your time in Italy with an older man tied to the Carter family. I feel tears pricking my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. What if I don't care what they ask? What if I'm done living by their rules? She shakes her head, exasperation etched in her features. You always were stubborn. Then her gaze shifts, softening slightly. Maybe I just don't want to see you dragged through more misery. You already lost a wedding, a fiancé. This scandal is the last thing you need. A hollow laugh escapes me. What I lost was a sham. I'm done pretending otherwise. Silence stretches, thick and oppressive. She studies me as though searching for a sign I might relent. Then she sighs. Fine. If you're determined to do this on your own, so be it. But don't come crying to me when the press gets worse. I clench my jaw, swallowing the retort that hovers on my tongue. I'll manage. She picks up her purse from the counter, studying me one last time with an unreadable expression. I hope you find what you're looking for, Lila. Truly. The words sound almost genuine, but the tension in her posture lingers as she slips out the door, leaving me alone. The echo of that door shutting resonates through the condo, a reminder that the support I want isn't guaranteed. I collapse onto the couch, rubbing my temples. My mother's backhanded concern only heightens the anxiety simmering inside me. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the room. My phone remains where I left it, silent now. I stare at it, fighting the impulse to call Lucas, despite all logic telling me he's the last person I should talk to if I want to keep this scandal from growing. But I miss him. The admission hits hard, tears stinging my eyes. I press a palm to my chest as though that could ease the ache. A chime shatters the quiet. My pulse spikes, hope flaring that it might be him. I dart over, checking the screen. It's Tammy. Disappointment tastes bitter on my tongue, but I answer anyway. Everything okay? She asks. I wrap an arm around myself. My mom just left, I say, voice trembling. She basically told me not to come running when it all blows up in my face. Tammy's sigh crackles through the line. I'm sorry, Lee. You know how your mom can be. Yeah, I try to slow my breathing. Thanks for checking in. I'm trying to figure out my next step. She's quiet for a beat. I know you're hurting, but maybe you should do a short interview or a controlled statement. Something that clarifies you weren't sleeping with Lucas before the wedding. Put the rumor to rest. My throat constricts. Wouldn't that just pour fuel on the fire? Draw more attention to him too? Maybe, Tammy concedes. But the narrative's forming whether you address it or not. Her words twist like a knife. I look around my half-disassembled living room, memories of wedding planning scattered in boxes. I'll think about it, I whisper. I just can't yet. All right, she says gently. Just know I've got your back. We hang up. I slide my phone into my pocket and stand there, absorbing the hush of my condo. The city lights begin to glow outside the window, bright and unapologetic. In my reflection, I see a woman with squared shoulders, messy curls, and a bruise of heartbreak shadowing her eyes. I'm stronger than this, I remind myself, but I can't help feeling like half of me is still thousands of miles away, missing a man who let me go out of misguided protection. I take a shaky breath, crossing to the window. Mason's PR spin has turned him into a martyr, while I'm the rumored villain with a forbidden affair. I recall the fleeting happiness I had in Italy, my first taste of real freedom and connection. Now I'm back in the city that taught me how to pretend everything's fine, even when it's not. The night stretches, and I know tomorrow brings more rumors, more questions, my mother's disapproval, Lucas's silence. This is my life now. The only truth that steadies me is that I won't be the puppet of anyone's narrative. If I rebuild, I'll do it on my terms, even if it means facing heartbreak and gossip columns head on. I close my eyes, the memory of Lucas's touch lingering like a ghost in the room. I'm not sure how to move forward without him, but I have to try, because no one else will give me the dignity I deserve. I have to claim it myself, even if it means denying what I yearn for the most. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Lucas. I press my phone against my ear, watching the Manhattan skyline stretch beyond the windows of my rented office suite. The bustle of the city is a low hum behind soundproof glass, an odd contrast to the thundering of my pulse as I listen to a contact rattle off details that turn my gut cold. "Yes," I murmur. "Keep digging." My voice comes out rough. "And don't mention my name." The man on the other end, an old military acquaintance turned private investigator, gives a curt acknowledgement. When the call ends, my grip on the phone tightens. Embezzlement. The word echoes in my mind, laced with a sharp jolt of rage. It's not surprising to discover Mason dabbling in illicit activity. He's always been too reckless with money and power. But hearing the specifics, the pattern of funds siphoned from Carter Harper's accounts, the hush-hush-hush money paid to keep it quiet, that's another story entirely. I sag into the leather chair, exhaling a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Initially, I only wanted to confirm my suspicions that Mason's entire heroic "I left her for her own good" line was a smokescreen for some personal scandal. But now it seems worse. He's not just trying to salvage his reputation. He's stealing and spinning. And Lila's stuck in the crossfire. The thought of Lila still twists something deep in my chest. Memories of our days in Italy keep intruding when I least expect them, her laughter echoing off ancient cobblestone, the midnight hush as we lay tangled in white sheets. Now she's back in New York, facing Mason's media spin, dealing with paparazzi, snapping her every move. I promised I'd stay away for her sake, and it's killing me. I rub my temples, forcing myself to refocus. One more phone call to make. I dial a second contact, another hush-hush resource I used back in my military days. My voice is tight, laying out the puzzle pieces. Suspicious money trails in Mason's personal accounts, hush funds, and a potential link to Tamara Barnes. Tamara, or Tommy as everyone calls her, Lila's best friend, the same woman who was supposed to stand by her at the altar. My investigator hinted at Tamara's involvement in an affair with Mason, possibly more than an affair, possibly complicit in the financial scheme if the coded transfers I see are any indication. The moral weight of it all crashes into me. If I blow this open, the Carter family name will collapse. Lila will be dragged through an even bigger media storm. And ironically, so will Tommy, the same friend who's been at Lila's side. I don't know the full details of Tommy's part in this, but the evidence suggests complicity at best. Betrayal at worst. I end the call with a promise to keep the new intel under wraps. My head throbs, the overhead fluorescence too bright in this sterile room. The city's neon glow creeps in from the edges of the curtains, but nothing outside these windows can dull the tension in my gut. The building we're in is just a corporate rental that I occasionally use, a holdover from the years I tried to manage Carter family nonsense from the shadows. Some habits never die. I stand and pace, pressing a palm against the glass. 5 floors below, traffic creeps by in endless rows of headlights. My reflection stares back at me. A man who swore to protect Lila from this exact brand of chaos, now knee-deep in evidence that could blow her life apart again. Isn't that exactly why I left? To keep her out of the line of fire? The phone buzzes in my pocket. For a fleeting second, my heart leaps foolishly, hoping it might be Lila. But the ID reads James Carter. My jaw sets. I can guess what this is about, either a threat or an attempt to rope me back in. Reluctantly, I answer. "Lucas," James begins, sounding as smooth as ever. "I've been trying to reach you. We have a situation with Mason's accounts. Some anomalies." "Anomalies," I echo, a bitter edge creeping into my voice. "Yes, I'm aware." He sighs. "If you know, then you also know this is delicate. We need to handle it internally. The press is already swirling with rumors about Lila and some nonsense about you." A pregnant pause follows, heavy with unspoken accusations. I grit my teeth. "No comment." His tone chills. "Don't play coy. This is bigger than you. For the Carter name's sake, keep your nose out of it." Red-hot anger flares. "That's exactly what I've been doing, James. Staying out. but your precious son can't stop making a mess. Don't lecture me about family reputation when he's the one stealing." A low snarl carries across the line. "If there's theft, we'll manage. But if certain details become public, Lila will suffer more than anyone else. Is that what you want?" My grip on the phone tightens. "Don't you dare use her as leverage," I snap. The idea of Lila taking the brunt of Mason's crimes makes my blood boil. "Just keep your house in order, or I will step in." He tries to retort, but I hang up, slamming the phone down on the desk. Fury and frustration swirl in equal measure. James can spin all he likes, but I'm not about to watch Lila's name get dragged around again. Yet a sliver of doubt remains. If I push this too far, if I leak what I know, the scandal might bury her. The press loves a good story. The ex-fiancé entangled with both men from the same family? They'll go wild. She's already in the tabloids for some rumored affair. An affair that's not even a rumor, not exactly. But they're painting a picture that's all wrong. And I can't correct it without admitting everything and unleashing a storm of speculation. Shaking with residual anger, I grab my jacket. I need air. The sanitized hush of this office feels claustrophobic. I step into the hallway and make for the elevator, ignoring the curious gaze of a receptionist who mumbles a polite greeting. Once on the street, the press of pedestrians, blaring horns, and neon lights create a sensory overload. It's oddly comforting, this chaos I can see, unlike the hidden chaos swirling around my family's crimes. I walk for blocks, crossing busy intersections on autopilot. My mind replays Lila's face the last time I saw her, exhaustion and sorrow etched into every line. I want to see her. The impulse is immediate, fierce. But the memory of her heartbreak keeps me pinned in place. I told her we needed distance, and she's likely dealing with enough rumors without me showing up at her door. The crowds thin as I enter a quieter neighborhood. In the glare of a corner bodega's sign, I pause, wrestling with a sudden urge to call her, hear her voice, reassure her that none of this is her fault. But that wouldn't be fair. I'm the one who left. She might hate me for it, or worse, still need me, and I'd only drag her deeper into Carter drama. I settle for a compromise. I'll text Tammy, see if Lila's coping. But as soon as I fish out my phone, dread coils in my stomach. The same Tommy who might be complicit in Mason's infidelity and possibly his shady finances. Is she truly guilty? Could Tommy's involvement be a misread? My investigator's data was compelling, though. Some financial entanglement, plus suspicious travel receipts linking her to Mason. That might be how they launched the affair. Grimacing, I stuff my phone back in my pocket. I need to confirm the truth before I do anything. If Tammy betrayed Lila, that knowledge would break Lila's heart all over again. Or maybe Tommy is a victim, coerced by Mason. The possibilities spin my head. I can't risk pointing Lila's anger at her only friend unless I'm certain. With a frustrated sigh, I duck into a quiet cafe. The barista barely glances up as I order a black coffee. Sliding into a corner booth, I stare at the steam rising from the paper cup, trying to piece together the puzzle of Mason, Tammy, and this entire fiasco. One question keeps rearing up. If I do nothing, am I complicit in letting Mason continue his spree? But if I expose him, Lila might face an even bigger media firestorm. The moral dilemma weighs me down. I recall the way Lila used to talk about Tommy, her voice brimming with trust, gratitude for how Tommy stood by her side. If Tommy has been working with Mason behind Lila's back, that betrayal is deeper than any rumor. It's a direct attack on Lila's sense of self. I can't let that slide. But how to reveal it without scattering shrapnel everywhere? I sip my coffee, scalding my tongue on the bitterness. My phone buzzes again. Unknown number. My heart lurches, half hoping it's Lila. Instead, a monotone voice spills out the moment I answer. "Mr. Shaw, I have the additional files you requested." It's my investigator, speaking in clipped, no-nonsense tones. "Are you available for a quick drop-off?" I glance around the cafe. "Sure. Text me your location. I'm mobile." We arrange a meet at a parking garage 5 minutes away. I leave the half-finished coffee on the table, adrenaline banishing the taste from my mouth. The walk is brisk, the autumn wind snapping at my jacket. My thoughts ping-pong between anger at Mason, concern for Lila, and a strange, hollow ache that I can't place. I should be with her, comforting her. Instead, I'm digging up more secrets. In the parking garage's dim, fluorescent light, my contact, a lanky man with a short buzz cut, hands me a manila folder. "This is it," he says quietly. "Bank records plus some personal emails. It's definitely Tommy's account linked to Mason's. Looks like hush money or compensation, unclear which. But it's been going on longer than we thought." My stomach roils. "Thanks," I mutter. "Keep this between us." He nods, slipping away into the shadows before I can ask more. I press my back against a concrete pillar, flipping through the folder. Sure enough, there's a string of deposits labeled innocuously, some referencing event planning or consulting. But the amounts are suspicious, too large for Tommy's supposed part-time job. There's also a snapshot of an email exchange that's purely transactional. We can't let Lila find out. My hand clenches around the folder. God damn me. Why? I realize my fists are shaking. The bright overhead lamp flickers as I scan the last page, a date that overlaps with Lila's engagement party. Mason and Tammy were evidently involved during that time. A surge of protectiveness for Lila floods me, mingled with sorrow that she's about to learn her best friend was never on her side, or if she was, she eventually caved to Mason's manipulation. I tuck the folder under my arm, heading back into the street. Exposing Mason means revealing Tammy's treachery. Doing so might devastate Lila. She's lost so much already. Her dream wedding, the trust she had in Mason, the hope that she could slip away from Carter drama unscathed. If I blow this wide open, she'll face a media-feeding frenzy about her ex and her best friend. The heartbreak might be unbearable. Ignoring it perpetuates the lie. Tammy is by Lila's side, acting as a confidant while siphoning hush money from Mason. That can't stand. I trudge forward, weaving through pedestrians with the folder pressed to my chest, mind spinning on how best to proceed. Under the neon glare of a 24-hour drugstore, I pause, phone in hand. Should I call Lila? Tell her everything? My finger hovers over her contact, memory swirling. The time we spent in Italy taught me how fiercely she invests in those she loves. This betrayal will shatter her. And what if she hates me for uncovering it? But she deserves the truth, no matter the cost. Right? A wave of longing for her voice overtakes me. I miss the warmth in her eyes, the quirk of her lips when she teased me, the simple comfort of her presence. But I recall our last moments on that plane, the tension saturating the air as we parted ways. I told her we needed distance so she wouldn't face more turmoil. And here I am, about to drop the biggest bombshell of all on her head. The notion of hurting her again is unbearable, yet withholding this is its own form of betrayal. My phone remains silent. She hasn't called, which is the arrangement we implicitly agreed upon. No contact unless absolutely necessary. This is absolutely necessary, though. My hand trembles around the device. Do I break that fragile piece just to deliver heartbreak? Sucking in a sharp breath, I slip the phone back into my pocket. I'm not ready to tell her, not until I'm sure of my strategy how to expose Mason's wrongdoing without sacrificing Lila to the tabloids. She's strong, but she doesn't deserve to be hammered from all sides with no warning. In a daze, I find myself returning to my condo, a small, minimalist space I keep for times I'm in the city. The doorman greets me politely, but I barely respond. Inside, I toss my keys on the kitchen counter, gazing at the blank walls that have never felt more oppressive. My voice echoes in the emptiness, and I realize I'm speaking to an empty room. I'm sorry, Lila. As if an apology to the air can undo the chain of events we're trapped in. The folder in my hands weighs heavier than any physical weight I've carried in the field. My mind replays everything. Tommy's involvement, Mason's theft, The moral dilemma. An image of Lila surfaces, standing alone in her apartment, battered by press rumors, her own friend's betrayal unknown. My chest constricts painfully. I wish I could stand beside her, hold her through this storm, but I forcibly remind myself it was my decision to keep distance, thinking it would spare her. Now I'm not so sure I made the right call. I push the folder onto the coffee table, collapsing onto the couch. The hush of the condo rings in my ears. If I do nothing, Mason and Tommy continue their farce. If I act, Lila pays a massive price. A raw ache tears at my gut. I close my eyes, remembering the warmth of her skin against mine, the promise in her touch. We could have faced this together. But I was too afraid of overshadowing her life with Carter drama. Now it's happening anyway, only I'm not by her side. My phone buzzes. For a reckless moment, hope flares that it might be Lila. Instead, it's another message from James Carter. We need to talk. Don't make this harder. I hurl the phone onto the couch, frustration spiking. A memory from our final night in Italy flickers. Lila, illuminated by lamplight, asking if we could face the world together. I said I was protecting her, but maybe all I did was leave her vulnerable. My hands shake as I bury my face in them. She deserves better than my silence. But how to fix this? Staring at the manila folder, I vow to find a way, some path that reveals Mason's crimes while shielding Lila from the worst of it. And if that means confronting the Carter clan head-on, so be it. I'll do it carefully, quietly. But I will not let them bury their misdeeds on Lila's back. The hours crawl by, day bleeding into night. I pore over the documents, formulating a plan. My heart lurches every time I spot Tommy's name, every time I imagine Lila's reaction to the betrayal. By the time exhaustion overtakes me, I've resolved one truth. I can't hide from Lila forever. I owe her honesty. When the time is right, I'll break the news. Not as a means to reinsert myself into her life, but because she deserves no more lies. If it's heartbreak, it'll at least be heartbreak delivered with honesty. Slumping against the couch, I close my eyes, the folder perched on my lap. I picture Lila's face, her open smile, the quick flashes of sarcasm that mask her vulnerability, the fierce empathy that made me want to protect her in the first place. My chest constricts with longing. Softly, I whisper into the dim silence. I'm sorry. Maybe she can't hear me, but it's all I have. Right now, it feels like I'm trapped in a labyrinth of Carter sins, with Lila's happiness at the center. I only hope I find a way to set her free before it tears us both apart. I drift into a restless doze, thoughts looping on the single unshakable fact. The moment this truth sees light, everything changes again, and I'm terrified it may push Lila further from me, even as I'm trying to protect her.
Chapter 13. Lila. I'm not sure what hurts more. The fact that Mason lied for so long, or that Tammy, the friend I once considered a sister, stood by his side the entire time. Even though I've suspected something deeper was going on, hearing the news out loud, even in the hush of Tammy's apartment, feels like a punch I wasn't ready to take. I found one of their photos in a secretive group chat that an acquaintance sent me this morning. Even an acquaintance has more decency than her. She paces in front of me, her curly hair a wild halo around a face flushed with guilt and exasperation. I stand near the kitchen island, trying to anchor myself in the surroundings, a cozy living room full of bright cushions and cheerful art, a place that used to make me feel safe. Now it feels tainted by Tammy's deception. Tammy, I say carefully, voice shaking. Just tell me the truth. Did you sleep with him while we were still engaged? Her eyes dart to the floor. I swear it wasn't supposed to happen, Lee. He came to me after one of your arguments. We were both drunk. She winces, pressing a hand to her forehead as if the memory burns. Then it kept happening. I was in too deep. A buzzing starts in my ears, a high-pitched ring that drowns out everything but my racing heartbeat. In too deep? I echo. That's your excuse? Tammy clenches her jaw. It wasn't just sex, okay? She blurts, tears spilling over. He promised me things, money, connections, a future I couldn't get on my own. I know it's wrong, but I was desperate. My mom's medical bills, the rent here. I had no idea what else to do. Anger flares, mixing with heartbreak. So you risked our entire friendship? My voice cracks, and tears sting my eyes. I could have helped you. I would have done anything for you. She grimaces, wiping her cheeks. I was ashamed. And Mason swore it was temporary, that he'd break it off before the wedding. But then everything fell apart anyway. My stomach twists. Because he decided to ditch me at the last second, I say, a hollow laugh bubbling up. And you watched it happen. You even helped him spin that entire protector nonsense. Did you ever care about how I felt? Tammy's shoulders sag. I care. Believe me, I hate myself for this. But after the first time, I couldn't just pretend it never happened. He kept pressuring me, promising more money. I tried to tell him no, but he said he'd ruin me if I told you. I panicked. I was too deep in the Carter game. A coldness spreads through my chest. So you let me go on believing you were on my side, even after he humiliated me in front of the world? You watched me crying into my pillow, telling you all my heartbreak, and the whole time, you were the reason. She sinks onto the couch, sobbing into her hands. I'm sorry, she chokes. I wanted to tell you 1,000 times, but I couldn't. Mason was blackmailing me with evidence of the money transfers. I didn't know what to do. Anger and betrayal sear my insides. I inhale a sharp breath, blinking back tears that threaten to spill. This is unbelievable, I say, voice unsteady. You were the only person I thought I could trust. She lifts her face, eyes bloodshot. Lila, please. I never wanted to hurt you. I love you, and I was terrified of losing you. He used that fear against me. Too late, I whisper, the pain slicing deeper than any paparazzi rumor or Mason lie. This is my best friend's betrayal, and it feels personal in a way nothing else has. I take a shaky step back. I can't look at you right now. I need air, distance. She scrambles to her feet, tears rolling down her cheeks. Please let me fix this. Let me try to make it right. I close my eyes, summoning every ounce of composure. How? I ask flatly. You can't rewind time? We're done. The finality of my words stings, but the heartbreak is too raw to consider any other path. She collapses back onto the couch, sobbing quietly. My vision blurs with the tears of my own, but I force my spine straight. I grab my purse from the coffee table and walk out the door, my breathing ragged as I descend the stairs. I can't believe Tammy was complicit. The shock, the anger, and the sorrow churn in my stomach, threatening to overwhelm me. I stumble onto the sidewalk, the city lights shimmering in the early evening haze. People pass by, oblivious to the chaos swirling inside me. My phone vibrates in my purse, but I ignore it, mind spinning on the betrayal I just uncovered. Tammy was practically my sister, the one person I confided in after Mason's departure. Now everything we shared feels tainted, a string of lies she spun to hide her guilt. A sob catches in my throat. The heartbreak is too much. I'm reeling from Tammy's duplicity, from Mason's spin, from the press that still wants to crucify me. And Lucas. My chest seizes when I think of him. The last time we talked, he insisted on distance. But right now, I need someone who won't lie, someone who sees me beyond the scandal. I scramble through my phone contacts until I find his name. My heart thunders with uncertainty. I might be the last person he wants to hear from. But I can't breathe under the weight of this betrayal. With trembling fingers, I hit call. The phone rings, once, twice, 3 times. A cold fear grips me. He won't answer. Then a click. Lila. His voice is low, and hearing him say my name fractures the last of my composure. Lucas, I whisper, tears escaping. I can't do this alone. Everything's unraveling. Please, can I see you? Silence stretches, thick and loaded. My heartbeat pounds in my ears. Where are you? He asks finally, voice tight with concern. I glance around at the busy street. Near Tammy's place on West 81st. Another tear slips down my cheek. I just found out she's been sleeping with Mason for months, maybe longer. I can't. I swallow a sob, forcing my words out. I don't know where else to go. His exhale crackles through the line. I'm on my way. Stay where you are. I nod, relief mixing with desperation. Okay. The call ends, and I clutch my phone as though it's a lifeline. Thank God. 15 minutes later, an SUV pulls up. I watch with a racing heart as Lucas climbs out, scanning the sidewalk until his gaze lands on me. The moment our eyes meet, the storm of emotions surges higher. He crosses to me in measured strides, tension radiating from every line of his body. Under the street lamp, his salt and pepper hair gleams, and for an instant, a memory of Italy flickers, us dancing under a sunset sky. He stops an arm's length away, voice soft. Lila. I crumple, tears streaming down my face. She was my best friend, I choke out. How could she do that to me? His expression twists with empathy. He opens his arms, and I collapse against his chest sobbing. The warmth of his body envelops me, and he gently strokes my hair. A car horn blares in the distance, but here, pressed to Lucas's chest, the city's chaos fades. My breath hitches, and I cling to him as though letting go would drop me into an abyss. He murmurs quietly, I'm sorry. You don't deserve this. I nod against his shirt, tears staining the fabric. I can't go back to Tammy's, and my place is probably surrounded by reporters. My voice breaks. I have nowhere else. He hesitates, tension thrumming through him, then his hand curls around mine, guiding me to the passenger seat of the SUV. Come on, he says quietly. You can stay with me tonight. I exhale a shaky breath. Okay. The ride to his condo is silent, except for my sniffling and the hum of tires on pavement. I'm too shattered to speak, and Lucas seems to sense it. Instead of pressing me with questions, he rests a steady hand on my knee, offering comfort in the only way he can. My mind spins with Tammy's confession, her tears, her regret, the horrifying realization that I've been confiding in my betrayer for months. My chest aches, and my eyes burn from crying. We arrive at a sleek building with a discreet entrance. Lucas ushers me inside, nodding at the doorman, who gives us a polite greeting. The elevator ride to his floor is painfully short. I catch our reflections in the mirror. I look like I've been dragged through an emotional war zone, eyes red and puffy. He stands beside me with a rigid posture, jaw tight, worry etched across his face. When we reach his condo, a simple, minimally furnished space, he flips on a soft lamp in the living area. Sit, he says gently, gesturing to the couch. I sink onto the cushions, shoulders slumping. He disappears into the kitchen and returns moments later with a glass of water. I swallow half of it in one go, the cool liquid soothing my parched throat. He sits beside me, maintaining a small distance but not so far that I can't feel his presence. I set the glass on the coffee table, gaze flicking to him. Lucas, I begin, voice raw. I know I'm the one who asked for space, but I couldn't handle being alone tonight. Another tear slips free. I'm sorry if that's unfair. He shakes his head, regret shining in his eyes. Don't apologize. I should have been there for you. The sincerity of his words breaks something inside me. Without warning, I lean forward and bury my face against his chest, letting another wave of sobs crash over me. He enfolds me in his arms, stroking my back with measured care. My tears seep into his shirt, but he doesn't flinch. Eventually, my sobs calm, replaced by a hollow ache. My breath hitches as I pull back, searching his face. Nothing feels real anymore, I whisper. Tammy's betrayal, Mason's lies, the paparazzi. I'm drowning. His hand cups my cheek, thumb brushing away a stray tear. You're not alone, he says quietly. I know it doesn't fix anything, but I'd do anything to give you a moment's peace. I stare at him, raw yearning mixing with desperation. My voice trembles when I speak. Do you still want me? The question tastes of heartbreak, but I have to ask. After everything we said about distance. Anguish flickers across his expression. I never stopped wanting you. Each word is deliberate, a promise and a confession rolled into one. But I'm terrified of hurting you again. A tight sob escapes me. Then don't push me away tonight. Please. We lock eyes, and an unspoken understanding crackles in the air. The tension that's been bottled up for weeks ignites all over again, but it's tangled with grief, anger, and the urgent need to feel something real. I shift closer, heart pounding. He hesitates, scanning my face as if searching for doubt, but I close the gap, pressing my lips to his in a fierce, desperate kiss. A low groan vibrates in his throat. His arms wrap around my waist, hauling me against him. The kiss is frantic, fueled by raw emotion that nearly leaves me dizzy. My tears mingle with the taste of his mouth, and I cling to him, my hands fisting in his shirt. Every brush of his lips, every tremor in his grip, reminds me that we're both wounded, both craving solace we can't find anywhere else. We pull apart briefly, panting. I can see the conflict in his eyes, the concern. Lila, he rasps, voice tight. Are you sure this is what you need? My chest heaves. I need you, I answer, voice broken but resolute. I need to feel alive, to forget the betrayal for one moment. Please. His gaze softens, a fierce protectiveness shining there. All right, he whispers, leaning in again. All right. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. He brushes his lips over my temple, breath uneven. Lila, he murmurs, voice thick. I'm sorry for everything. Tears gather at the corners of my eyes again. I am too, I whisper, resting a hand over his heart. My emotions are too tangled to articulate clearly. All I know is, for this moment, I'm not alone. We've shared our agony and longing in the most visceral way, even if it changes nothing about the betrayal we both face. The city lights cast shadows across the sparse living room, illuminating the quiet ruin of my broken trust, the complicated ties between us, and the uncertain future we still can't define. I close my eyes, letting the beat of his heart lull me. For tonight, I'll take this fragile comfort, a desperate grasp at connection, in a world that seems determined to rip me apart. I breathe in the scent of his skin, ignoring the guilt that says I might regret this in the morning. For now, I cling to Lucas, the only person who feels real in a sea of betrayal. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough to keep me afloat one more night.
Chapter 14. Lucas. I stand in the corner of my living room, arms folded tightly, gaze fixed on the faint light creeping around the edges of the drawn curtains. It's too early for the city to stir, but I've been awake for an hour, drawn to the hush that blankets Manhattan's streets just before sunrise. Last night, Lila fell asleep in my bed after everything unraveled around her. The heartbreak in her eyes, both from her best friend's betrayal and the chaos I've dragged her into, keeps replaying in my mind. My feet ache from pacing, from restlessness I can't soothe. Maybe I should check on her, some part of me says. But another voice warns that I've already made this too complicated. She needs rest, not more torment. The memory of her trembling in my arms, tears streaking her cheeks, grips me. We came together in a rush of anger and need, a solace born of hurt. Even as I crave more time with her, an insistent knot in my chest says, "I'll only make things worse." A quiet beep from my phone rattles on the kitchen counter. I walk over, snagging it with a slight tremor in my hand. The screen displays unknown caller. My pulse quickens. Nobody calls me at dawn unless it's important or sinister. When I answer, a clipped voice snaps through the line. "Shaw, Mason Carter. Surprised to catch you so early, but it's better this way." A chill washes over me, a surge of old anger coiling in my gut. "Mason," I say, voice flat. "You have about 10 seconds before I hang up." His laugh is low and confident, and I picture him leaning back in some plush chair, wearing that smirk I've always despised. "I'll keep it quick, then. You're meddling in business that doesn't concern you. And I've caught wind you've been spending quality time with Lila. That ends now." My chest tightens, rage simmering beneath my surface. "You left her, remember? You have no say in her life." "I might have left her at the altar, but the Carter name is on the line," he counters smoothly. "And if you keep playing knight in shining armor, I'll have no choice but to detail your colorful military past to the press. I doubt Lila's reputation would survive the fallout of being linked to you." My grip on the phone tightens. "Don't you dare drag her into that!" I hiss. "My service record is classified for a reason." "Yes," he drawls, "but the public doesn't understand nuance. If the tabloids learn about that special ops mission that went off the rails, the blame will land on you and on her. They'd spin it as Lila hooking up with a time bomb soldier, a man haunted by failures he never atoned for." He clicks his tongue in faux sympathy. "Quite the scandal, no?" My heart pounds. I recall that mission, a covert operation overseas that ended in blood, an ambush that claimed 2 of my teammates. I've spent years wrestling with the guilt, the nightmares, the sense that I should have done more. If Mason leaks even partial details, the media will scramble to paint me as a ticking threat, and Lila, by association, would become collateral damage, labeled naive or reckless for being with me. "What do you want?" I grind out, voice low. "Simple. Stay away from her. Let the gossip die down. Keep your mouth shut about the Carter family's finances." His smirk practically crackles across the line. "Or the public might learn your lethal mistakes. They'll make Lila a casualty of your tarnished legacy." My jaw clenches. Images flash. Lila's face in the tabloids, overshadowed by my failures, her name dragged through the mud once more. I swallow thickly. "You're a coward," I say quietly, feeling tension roll through my shoulders. "A spineless child who thinks blackmail can fix your mess." Mason's laugh is cold. "Call me whatever you like, Shaw. But if you care about her at all, you'll do as I say. Good day." The line clicks dead before I can respond. I remain standing in the dim kitchen, phone pressed to my ear, even though the call has ended. In the silence, I hear my own ragged breath. Mason's threat crystallizes every fear that's kept me on the sidelines. My classified military past is a loaded gun in the hands of the media. If he reveals details of that botched mission, they won't just crucify me. They'll go after Lila for daring to be with someone like me. She's already endured enough. A muted rustle from the bedroom door startles me. I glance up to see Lila standing there, hair tousled from sleep, clad in one of my spare shirts that hangs loosely on her frame. Concern shadows her eyes. "Lucas?" she murmurs, voice husky. "Everything okay?" I slip my phone into my pocket, stealing my features. "Couldn't sleep," I manage, forcing a faint smile. "I didn't mean to wake you." She steps closer, searching my face. "You look angry," she says softly, laying a tentative hand on my forearm. "What happened?" My chest tightens with the urge to tell her everything. The threat, the guilt, the ghosts from my past. But Mason's ultimatum blares in my mind, accompanied by the memory of Lila's pain. She doesn't deserve to be hounded by my nightmares. I gently cover her hand with mine, swallowing against the heaviness in my throat. "It's just Carter business," I say, voice measured. "Nothing you need to worry about." Her eyes flicker with frustration. "Don't do that. Don't shut me out again." I force a grim smile. "I'm not. I pull away, raking a hand through my hair. "I don't want you dragged any further into their web." She crosses her arms, stepping forward. "That's not your call. I'm already in it. Mason made sure of that a long time ago. And Tammy..." Her voice cracks, sorrow trembling on her lips. "I can't pretend I'm not involved." My heart aches at her vulnerability. I want to reach for her, but Mason's words ring in my ears. "If you keep playing night, I'll bury you both." I force a controlled exhale. "I understand, but trust me, this is bigger than you or me. It's old skeletons that the Carter family can twist any way they like." She furrows her brow, stepping even closer until I can smell the faint hint of coconut in her hair. "What are you so afraid of?" That question hits like a punch. My voice drops, strained. "In the military, there was a mission that went sideways," I confess in a low murmur, speaking carefully around the memories that usually stay locked down. "People died. My decisions, my intel led them there. The details remain classified, but if Mason leaks partial truths or half-lies, it'll look like I'm a ticking bomb. The press will devour it. And you..." I swallow. "You'd be smeared by association." Her eyes widen and she reaches for my hand. "Lucas..." "I can't do that to you," I say, pulling back abruptly, the echo of guilt pounding in my head. I see the flicker of hurt in her expression, and it cuts me. But I force myself to continue. "You just got out of one scandal. If the tabloids catch wind of my history, they'll spin you as reckless, naive, anything to sell a headline." She sets her jaw. "I don't care what they say." My chest tightens. "She should." "I do," I whisper. "I won't have you torn apart on my account." Silence stretches, her eyes shimmering with unspoken pleas. Then she exhales sharply, crossing her arms over her chest. "So what's your plan? Just vanish again? Break my heart a second time because you're scared of Mason's blackmail?" My throat constricts and I struggle to keep an even tone. "I'm trying to protect you. You deserve better." Her jaw flexes with anger. "Stop telling me what I deserve," she snaps. "If you're pushing me away, at least own it's because you can't handle the risk, not because you think you know what's best for me." Emotion surges in my chest. Love, guilt, a longing to keep her safe. But behind it, the memory of that desert mission replays. The gunfire, the screaming, the mission I couldn't salvage. I can't drag her into that darkness. She's already had enough. I press my lips together, avoiding her gaze. She reads my silence. "That's it then?" She runs a shaky hand through her curls. I come to you for help. You hold me all night. Then the moment you get spooked, you decide to walk out? A pang of anguish slices through me. I step forward, gently reaching for her cheek, but she jerks away, arms locked over her chest in a protective stance. My voice wavers. I'm sorry. My apology is a mere whisper, inadequate for the depth of heartbreak we're swimming in. Her eyes brim with unshed tears, fury threading her voice. You're not sorry enough to stay. I want to shout, to pull her into my arms to say that I'll fight Mason with everything I have. But the weight of the past mission, the nightmares that still plague me, the knowledge Mason can weaponize them, I can't let her pay that price. Instead, I lower my hand and whisper, I can't watch you get dragged under because of me. She inhales raggedly. So you're leaving? My chest twists with self-loathing. Yes, I force out, voice hollow. At least until this is over. I can't risk you being implicated. She stares, disbelief raw in her eyes, then her face settles into a mask of hurt. Fine. The single word is quiet, threaded with heartbreak. She sidesteps me, grabbing her purse from the couch. I'll do the walk of shame in the same clothes I wore yesterday, she mutters, bitterness coating her tone. That's what you want? I flinch, stepping forward. Let me get you something else to wear. She shakes her head, tears now glistening on her lashes. Don't bother. I'd rather go out looking like I came here for a fling than let you pretend everything's fine. My breath lodges in my throat. I wish this was different, I say, each word tight with regret. She lifts her chin, blinking furiously. Stop! If you wanted different, you'd stay. But you're letting your fear choose for you. I open my mouth to argue, but she's already turning, heading for the door. My heart pounds as I watch her throw it open, stepping into the hallway without a backward glance. The door slams shut, echoing in the sudden stillness. I stand there, fists clenched at my sides, the silence deafening. Every instinct screams to run after her, to drag her back and promise I'll face anything if it means she isn't alone. But Mason's ultimatum reverberates. If you keep seeing her, I'll bury you both. My mind flickers to the old mission files, the potential backlash that could stain Lila's name forever. I can't do that to her. My knees threaten to buckle as I sink onto the couch. The faint scent of her coconut hair product lingers on the pillows. I press my palms to my temples, wishing for the 1,000th time I could rewrite my past, stop the bullets, save my team, return to a life unshadowed by regrets. But ghosts don't rest just because you want them gone. Mason's threat doesn't vanish just because I hate him. I sit there for an eternity, grappling with the torment of letting Lila walk out. Each second drags, my mind replaying the heartbreak in her eyes. Did I truly do this for her sake? Or am I just running, like always? The guilt gnaws at me, yet I can't find a viable alternative that doesn't risk turning her life into an even bigger spectacle. Eventually, I force myself to stand, glancing around at the living room that feels hollow without her. My phone buzzes on the coffee table. For a wild moment, hope surges that it might be Lila. But it's just a text from James Carter. Hope you made the right choice. My stomach churns with disgust. The Carter family is determined to protect themselves at all costs, and I'm helping them by pushing Lila away. That realization only twists the knife deeper. I stumble to the window, staring at the cityscape that glitters under the morning sun. People below hustle to jobs, to families, to obligations they can actually manage. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in a labyrinth of regrets, forced to relinquish the one person who made me feel like my past didn't define me. A bitter laugh escapes me. Some hero I am. My gaze snags on a reflection in the glass, my own face lined with anguish, lips pressed into a tight line. I recall the mission again. The sand, the gunfire, the moment I realized the intel was flawed. The men who didn't come home. How many times can I fail the people I care about? Tiredness sweeps over me like a lead blanket. I rest my forehead against the cool glass. She's better off without me. The words sound hollow, but I cling to them like a mantra. I can't let my unresolved nightmares bleed into her life. She's already survived enough. Cancelled wedding, a best friend's betrayal, the press gnawing at her every step. Adding my lethal baggage would be the final straw. In the quiet, I whisper, "I'm sorry, Lila," half hoping the city might carry my words to her. Then I turn away, walking to the bedroom that still bears faint traces of her warmth. My gut churns with the knowledge that she's out there, unprotected from Mason's spin, from Tommy's treachery. But I can't do anything now, not without sealing her fate alongside mine. The finality of that thought sinks in, a cold dread that clings to my bones. I toss open the closet door, yanking out a suitcase. If I'm going to do this, I need to vanish entirely, at least for a while. My phone pings again, another message from James or maybe Mason. I ignore it. I can't stand hearing their threats or gloating. They won this round, forcing me to choose between Lila's safety and my happiness. Tossing clothes into the suitcase with mechanical motions, I feel an acute sense of emptiness. This is the only way, I tell myself, trying to quell the rising panic. If I'm not here, Mason has no reason to tear open my past. Lila might curse my name for leaving, but at least her world might remain intact. Or what's left of it. It's a hollow comfort. Each item I pack feels like a betrayal of the trust we built. Yet the alternative, exposing her to a scandal involving a mission that stained my conscience, feels unforgivable. She'd stand by me, I know that. She's fiercely loyal. But the cost to her reputation, her mental health, might be irreparable. And I can't be the cause of that. When I zip up the bag, the sound echoes in the quiet condo like a final statement. My chest feels hollow, my lips pressed into a grim line. Goodbye, Lila. The words remain trapped in my mind, unspoken. She deserves better. She's always deserved better. I take one last look around the space. Bare walls, minimal furniture, the faint imprint of her presence. I switch off the lamp, stepping into the hallway with my suitcase in tow. The door closes behind me, sealing the place that briefly felt like a home because she was in it. Now, it's just another stop in the endless cycle of me running from a past I can't outrun. As I ride the elevator down, my reflection stares back, a man weighted by regrets. My phone buzzes again in my pocket. This time I force myself to glance at it. A final text from James Carter. Good choice, brother. Now let us handle the rest. A bitter knot forms in my throat. My finger hovers over the delete button. Then I slip the phone away, unwilling to read more. The elevator doors open, and I stride through the lobby, nodding absently at the doorman. Outside, the city's morning rush assaults me. Car horns, pedestrians scurrying, the tang of exhaust in the air. I hail a cab with a stiff wave, sliding into the back seat, suitcase clutched at my side. The driver asks, "Where to?" And for a moment my throat locks. I almost say Lila's address, wanting to see her one last time, to apologize face to face. Instead, I swallow the pain and say, "Airport." My voice is hollow, final. The cab pulls away from the curb, merging into traffic. I gaze out the window, the cityscape blurring into a swirl of color and motion. Images of Lila cycle through my mind, her laughter in Italy, the tears shining in her eyes last night, the softness of her body as she clung to me. My breath catches. "I'm leaving you to protect you," I repeat internally, but it feels like a lie. Because all I can sense now is the abyss of losing her, a rift I chose. The driver chatters about the weather, about tourists filling the city. I barely respond. My thoughts swirl around Mason's ultimatum, my old regrets, and the memory of Lila's voice trembling with heartbreak. Another wave of guilt crushes me. I'm so sorry, Lila. In a twisted way, I hope she hates me. Maybe that will help her move on, shield her from the heartbreak of what I can never give. The cab nears the airport, lines of planes visible in the distance, and the gravity of my choice crashes down. I'm running again, this time from the one person who gave me hope that my past didn't define me. But I can't see a future where she's safe from the avalanche Mason threatens to unleash. This is for the best, I tell myself, isn't it? The question echoes, unanswered. As we pull up to the terminal, I pay the fare and step out, suitcase in hand. The roar of jet engines rattles overhead, a chaotic symphony that mirrors my inner turmoil. If only I'd never returned from Italy. If only my military secrets weren't so vulnerable to Carter manipulation. If only Lila's heartbreak wasn't the cost of my failings. The automatic doors slide open, cold airport air blasting me. I pass travelers with excited expressions, couples holding hands, families reuniting. I envy them for their normalcy, untangled by scandal or secrets. I make my way to a ticket counter, approach the kiosk, and buy a one-way ticket to the West Coast. Anywhere but here, I think, as I tap the screen, ignoring the ache in my chest. Moments later, boarding pass in hand, I move towards security. Each step feels heavier than the last. A scalding whisper in my mind repeats, "You're walking away from the only real happiness you've tasted in years." I press forward anyway, fueled by dread and a twisted sense of duty. Mason won. My nightmares stay buried. Lila might survive the onslaught, even if it kills my soul to leave her. At the checkpoint, I pass through, eyes unfocused, limbs running on autopilot. Once cleared, I find a seat near the gate. Staring at the planes taxiing outside, I force myself to breathe. This is how it has to be. Maybe if I tell myself that enough, I'll start believing it. Time seems to crawl as the boarding call nears. Another beep from my phone draws my attention. I check it. An automated airline message. No sign of Lila. She must be at home or Tammy's, trying to repair her shattered world. Without me. The sting in my chest intensifies. They announce the first boarding group. I stand, gripping my suitcase, each step mechanical as I line up with the other passengers. My mind replays the moment I left her in my condo, tears shining in her eyes. A final wave of regret grips me. Part of me yearns to spin around and run back to her side, to vow I'll face anything. But the memory of that mission, I see the faces of men who never made it home, the headlines that might paint me as a liability. I can't watch Lila bear the brunt of that. When the gate agent scans my boarding pass, a faint beep signals acceptance. I step onto the jet bridge, air stale and cold. "I'm sorry, Lila." The phrase echoes in my mind like a final goodbye. Maybe one day you'll forgive me. Or maybe it's best if you don't. I enter the plane, find my seat, store my bag overhead. As I sink into the seat, a numb exhaustion claims me. I stare at the seat back in front of me, blocking out the chatter of fellow travelers. The plane rumbles as it pushes back from the gate, taxiing across the tarmac. My heart feels like it's left behind, somewhere in that condo where Lila's scent still lingers. When the engines roar for takeoff, I close my eyes, gripping the armrests. I lost you to save you, I think, wishing I believed it. But a silent tear slips free, trailing down my cheek. Because no matter what logic I use, it doesn't erase the truth that I've left her, alone, once again. And if there's any justice in the world, she'll find a way to move on, without the weight of my haunted past dragging her down.
Chapter 15. Lila. The city outside my window feels suffocating now, crowded buildings and endless traffic that once made me feel alive. I stand at the glass, arms folded over my chest, watching headlights crawl down the avenue. When I first moved into this condo, I thought I'd found a place to call home, a space that would impress Mason's family, maybe even prove I could belong in their world. Now, all I see are the ghosts of hopes I had no business believing in. I turn away from the window, heart pounding with a mix of hurt and determination. The living room is dim, lit only by a single floor lamp that casts soft shadows across the clutter I haven't touched since I came back from Italy. My gaze drifts to the stack of wedding invitations I never mailed, the scraps of decor from a future I no longer recognize. A chill crawls over my skin at the memory of how confident I was, sending out save the dates, imagining a life that hinged on someone else's approval, first Mason's, then Lucas's. Never again. Breathing slowly, I remind myself why I'm doing this. Paris. The word pulses in my mind like a lifeline. A new job offer, a fresh start, an ocean between me and the Carter brand of heartbreak. I have an interview lined up with a marketing firm that admires my creative flair, an opportunity to reinvent myself away from the tabloids, away from everyone who ever saw me as a stepping stone or a scandal, and away from him. The ache that claws at my chest whenever I think of Lucas refuses to subside. He left me once more, pushed me away in that cool, calculated way, claiming it was to protect me. It feels like I was just a temporary thrill, a fleeting comfort he clutched when it suited him. My stomach churns, longing mixing with resentment. I thought we had something real, yet here I am, alone, again, while he flees to some distant horizon. Maybe I was just a fling to him after all. Wrestling with my anger, I cross the room to a large cardboard box perched on the coffee table. Inside is the wedding dress I once cherished, an ornate swirl of lace and satin. My breath catches at the sight of it. I trace my fingers across the delicate material, recalling how I fussed over every detail, train length, floral embellishments, a perfect silhouette that would dazzle Mason's high society relatives. And for what? A text that ended it all 3 days before the ceremony. Then Tammy's betrayal. Then Lucas. The list of heartbreakers just gets longer. A tremor shoots through me, a swell of tears threatening. Not here, not now. I force the emotion down, lifting the gown out of the box. A swirl of white cascades to the floor, like a ghost of the woman I used to be. I grip the bodice, inhaling the faint smell of storage. Memory after memory barrages me. My grandmother praising my choice. Tammy squealing over the lace, Mason pretending to be indifferent. He never loved me, did he? None of them truly did. I fold the dress carefully. Maybe I should just throw it away, but something in me wants to preserve it, if only to remind myself never to let someone else define my worth. I gently place it in a garment bag, zipping it up as if sealing away the last illusions of who I was. Goodbye, naive bride. Across the room, my suitcases wait. One is half stuffed with winter clothes, and the other with an assortment of dresses. I spent the entire afternoon rummaging through my closet, packing anything I could envision wearing in Europe. The rest I'll sell or leave behind. A symbolic shedding of the life that weighs me down. A sudden knock on the door jolts me. Heart pounding, I step toward the entrance, uncertain who'd visit at this hour. "Who's there?" I call, voice quivering slightly. "Tammy?" comes the muffled reply, shaky and low. I freeze, every muscle tense. She's the last person I want to see. I swallow hard, considering ignoring her, but my anger stirs. She owes me answers, though I already confronted her. Maybe it's the part of me that loves closure that unlocks the door. Tammy stands there, eyes rimmed with exhaustion, shoulders slumped in defeat. "I know you hate me," she says, voice raw, "but I can't let you leave without apologizing again." I cross my arms, glaring. "I don't recall inviting you in." She hesitates, tears glistening in her eyes. "Just a minute, please." Reluctantly, I step aside, letting her slip inside. The air crackles with tension as we stand in the living room, the bagged wedding dress on the couch in plain sight. Tammy's eyes flick to it, then back to me. She exhales shakily. "You're leaving for Paris?" she asks, seeing the suitcases. I nod. "Yes, I have an interview with a marketing firm. I'm done with this city, done with the Carters, done with..." My voice hitches. I was about to say Lucas, but I clamped my mouth shut. No need to spill every bit of heartbreak. Tammy's gaze softens. I get it, she murmurs. I'm sorry about everything, Lila. I never meant for it to go so far. I never wanted to help Mason hurt you. Bitterness twists my insides. But you did, I bite out, tears pricking my eyes. You took his money. You slept with him. You lied to me for months. That's not an accident, Tammy. She sinks onto the edge of the coffee table, eyes brimming with regret. No. And I'd do anything to undo it, but I can't. I know you may never forgive me. Silence stretches, heavy with memories of our past closeness. I want to scream. Another part wants to just walk out. After a moment, I sigh, massaging my temples. You broke every bit of trust I had, I say evenly, voice trembling. I can't see a way back from that. She nods, tears sliding down her cheeks. I understand. I won't push, but I want you to know I'm sorry, and I hope you find peace in Paris, or anywhere else. You deserve better than Mason, better than me. A sharp pain pierces my chest. I used to think I deserved more, but men like Mason made me doubt myself. Friends like you? I pause, swallowing tears. Anyway, I'm rebuilding. Alone if I have to. She stands, shoulders hunched. If you ever need anything, her words drift off. We both know how futile they are. I'm not about to rely on someone who betrayed me so thoroughly. She backs toward the door, gaze flicking to the garment bag. I hope you can find happiness that doesn't revolve around this. I snort softly, no humor in it. Yeah, me too. Then, in a whisper, she adds, I'm sorry, before slipping out, leaving behind a hollow silence. The lock clicks, and I collapse onto the couch, hugging my arms around my stomach. Good riddance, but tears sting my eyes anyway. Tammy's final apology feels like a eulogy for our entire friendship. After several agonizing minutes, I wipe my face, mustering what's left of my strength. Time to finish packing. My phone buzzes on the coffee table. Lucas, my heart leaps, then plummets when I see a random number. Probably another reporter seeking a statement. I ignore it, letting the phone fall silent. In the bedroom, I open the closet to yank out the last of my shoes. My gaze snags on the shelf where I stored a small wooden box, photos of me and Mason from the early days. My stomach clenches, recalling how sweet he appeared when we first met. That fantasy collapsed under the weight of his selfishness, and now I want nothing more than to purge these remnants from my life. I grab the box, half tempted to toss it in the trash. Instead, I stuff it in a suitcase. I can throw them away in Paris. No sense giving the paparazzi a chance to sift through my discarded memories. Next, I spot a framed picture of Tammy and me at the beach last year, big smiles radiating from the snapshot. My anger flares. She lied. Furious, I rip the frame from the shelf, hurling it into the trash bin. The glass cracks with a sharp pop, echoing the fracture in my chest. I press a hand to my mouth, stifling a sob. Focus, Lila. I finish packing, sweaty and trembling with emotion. The apartment feels emptier now. Suitcases lined up in the living room. Wedding dress safely bagged. Boxes stacked with random keepsakes. The plan is to ship these to a storage unit, then catch a flight to Paris next week. I'll stay in a short-term rental while I settle my job details. Tammy might view it as running away, but to me, it's survival. Taking a seat on the couch, I exhale shakily, trying to quell the swirl of heartbreak. My eyes drift to where Lucas once sat after we returned from Italy, the memory of his stoic presence flooding me with longing. He left me again, this time with a half-hearted explanation about protecting me from more scandal. Maybe I was just a fling to him, a distraction from his demons. Either way, he's gone. And I can't keep waiting for men who vanish the moment things get hard. My phone buzzes once more. Another unknown caller. Irritation spikes. I answer with a curt, "Yes?" A bright female voice chirps back. "Miss Monroe, this is Claire from Magnifique Marketing in Paris. We received your CV and wanted to confirm your final interview time tomorrow via video call. Does 10 a.m. Paris time still work for you?" Relief mingles with anxiety. "Yes, that's perfect," I say, forcing a steady tone. "I'm looking forward to it." Claire mentions some logistical details, then ends the call. I set the phone aside, pressing my lips together. Tomorrow I'll have to dazzle them enough to earn this job. But what if my personal life overshadowed it all? A flicker of dread crosses my mind. Mason's protector narrative. Tammy's betrayal. Lucas's fleeting presence. The tabloids might eventually reach Europe. I can't let them define my future. I stand, walking to the window, arms wrapped around myself. The sky has turned a navy blue hue, city lights flickering below. I rest my forehead against the glass, tears prickling my eyes again. I'm leaving behind so many shattered dreams, a wedding that never happened, a friend who stabbed me in the back, a man who claimed he cared but walked away. An ache radiates through my chest. Am I truly strong enough to do this alone? A wave of grief nearly knocks me over, but I cling to the hope that across the ocean, there's a chance to reclaim my life, or at least piece it together on my own terms. I recall the last conversation I had with my mother, her disapproval, her cold warning. My mother never understood my choices, but I realize now that I don't need her validation. I don't need the Carters, Tammy's, or Lucas's either. That thought steals me, though tears still slip down my cheeks. It's okay to cry, I remind myself. Crying doesn't mean I'm weak. A vibration on the counter draws my attention again, my phone lighting up with a new text. For a moment, my heart leaps at the slim possibility it's Lucas. Then I see Tammy's name. Ignore it, I think, but a spike of curiosity gets the better of me. I open the message. "I'm so sorry. I know you hate me, but you're still my best friend. If you need anything, even a ride to the airport, I'll be there." Anger flares again, but it fades into sorrow. There's no mending this. I toss the phone aside, not bothering to reply. I gather the garment bag with the wedding dress and place it gently in a box labeled personal. I tape it shut, tears blurring my vision. So many endings. I flick off the living room lamp, letting darkness envelop the space. Suitcases line one wall, boxes stacked near the door. The hush is almost surreal. Slowly, I sink onto the couch, hugging a pillow to my chest. The future feels like a distant horizon. Maybe it's bright, or maybe I'll crash into another heartbreak, but at least it won't be here. A quiet knock at the door startles me. My heart slams in my chest. Could Lucas have come back? A dangerous sliver of hope spikes, but I force it down. I approach the peephole with caution, breath caught in my throat. No one's there. Another knock, gentle but insistent. The press? Tammy again? Summoning courage, I open the door a crack. Mr. Garcia, the doorman, stands in the hallway. He offers a sheepish smile. "Miss Monroe, just wanted to let you know a few reporters were loitering outside, but they've left now. Figured you'd want to be aware." Relief and frustration tangle inside me. "Thank you, Mr. Garcia," I say softly. "I appreciate the heads up." He gives me a sympathetic nod, glancing at the half-packed boxes visible behind me. "You all right, Miss Monroe? Moving out?" My throat tightens. "Yes, I need a fresh start." He tips his cap, kindness in his eyes. "Understood. If I can do anything, just say the word." I nod, managing a faint smile. "Thank you." He departs, leaving me alone again. I lock the door, returning to the quiet hush of my condo. The reporters have cleared for now, but they'll be back whenever the next rumor surfaces. I'm done living under their spotlight. Exhausted, I trudged to my bedroom, flopping onto the bare mattress. I sold the bed frame weeks ago in a fit of frustration, so the mattress sits on the floor. Another reminder of how transitory everything is. Staring at the ceiling, I let the grief wash over me. Mason's betrayal, Tammy's lies, Lucas's departure. I loved him, some voice admits in my mind. Despite all logic, I let myself believe we could have a future. And now, heartbreak is all I have left. A single tear slips down my cheek. I don't want to cry for him anymore, but I can't stop. Each sob tears at my chest, a raw wound that throbs with the knowledge that I wasn't enough for him to stay. Or maybe he just never wanted me in the long run. At least Mason never pretended he was doing it for my sake. That thought spears me with fresh anger. Lucas acted like it was all about protecting me, but maybe that was just an excuse to flee. Eventually, my tears dry, replaced by a stubborn resolve. Paris, a place where the headlines can't dictate my worth, where Carter drama and Lucas's baggage can't weigh me down. At least that's what I tell myself. The heartbreak might still cling to me, but an ocean's distance might dull the sting. I roll onto my side, rummaging for my phone in my pocket. I tap open an airline app, scanning for flights later in the week. A one-way ticket. My stomach churns, but excitement flickers beneath the pain. Yes. I find a seat on a flight leaving Sunday afternoon. It's pricey, but I don't care. My finger hovers over the purchase button, a tremble in my hand. Once I tap this, it's real. Memories of Lucas surge. His quiet intensity, the way he studied me like I was the only person in the room, the tenderness in his voice when he whispered my name. For a split second, I wonder if he might come crashing back, begging me not to go. But he didn't fight for me before. So why would he now? I can't wait around for a man who refuses to choose me. The finality of that thought ignites a spark of courage. With a decisive motion, I tap by, ignoring the emotional lump in my throat. The confirmation screen pops up, and I drop the phone onto the mattress, heart pounding. That's it. I'm leaving in 4 days. Lila Monroe is done with this city, this heartbreak, this entire mess. I drag myself upright, crossing to the closet where I left a battered cardboard box labeled junk. Digging through it, I unearth the folded bride sash I wore at my bridal shower. A soft laugh escapes me, equal parts bitterness and nostalgia. So much for that. I shove the sash into the trash bin. I glance around one more time, noticing the bare walls, the suitcases, the lingering shadows. My pulse slows as the weight of heartbreak and resolve settles. I'm truly on my own. A wave of sadness threatens, but I let it roll through me, refusing to drown in it again. I remind myself that every heartbreak I've endured, Mason's abandonment, Tammy's betrayal, Lucas's retreat, pushed me here, to this brink of self-discovery. Paris is my chance to shed the illusions and find something genuine in myself. Exhaustion tugs at my limbs, but sleep is elusive. I wander back to the living room, flicking off the single lamp. The darkness soothes me in its own way. I sink onto the couch, hugging a throw pillow. Heartache thrums in my chest, but the knowledge I'm leaving soon helps me breathe. No more Carter entanglements. No more Tammy drama. No more clinging to a man who can't face his own past enough to choose me. My phone lights up once more on the coffee table. A random text from someone I don't recognize. I ignore it. The only call or message I'd want is from him, and I doubt that'll ever come. Maybe it's better this way. I close my eyes, tears drying on my cheeks as I imagine the Eiffel Tower, the cobblestone streets, a place where I can rebuild from scratch. Heartbroken or not, I'm going. Slowly, I drift into a fitful doze, the hum of distant city traffic lulling me. My chest aches with every breath, but there's a grim determination in my soul now. I've lost so much. My fiance, my best friend, and the man I dared to love. But I'll leave these shattered pieces behind, crossing an ocean to find the version of myself who doesn't need them. I refuse to let heartbreak define me. In the quiet hush of my near-empty living room, I whisper a final goodbye to the illusions of love that once tethered me here. Because tomorrow, I start a new chapter. One that might hurt less, one day at a time, an ocean away from the wreckage I'm leaving behind. Chapter 16. Lila. I kneel in my bedroom, what's left of it, sorting through a shoebox filled with random keepsakes. Outside the nearly naked windows, a heavy rain drips off the sill, painting the glass in watery streaks. The box holds old ticket stubs, receipts from meals I shared with friends, and a few Polaroids that capture glimpses of who I used to be. Hopeful, wide-eyed, convinced my life was on the perfect track. Now, rummaging through these mementos feels like sifting through fragments of another life, a puzzle that no longer fits together. My mind drifts to the day Mason first slipped a ring on my finger. We had grand plans, expensive venue, impeccably curated guest list, a future I assumed was bulletproof. That ring is gone now, along with the illusions that fed it. I exhale and place the ticket stubs aside. My gaze locks on a letter, the edges slightly worn, carefully folded. My heart thuds as I recognize the strong, slanted handwriting on the front. L. It's from Lucas. Written during a week in Italy when I was feeling low, though I never expected him to express sympathy in such a personal way. I slip the letter from its envelope, trembling a little. The swirling loop of his name at the bottom triggers a pang of longing. I don't want to care, yet I do. My eyes flick to the corner of the room where a battered piece of luggage waits, half packed for my flight to Paris. He told me once that I deserved better, then left me twice, once after the canceled wedding, then again when I was raw from Tammy's betrayal. He insisted it was for my own good. I've lost count of the times men in that family made choices for me. Swallowing hard, I force my eyes back to the letter. I read the scrawled lines. Lila, I'm not good with comfort, but if I can offer clarity, I see more in you than you realize. You're strong, better than my nephew deserves. And if you ever doubt it, remember this. You're worth more than any ring or wedding vow. Tears threaten, clouding my vision. He always had a way of saying the rawest truths. Gently, I fold the letter and set it aside. My heart aches, thinking of how I once believed that letter was the beginning of something lasting. But heartbreak has a way of revealing illusions. A wave of helplessness surges up my spine, leaving me shaky. I bite my lip to stifle a sob. I'm done crying, or so I keep telling myself. Dragging the shoebox closer, I rummage deeper, hoping to get rid of anything that feels like an anchor to this place. Instead, I brush against a cold piece of metal. My breath catches. The compass. Its familiar weight rests in my hand, the dull sheen reflecting the overhead light. Lucas carried it everywhere during his service, or so he once admitted. It was a tether to reality, to the idea of coming home. He left it behind one morning in Italy, caught up in the confusion of guilt and longing. I found it on the bedside table, a silent testament to the man I was starting to love. Then he ended up in my arms again, only to vanish. He left a piece of himself, and I let myself hope. Over the months, I've kept this compass tucked away, like a silly talisman of what might have been. Now, every swirl of longing I feel for him sharpens into a spike of pain. I clutch it in my palm, jaw tight. I can't keep living in the shadow of men who walk away. My flight to Paris leaves soon, and I won't drag these lingering hopes with me. They weigh too much. With a determined exhale, I decide I'm returning the compass to him. No note, no explanation. He made his choice. I refuse to be stuck in the aftermath. My heart warps with the knowledge that I still love him, despite everything. But I can't keep waiting for a man whose loyalty wavers the moment his guilt flares. I rise on trembling legs, heading to the almost empty living room. Most of my furniture is gone, sold off, or donated. Cardboard boxes line the walls, half sealed, labeled in black marker. The hush of the apartment is unnerving, like I'm walking through a museum of broken promises. No meltdown, no tears. Just do what needs to be done. I fetch a small padded envelope from the kitchen drawer, carefully sliding the compass inside. The metal clinks softly, as if protesting my decision. A bitter laugh escapes my lips. Too late. If Lucas wanted to keep me, he wouldn't have left again. Maybe he had reasons, but I'm finished deciphering them. I scrawl his name across the envelope, pen pressing so hard I nearly tear the paper. Then I tuck the sealed packet into my purse, determined to courier it first thing in the morning. He'll know what it means. I re-enter the bedroom, bracing myself for more memories. On the dresser sits a photograph in a cheap silver frame, a snapshot of me wearing that ill-fated wedding gown. My mother insisted we take a formal photo at the dress fitting. My lips curve in a forced smile in the picture, trying to appear elegant for the camera. I thought I was forging a glamorous life. All I really did was trap myself in a cycle of illusions. Snatching the photo, I slip it into a folder labeled Maybe. Some days, I consider burning it. But right now, the sorrow is too raw. I'm not sure if I'll regret that purge later. Back in the living room, I flop onto the edge of the sofa. Ignoring the ache in my lower back, my shoulders slump. The emptiness of the space resonates with the hollow feeling in my chest. Tammy's betrayal, Mason's manipulations, Lucas's on and off presence. It's all left me drained. The phone buzzes on the coffee table. Another text from my mother. A reporter? Tammy again? Exhaling, I unlock the screen. A single new message from an unknown number. Safe travels. You deserve peace. My heart twitches. Uncertain. Possibly a random well-wisher or a blogger. Or maybe Lucas. I stare at the words, searching for a clue. No sign of who sent it. He wouldn't be that vague. A part of me yearns to believe otherwise. With a huff, I set the phone aside. No illusions. If he wanted to talk, he'd show up, not hide behind secrecy. I rub my palms over my face, feeling the sting of tears I refuse to let fall. The sense of helplessness swells like a tide in my chest. Every step I take to move forward is weighed down by heartbreak that won't quite leave me. I can't keep living in limbo. That's what Paris is about. A city half a world away, a new job waiting, the chance to breathe without constant reminders of the Carter drama or the best friend who stabbed me in the back. But even as I cling to that plan, I feel the pang of letting go. I do love him. That's the truth. My heart doesn't care about the logic of his choices, about the pain he inflicted, or about the distance we tried to maintain. A wave of frustration washes over me. Love isn't enough if he won't stay. I push off the couch, pacing the narrow corridor leading to the front door. My steps echo in the quiet. The near emptiness of the apartment accentuates every scuff and creak, like the walls are mourning with me. A single lamp illuminates the hallway, casting my shadow in elongated shapes across the hardwood. This is the hallway where he once showed up unexpectedly, offering help after Mason's nonsense. I shake my head, swallowing the surge of memories. He offered help, then he withdrew it. Over and over. Slumping against the wall, I shut my eyes. That ache in my chest feels endless. I recall the hush of his voice, the quiet protectiveness in his touch. Damn it, Lila. Get a grip. I remind myself I'm leaving. Tomorrow. And I'm sending back the compass, symbolic or not. Maybe it's petty, but I can't carry his baggage anymore. Returning to the living room, I yank open one of the last remaining boxes, rummaging for any stray items I missed. Instead, I find a half-written letter in my own handwriting, The date is a blur, scribbled in a corner. Probably from some moment in Italy when I thought I'd penned my feelings for Lucas. I glance over the uneven lines. Lucas, I don't know how to say this, but when you look at me, I feel... My throat clenches and I crumple the page. That naive woman believed he might fight for me. So many illusions. I can't cling to illusions. I step over to the window, pressing a palm to the cool glass. The city lights shimmer, reflecting off the wet pavement below. My phone pings with another notification. Not now. I ignore it. The sense of helplessness churns in my belly. Even leaving for a new continent doesn't fully numb the longing in me. A sob threatens, but I swallow it down. I've cried enough. Lightning flashes in the distance, a silent flicker across the skyline. A storm is coming. I rub my arms, as if the chill in my heart mirrors the weather. I think about the courier I scheduled to pick up the envelope containing the compass. It's silly, maybe, but letting go of that physical symbol feels like the last step in letting go of him. He'll know what it means, if he even cares enough to open it. A knot tightens in my chest. Recalling every gentle moment between us, his soft rumble of laughter at a joke I made, the way he'd cradle my face when kissing me goodbye. Stop it. None of that changed the fact he walked away. Twice. The heartbreak is too raw, and I can't cling to a man who can't choose me on his own. Tomorrow morning, I'll wheel these suitcases to the curb, lock up this empty apartment, and vanish. The city can keep the memories. My phone pings again, more insistent this time. I groan, glancing at the screen. A spam email. Perfect. I let out a shaky laugh, dropping the device on the coffee table once more, ignoring the immediate hush that follows. I slump onto the couch again, resting my head against the cushion. The overhead light flickers, a reminder I've already canceled most utilities. This place will be dark and lifeless soon, just as the illusions I harbored have gone dark. I close my eyes, letting the patter of rain lull me into a sort of numb calm. My thoughts drift in circles. Regret, longing, frustration, and that underlying sense of helplessness. What more can I do? I loved him. He left. Twice. Without realizing it, my fingers brush against the spot on the couch where I last felt Lucas's warmth. A pang of sadness surges, and I yank my hand back as if burned. No more. I have to go. The weight of that decision is the only thing keeping me from sinking into the heartbreak that threatens to swallow me whole. Reaching for the desk drawer, I pull out the confirmation for my flight. Printed details. JFK to Charles de Gaulle. Departure at 10:45 a.m. I trace the lines of the itinerary, forcing myself to internalize each detail. This is real. In less than a day, I'll be gone. A wave of fear mingles with a flicker of excitement. New possibilities. A place where nobody knows me as the jilted bride or the rumored other woman with the Carter family. A place where I can define my own story. But the helplessness lingers. The sense that I can't fix the heartbreak that's already happened. I can only walk away from it. With that thought, I fold up the itinerary and place it on top of my suitcase. Then I notice something peeking from beneath an overturned box. Another photograph, capturing me and Tammy at a holiday party. My chest constricts. She was my best friend until I discovered she'd been in bed, literally with the man who ditched me. Swallowing hard, I snatch the photo and toss it into a garbage bag. No more reminders. The hush thickens in the apartment, each distant crack of thunder outside underscoring my isolation. The overhead lamp flickers again, and a wave of exhaustion washes over me. Sleep might help, but I doubt it. My mind is too cluttered, thoughts swirling with regrets and what-ifs. I wander to the bedroom, flipping on the small bedside lamp. The bed is stripped to bare pillows and a single sheet. Everything else packed away. I slump onto the mattress, phone in hand once more. A subtle longing for him to message me surges. and I hate myself for it. He made his choice, Lila. My rational side repeats it like a mantra. He's not coming. The sense of helplessness returns, swirling in my gut. I can't change the heartbreak that's happened. All I can do is pack my life into suitcases and pray that Paris will be enough distance to dull this pain. I gaze at the ceiling, drawing in shaky breaths, tears threatening to well. My eyes burn from it all. The betrayal, the swirl of media drama, the final loss of a man I genuinely loved. With a sniffle, I roll onto my side, hugging a pillow. In a last-ditch attempt for a shred of comfort, I let my eyes close. The next few hours might be the last I spend in this apartment that once felt like my stepping stone to a grand life. Now it's just an echo chamber of illusions. In the morning, I'll handle the courier, shipping that compass back to Lucas with no note, no explanation. He can interpret it however he wants. Then I'll lock the door behind me, toss the keys to the landlord, and vanish into an international flight that might as well be an escape hatch, because that's what it is. I'm running, sure, but I'm also reclaiming my story. He can't have my heart if he won't stay to hold it. A single tear slips onto the pillow, but I inhale a stabilizing breath. Enough crying. I let exhaustion tug at me. The storm thrashes outside, wind rattling the window. It mirrors the turmoil in my soul. A swirl of heartbreak, leftover anger, and a hollow hope that maybe after I land in Paris, I can piece myself back together. My final thought before darkness claims me is a quiet whisper of farewell to the dream I once cherished. I loved you, Lucas, but I can't wait any longer.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Lila Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 17. Lucas. I've never been one for public scenes, but tonight is an exception. I pace beside the marble fountain in the ornate foyer of the Carter family's opulent charity gala, nerves wound tight. I left for the West Coast, but after staying there for a few days, my life felt so hollow. I'm not the same man anymore. I need Lila in my life. When my mother told me that she received the compass from Lila, I realized that I lost direction. She's my new compass, my life. The low hum of chatter in the ballroom breaks through my thoughts, a clink of champagne glasses, and the faint flourish of a string quartet. All flash, no soul. I think grimly, reminding myself I'm here for one reason only. Lila. Some relative of Mason stands at the entrance, greeting donors with forced charm. He glances at me uncertainly, possibly recognizing I don't belong in the Carter circle these days. But he doesn't dare question me. They might not want me in the family anymore, but my last name and my bank account still carry weight. Even if every step I take across these polished floors feels like a betrayal of the vow I made to never get roped into Carter theatrics. I smooth my tie, the tension thrumming through me. Focus. My chest pounds with a chaos of dread and determination. Lila left for Paris, or so she intended. She might be on the other side of the world by now. Yet Tammy's text, yes, Tammy, of all people, indicated that Lila was back in New York, unexpectedly to sign some final documents before relocating for good. I can't let her vanish again without telling her everything I've kept buried. In my jacket pocket, I feel the weight of the compass. My chest constricts as I recall the day she returned it to me via courier, a silent message that twisted a knife in my gut. She was washing her hands of me, and I deserved it. But I refused to accept finality. That's why I'm here, about to derail a Carter event in the boldest way I can muster. A public confession. Because if I don't do something drastic, I'll lose her forever. I enter the ballroom, scanning the crowd. Guests gather in clusters, decked in glittering gowns and sharp tuxedos, sipping champagne under a canopy of chandeliers. The atmosphere is thick with fake laughter and polite chatter. My gut churns at the sight of James Carter hobnobbing near the stage, sporting a smug air that's always made my blood boil. He's likely the reason everything with Lila got so complicated. He threatened me, blackmailed me with the possibility of exposing my old military secrets. No more running. I push deeper into the crowd, searching for her. Adrenaline surges, making me uncomfortably aware of every breath. Did Tommy mislead me? Is Lila actually here? My chest feels tight with the possibility that I've staked everything on a rumor. But then, across the sea of tuxedos and sequined dresses, I spot a figure with familiar curls pinned low, wearing a sleek emerald green dress that accentuates her curves. Lila. She stands alone, near a table laden with silent auction items, her posture ramrod straight, a certain tension in her face as if she's only here out of obligation. The way her gaze flicks around the room betrays her discomfort. My heart clenches. She looks heartbreakingly tired, like the weight of heartbreak and fresh disappointments has eroded the brightness I remember. You did this to her, a voice taunts in my head. But you can fix it if she'll let you. I start weaving through the crowd, ignoring the suspicious glares from Carter family associates, who probably wonder why I'm brazenly showing my face at their event. My pulse throbs with a mixture of nerves and longing. All I can focus on is Lila, the woman I let slip away twice. Her gaze skims over the crowd, then lands on me. Her eyes flare in shock, a quick rush of emotion crossing her features. Confusion, wariness, maybe anger. I deserve all of it. She lifts her chin, turning slightly as if preparing to walk away. My heart plummets. Don't run, Lila. I press forward until we're just a few feet apart, the murmurs of onlookers buzzing in my ears. She looks at me with a mixture of heartbreak and indignation, arms folded protectively over her chest. In the swirl of hush that encloses us, I hear my own heartbeat drumming in my ears. Her voice is clipped. What are you doing here? I open my mouth, exhaling a shaky breath. I needed to see you. Her eyes flick to the crowd, then back to me. At the Carter family gala? She arches a brow, bitterness lacing her tone. That's bold, even for you. I swallow hard, glancing around. Over by the stage, Mason lingers near the microphone, evidently waiting to make some hollow speech. James stands with him, feigning interest in a conversation. The entire Carter clan is in fine form, hosting their guests with polished smiles. They have no idea I'm about to blow this up. I'm done hiding, I say quietly, meeting her gaze. I can't let them dictate my life or how I feel about you. She tenses, tears threatening to gather in her eyes, though her posture remains guarded. Lucas, you can't just waltz in here after everything. We said our goodbyes. Or so I thought. The sting in her voice twists my gut. I steal a glance around, noticing the side stage where a small band is set up, about to start playing after the Carter speeches. An idea forms. Risky, dramatic, exactly the sort of grand gesture she deserves. My chest squeezes with apprehension. I force myself to stand taller, ignoring the Carter relatives who watch from the corner of their eyes. Lila, I'm sorry for every time I left. Every time I let my fear overshadow what you needed. My throat clenches. I can explain, but I'd rather show you. Right now. She frowns, confusion flickering. What are you talking about? I glance at the stage. Come with me, I murmur, extending a hand. Her gaze drops to my outstretched fingers. For a moment, the old trust, the old connection seems to spark between us, but she hesitates. Lucas, I'm tired of your half-explanations. I need real honesty, not theatrics. I nod, chest tight. Then let me be honest in front of everyone, so you know I'm not running again. Before she can object, I gently take her hand, guiding her across the room. Some guests part for us, surprise etched on their faces. I sense the hush spreading as people notice me steering Lila toward the stage. Mason sees us, eyes narrowing. James stiffens, a glass of champagne in hand. The band members blink in confusion. My pulse roars, but I push forward. This is it. No turning back. Mason strides toward me, voice low and tense. Lucas, what are you doing? I ignore him, stepping onto the small platform, pulling Lila gently with me. She looks around, eyes wide with shock and a flicker of panic. The overhead lights cast a bright glow, illuminating our every feature for the entire room to see. My heart drubs in my ears. So many well-dressed onlookers hush, forming a curious circle around the stage. I reach for the microphone stand, my hand trembling slightly. The band's lead violinist stops mid-tune, eyes darting uncertainly to the Carter hosts. James sets his jaw, about to object. But I cut him off with a glare, a silent dare for him to challenge me publicly. He swallows, stepping back, probably unwilling to create a scene that might reflect poorly on his precious brand. Good. Clearing my throat, I lift the microphone. The hush deepens, a crackle of tension pulsing through the room. Lila stands beside me, confusion etched in her face, tears glinting in her eyes. I take a breath, turning my gaze on her, ignoring the dozens of onlookers. Lila, I say, voice echoing across the speakers. I know you didn't ask for this. You never wanted a spectacle, but I can't let you leave. Again, believing I didn't choose you with everything I have. Her lips part, tears brimming. The audience murmurs, cameras from press affiliates start clicking. My chest tightens, but I force myself to continue. I tried to keep my secrets to protect you from the mistakes I've made, I say, voice raw. I served in the military and a mission went wrong. Men died. I lived with that guilt, believing I was a ticking bomb who'd ruin anyone close to me. Mason used that fear, threatened to expose me, spin me as dangerous. I let him. I let that fear control me. And in doing so, I failed you, Lila. She inhales sharply, tears rolling down her cheeks now, but she doesn't move away. She has known of my secret, but admitting my trauma in the public is a whole thing. The hush thickens, everyone riveted. I see Mason in the corner, fists clenched, face reddening. James stands behind him, scowling, uncertain how to intervene. I ignore them, focusing on Lila's trembling chin. I continue, voice trembling with emotion. I walked away because I thought I was saving you from scandal, but you never asked me to. You needed me to stand by you, and I ran. Twice. I'm done running. My throat feels tight. I reach into my jacket pocket, retrieving the battered old compass that used to be my anchor in the field, and the same one Lila tried to give back. My heart thrashes. Slowly, I sink to one knee, the crowd drawing a collective gasp. Lila stares, covering her mouth with a trembling hand. Lila Monroe, I say, voice resonating through the microphone. I can't offer you a ring right now because we're not there, but I can offer you what matters more. This compass I've carried all these years. It was my guide through war zones, a reminder of home, and now it reminds me of you. You're my true north, the direction I never want to lose again. Tears shine in her eyes, and a sob escapes her lips. My own vision blurs as I hold the compass out, the dull metal glinting in the overhead lights. I'm not asking you to marry me this second, I say, voice shaking. I'm asking for a chance to stand beside you, Fight every scandal, every rumor, every threat. Because I love you. And I'll spend the rest of my life proving that no fear, no Carter blackmail, no old ghosts can keep me away. The room is silent, the tension almost a physical presence. Paparazzi cameras click furiously now, capturing every second of this spectacle. I glimpse Mason scowling on the sidelines, but he doesn't dare interrupt. My heart thuds as I search Lila's tear-streaked face, kneeling there like a penitent man waiting for a verdict. She takes a shaky breath, removing the hand from her mouth. Her words come in a tremor-laced whisper that the microphone barely picks up. Lucas. You can't just say all this and vanish again. I lift my head, refusing to break her gaze. I won't. If you push me away right here, I'll understand. But I'm done letting fear rule us. I'll stand in every spotlight publicly, letting the world know that you're the woman I love, no matter the cost. Her tears flow freely, and she lowers her hand to brush the compass with shaking fingers. The hush around us crackles with suspense. Finally, she turns away from the microphone, leaning down to me. I see heartbreak, shock, and a spark of hope swirling in her eyes. My chest constricts, bracing for her rejection. Instead, she meets my gaze, voice trembling. All those times you left, I thought it meant I wasn't enough. That you'd never choose me. I swallow thickly, tears burning my own eyes. You were always enough. I wasn't. She lets out a strangled laugh, more tears slipping free. Then she cups my face with one hand. The crowd collectively holds its breath. My heart hammers. You still owe me 1,000,000 apologies and a real conversation about that mission, she whispers, voice thick, and I'm not guaranteeing instant forgiveness. A glimmer of relief floods me. I nod fervently. I'll do anything. Tell you everything. Just let me stand by you. She inhales shakily, glancing at the compass. Then, with a trembling smile, she nods. A ripple of murmurs travels through the audience. I exhale a ragged breath, rising to my feet, gently clasping her hand. The wave of emotion surges in my chest, nearly toppling me. I set the compass in her palm. This is yours, if you'll have it. And me. Her tears glimmer under the lights, but a soft smile curves her lips. She closes her fingers around the battered metal. Okay, she breathes, just loud enough for the microphone to catch. The room erupts. Some onlookers clap, uncertain. A few reporters push forward with cameras, snapping flash after flash. Mason strides forward, furious, mouth twisted in protest. James gawks from behind him, uncertain how to salvage the fiasco for the Carter brand. I don't care anymore. I wrap an arm around Lila's waist, pulling her close. She gasps, burying her face in my shoulder as I tilt my head to brush a tear from her cheek with my thumb. Mason tries to speak, but the crowd's reaction drowns him out. A chaotic mixture of applause, gasps, and excited murmurs. The band, unsure what to do, resumes a tentative melody. I tug Lila off the stage, her hand in mine, ignoring the press that swarms. She holds on to me, trembling, but her eyes glow with a fierce light. As soon as we're off stage, Mason steps into our path, eyes burning. You have no right, he hisses. How dare you hijack my event? I square my shoulders, overshadowing him physically. You threatened me, used my service record as blackmail. No more, Mason. Do whatever you want. I'm through letting you intimidate me. He sneers, but there's panic behind his eyes. You'll regret this, the Carters. Lila interrupts, voice strong. I'm not a Carter, and I don't answer to you. She grabs my arm, letting the crowd see her stand by my side. The final blow to Mason's self-important ego. If you have more lies to spin, keep them to yourself, she says. Then she tugs me forward, stepping around him. James tries to intervene, but Tammy, of all people, blocks his path, looking apologetic but firm. I catch a glimpse of her contrite expression as she stops him from pursuing. My mind barely registers it, too focused on the electric rush of relief that pulses through me. Lila's fingers are entwined with mine, and she's letting me lead her away from the center of the storm. Reporters clamor for quotes. Cameras flash. I tighten my grip on Lila, guiding her toward a side exit. Her breathing is uneven. Once we slip through the doors and into a small courtyard lit by soft garden lights, we pause. The muffled roar of the gala thrums behind us, but out here, the night air is cool and crisp, a gentle breeze carrying the faint scent of manicured flowers. She presses a hand to her chest, eyes glistening with residual tears and adrenaline. I cradle her face gently. "You okay?" I ask, voice rough. She huffs a trembling laugh. "Honestly, no, but also, yes. That was insane." My heart aches at the vulnerability in her eyes. I lower my voice. "I'm sorry if it was too much. I had to do something big, to show the world I'm not walking away." She slides a hand up my chest, leaning her forehead against mine. "I wanted to kill you for turning this into a spectacle." A small, wry smile lifts the corner of her mouth. "But I can't deny part of me needed to see you stand up there and make it public." I tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear, my heart hammering. "I'd do it 1,000 times over if it means you believe me." Her eyes cloud with lingering pain. "We still have a lot to talk about. I'm not forgiving you just because you put on a show." I nod, throat tight. "I understand." She sighs softly. "But I appreciate it, and I appreciate you telling me about your past, that you trust me with the truth." I cup her cheek, letting my thumb trace her jaw. "I'll tell you everything, Lila. No secrets anymore." A flood of emotion swirls inside me, relief, guilt, fierce protectiveness. "We can figure out the rest. If you still want to go to Paris, I'll pack my bags. If you want to stay here, I'll stand by you. It's your call." She closes her eyes, tears slipping free. I'm not sure what I want yet, but I know I don't want to lose you again. The rawness of that statement hits me like a wave. Gently, I tilt her chin up, pressing my lips to hers in a light, trembling kiss. She sighs into it, a tear rolling down her cheek. The taste of salt and the warmth of her mouth combine, forming a moment that feels like a fragile reclamation. My arms slide around her waist, holding her as if she might disappear any second. When we part, our breaths mingle in the hush of the courtyard. She rests her head against my shoulder, and for a moment, we sway together, ignoring the distant clamor of press and the Carter fiasco inside. My soul unclenches, a slow dawn of relief. I might not deserve her, but I'm determined to spend every day proving I'll stand beside her no matter what. Lightning flickers in the distance, a hint of a storm beyond the city lights. She draws in a shaky breath, stepping back just enough to meet my eyes. "Lucas, I'm terrified," she admits. I catch her hand, squeezing gently. "Me too. But maybe we can be terrified together." A faint smile touches her lips. "All right. One day at a time?" My own grin trembles with emotion. "One day at a time," I echo, brushing another kiss across her forehead. In that courtyard, the hush of night settles around us. The world beyond these walls is a maelstrom of snapping cameras and Carter family resentments. But for this moment, she's in my arms and hope surges in my chest. I can't pretend we've solved every problem. Mason's threats, Tommy's betrayal, and the tabloids still loom. But the compass is back in her hands, a silent promise that this time I'm not letting fear define our fate. Gently, I stroke her hair, inhaling the scent of coconut that reminds me of Italy, of second chances. She leans into me, exhaling a long breath. "I guess we should go before someone drags us back in," she says softly. I lift her hand to my lips. "We'll leave together no matter where we go from here." She studies me, tears still glistening, but a spark of determination lighting her eyes. Her voice shakes with a mixture of caution and relief. "Deal?" And with that single word, I feel the future crack open. A future shaped by truth, no longer overshadowed by my past or the Carter name. Our path won't be easy, but at least it'll be ours to forge. I give her one final, tender kiss, ignoring the distant chatter. Then, hand in hand, we slip through the side gate, away from the Carter spectacle. We'll face them soon enough. But for tonight, we can breathe as free people, unapologetic in our love, unafraid of the light we're stepping into, determined to stand side by side through every storm.
Chapter 18. Lila. My feet ache from standing too long in heels that look better than they feel, and my heart pounds with a confusion of adrenaline, relief, and lingering tears. My limbs feel almost too light, as if I'm floating in the aftermath of Lucas's public confession. The crowded ballroom behind us hums with half-shocked chatter, cameras still clicking, but I'm no longer trapped under its glare. We slip out a side door, each step pulsing through my body like a reminder. He just declared his love in front of the entire Carter dynasty. The crisp night air brushes my heated cheeks, cooling the sweat on the back of my neck. My hand still threads through his, and I cling to that grip, chest tight, with half a dozen emotions I can't name. Lucas glances down at me, eyes full of unspoken apologies and a fierce protectiveness that hovers on the edge of caution. "Are you all right?" he murmurs, voice catching. "I know that was—" I release a shuddering breath, tears burning anew. "Overwhelming," I finish for him. The word doesn't do justice to the swirl in my head, the press capturing every tear, Mason scowling from the sidelines. James Carter's face an angry mask, and Lucas kneeling with a battered compass in his outstretched hand. For a dizzy second, I felt the entire world tilt, like I was the only person he saw in that sea of high society guests. We stand in a quiet corridor, the faint hum of the gala muffled by thick walls. A few steps ahead, there's an unmarked door. Lucas scans the hallway, tension lines creasing his brow. "We need somewhere to breathe," he says softly, voice frayed. "Somewhere they won't follow." I nod, throat too tight for words. He leads me forward, opening the door into a dimly lit side lounge, presumably closed off for the night. Rich mahogany paneling lines the walls, with plush chairs arranged in a circle around a small piano. He flips a switch, turning on a single lamp in the corner, bathing the room in warm, low light. Shutting the door behind us, he exhales. I stand there uncertain, chest rising and falling with ragged breaths. My hands still tremble from the emotional rush of being thrust into the public eye, forced to choose whether to reject or accept him in front of the entire Carter clan. And I said yes. My heart said yes, even as my mind reeled with caution. He drifts closer, searching my face. "Lila," he murmurs, voice rough. "Please tell me I didn't push you too far." My throat closes up. I gaze into his eyes, those blue-gray depths that once offered calm in the middle of every storm. I remember how many times he walked away, but tonight, he planted himself so publicly, I can still feel the quake in my stomach. "I don't know what to say," I whisper, tears threatening again. "I want to scream at you for doing this so dramatically, and part of me," my voice wobbles, "part of me needed you to fight that hard." His jaw flexes. Gently, he lifts a hand to cup my cheek, thumb brushing away the wetness on my lashes. "I fought because letting you slip away again wasn't an option." A tremor runs through his words. I know it doesn't erase my mistakes, but I mean every promise. I press my palm against the lapel of his jacket, feeling the steady thud of his heartbeat. "Lucas," I breathe. "All those times you walked away, it wrecked me. I was so sure you'd never choose me over your guilt, your fear, or your family's threats." His chest tightens against my hand. "I did choose you," he says, voice resonant with regret. but I chose you in a way that hurt you, not realizing you wanted me to stand firm, not hide you away from danger. The old ache swells. You left me to shoulder the humiliation, the heartbreak. I wanted a partner, not a protector who decides everything alone. He closes his eyes, pain etched in his expression. I can't erase the damage, he murmurs. But I can spend the rest of my life proving you're not just a complication to me. He hesitates, voice dropping. You're everything. His admission stirs a mix of relief and sadness. My tears slip free again, but I don't pull away. Instead, I press closer, letting my forehead rest against his. The moment stretches, a hush broken only by our ragged breathing. My body shivers with the aftershock of a night that's upended every plan I had for leaving quietly. I guess I've already chosen to stay, at least for this, for him, because beneath the heartbreak is a longing that never went away. He slides a hand down my arm, his touch sending warmth through my veins. I'm sorry, he whispers again, voice tight. So damn sorry. I lift my chin, blinking hard. Then don't run, I manage, voice trembling. I've said yes to you in front of everyone. I can't handle another goodbye, not after all this. A surge of emotion crosses his face. He cups my cheeks with both hands, gaze locked on mine. No more goodbyes, he vows. Only forward. I swallow the lump in my throat, nodding slowly. My heart thuds in my chest, raw and open. We stare at each other for a beat of breath, the weight of everything swirling around us, the gossip columns. The Carter name, my half-broken trust. But in the dim glow of the lamp, I see a quiet fierceness in him, the determination that once made me feel safe. Maybe I can let him in again. My chest expands with the realization I still love him, more than heartbreak, more than betrayal, more than fear. A wave of longing bubbles up, this time not out of desperation, but out of acceptance that we might be able to build something real. He senses it, I think, because his gaze flicks to my lips, uncertainty warring with desire. Lila, he breathes. I want to hold you, but I know how fragile this is. I slide my hands around his waist, pressing my cheek against the sturdy warmth of his chest. My voice is shaky. Hold me anyway. He exhales, wrapping his arms around me. The embrace is tentative at first, as if we're both testing the boundaries of a wound barely healed. But it builds in intensity, a gentle, steady reassurance. I cling to his broad back, letting the tension unravel. Minutes might pass, or seconds. I'm lost in the hush of his breathing, the soft scratch of fabric under my fingers. Then I tilt my head up, eyes searching his in the low light. We need to talk about everything, I say, voice hushed. But not here, not in this place that's so Carter's. He lets out a faint wry laugh. Agreed. Sliding one hand to lace through mine, he adds, let's go somewhere private, anywhere you want. I hesitate, thinking of my half-empty apartment. The place is basically a shell, boxes stacked in corners. Still, it's ours to fill with a new beginning. My place, I whisper, swallowing nerves. I have a bed, at least a mattress. No paparazzi in the hallway, and I'm guessing you're not letting me go home alone anyway. His gaze softens. Never again. Together we leave the lounge, stepping back into the corridor. The gala's noise floods us from behind, but we slip out a side exit into the night. The doorman hardly glances at us. Maybe he's used to wealthy guests sneaking off. Once outside, Lucas hails a car, ignoring the swirl of leftover cameras that might lurk near the main entrance. The ride to my apartment is silent, except for the hum of tires on wet pavement. The adrenaline from the gala still buzzes in my veins, but my head rests against his shoulder, lulled by the gentle motion of the car. He's here. The simple fact steadies me. Though a twinge of fear remains, that everything could shatter if we aren't careful. When we reach my building, Lucas helps me out. Mr. Garcia, the doorman, lifts an eyebrow at our arrival but says nothing. We head up the elevator, tension filling the small space. Part of me can't believe we're here together, on the brink of a conversation that might define our future. My pulse thrums with a mix of anticipation and dread. What if it's all too late? We step into my apartment, the living room nearly bare, just a few boxes stacked against the walls, a lamp perched on a moving crate. The hush is startling after the chaos of the gala. I flick on the overhead light, revealing the emptiness. A pang stabs my chest. This was supposed to be a short-term arrangement before I flew off to Paris. My eyes flick to Lucas, searching for regret in his face. Instead, he draws a slow breath, scanning the half-packed boxes and the mattress on the floor in the adjacent room. "You really were leaving," he says quietly. I cross my arms, feeling a twinge of guilt. "I thought I had nothing left here," I admit. Paris was my escape plan. Maybe it still is. I don't know. He nods, stepping closer, voice gentle. "If that's what you need, I'll book a ticket. We'll face it together, if you want." The sincerity in his eyes shatters my defenses. I tilt my head back, pressing my palms against his chest. "Lucas," I whisper, tears prickling. I'm not sure what I want besides not losing you again." His throat constricts as he wraps an arm around my waist. "That's enough for tonight," he murmurs, voice trembling. "We can figure out the details tomorrow, or next week, or whenever you're ready." A charged silence settles, heavy with longing. Slowly, I slide my arms up around his neck, drawing him down into a tentative kiss. The hush amplifies every sensation. The gentle pressure of his lips, the quiver in my chest, the warmth that spreads through my veins. This isn't the frantic, desperate hunger we once shared. It's deeper, layered with relief and a fragile hope. He draws back, breath unsteady, gaze flicking between my eyes and my mouth. "Are you sure?" he asks, voice gruff. I nod, tears shimmering. "I choose this," I breathe, pressing a trembling hand to his cheek. "I choose us, even if I'm scared." His exhale is ragged. He threads his fingers through my hair, lips finding mine again in a gentler kiss. The tension in my limbs slowly unfurls. My heart lurches with the realization that I want this closeness, not out of desperation, but because I'm ready to trust him, maybe just a little more each day. Wordlessly, we slip off our jackets and shoes, leaving a trail across the barren floor. The lamp in the corner casts soft shadows on the bare walls. We drift into my bedroom, which is basically just a mattress on the floor, and a half-packed nightstand. The rawness of it feels strangely apt. A blank slate, something we can fill with a new beginning. Lucas pauses at the edge of the mattress, turning to me with an unsteady breath. "I love you," he whispers, voice thick. "Whatever happens next, that doesn't change." I cup his face, searching his eyes. "I'm counting on that," I say softly. We come together in a kiss that's equal parts relief and tenderness. My fingers brush over the short hairs at his nape, savoring the slow hum of his breathing. He unbuttons my dress with careful hands, each movement deliberate, like he's cherishing every second. I tug at his shirt, revealing the lines of his shoulders, the faint scars that remind me he's lived a life of battles before I ever knew him. This time, the intimacy isn't fueled by anger or heartbreak. It's about choosing each other openly with all our flaws. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Afterwards, we lie tangled beneath a thin blanket, my head on his chest, hearts pounding in a shared rhythm. The lamp casts a dim glow, illuminating the faint sheen of sweat on our skin. He presses a soft kiss to my temple, breath still ragged. That was, he begins, voice thick. I snuggle closer, letting my palm rest over his beating heart. Healing, I murmur. He doesn't say anything right away, just holds me tighter like he's afraid I'll disappear again. But I'm here. I'm choosing to stay. And tomorrow, when the world comes crashing back, when the Carters glare and the headlines scream, I'll remember this. The way we chose each other in the quiet. The way his body made mine feel safe, loved, worshipped. We may not have all the answers, but in his arms, I'm not afraid to ask the questions. He shifts so we're face to face, eyes reflecting the low light. 1,000 unsaid words flicker there. I meant every promise out there tonight, he says softly. No more half-truths or guilt-driven exits. My throat tightens. I believe you, I whisper. There's a pause. Then I add, we still have to talk about how we handle the press, your family, my heartbreak. But my voice catches. I'm willing to try if you are. He cups my cheek, a faint smile curving his lips. I've never been more willing in my life. Relief courses through me. I exhale, letting my eyes drift shut as I rest against him. The hush of the apartment wraps us like a protective shield. There's still pain to unravel, regrets to face. But for this moment, we're alive with the possibility that love can be chosen, not just stumbled into. My body hums with the memory of his gentle touch, the slow burn that reminded me I can feel safe in his arms. Lightning flickers again outside the window, illuminating boxes stacked in corners. I recall how close I was to leaving for good. Maybe I still will, but not without him. The idea doesn't terrify me anymore. Instead, it sparks hope, a sense that maybe we can conquer even the Carter name, even his guilt, if we keep choosing each other in the light of day. He slides a hand along my arm, pulling me tighter. A fragile contentment settles in my chest. I nestle my head in the crook of his shoulder, listening to his breathing slow, my own tension unwinding. Eventually, sleep beckons, and I let my eyelids drift down, a gentle smile tugging at my lips. We may wake to chaos and swirling rumors, but tonight belongs to us. As the rain taps against the glass, we doze in the hush. For the first time in ages, I'm not haunted by heartbreak or resentment. I'm breathing in the quiet closeness of a man who chose me in front of the world, who's chosen to stand beside me no matter what shadows lurk. Our bodies twined in warmth are a testament that we're done running. Now we learn how to stay. And as I slip into slumber, my last thought is simple. Yes, yes to him, yes to us, yes to trusting that even after everything, we can craft a new tomorrow, together.
Chapter 19. Lucas. The salty breeze drifts over my skin as I stand barefoot on warm sand, surveying the arch of driftwood decorated with white orchids and strands of seagrass. The sun starts its slow descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in tangerine and gold. A hush settles around me. I inhale the coastal air, my chest buzzing with anticipation. 1 year ago, I almost lost her for good. Today, I'm waiting for Lila to join me at the water's edge so we can finally say the vows we've spent months crafting, words that reflect all our scars, our triumphs, and our unyielding choice to love. A small group of friends and family mills around, soft laughter and gentle conversation mixing with the distant shoosh of waves. No paparazzi, no Carter entourage, just the people we trust, scattered on rustic chairs aligned in the sand. Evelyn, my mother, stands near the front, wearing a loose linen dress, eyes bright with the quiet pride she rarely shows. Tommy, despite her painful mistakes, is here too. Looking contrite but supportive, Lila insisted on giving her a second chance, forging a path toward real forgiveness. It's a testament to the new beginnings we fought so hard to claim. I cut ties with the Carters, making sure they wouldn't be a part of my new life after they tried to keep Lila and me apart. To say it was easy was an understatement. I was never close to them, even if we share blood. The most important person in my life is Lila, and the family we're starting. My throat tightens as the sun dips lower, bathing the makeshift aisle in a soft glow. I catch my reflection in a small tide pool near my feet. A lean figure in white linen trousers and an open-collared shirt, the lines of my face etched with years I once considered a burden. But today, I wear them like a badge of honor. I'm not running from my past anymore. This woman deserves the man I can be in the present. Around my neck, I wear the compass that once symbolized everything I kept locked away: my guilt, my fear of letting anyone in. But Lila changed that. She turned it into a pledge that I'd find my way back to her, no matter how lost I felt. The battered metal gleams faintly in the sun's dying light, a quiet promise I made and kept. She's my true north. A light strum of acoustic guitar reaches me from up the beach, my cue. My pulse skitters as I turn, eyes scanning the guests who've risen from their chairs. Lila emerges from the small thatched hut we rented for the ceremony, dressed in a simple white gown that drapes her curves with an elegant ease. My breath hitches. I've seen her in evening dresses, in pajamas, in laughter, and in tears, but this moment feels transcendent. The gown is plain, unadorned except for a slender belt of seashells. Her hair tumbles around her shoulders, the breeze catching stray curls. She walks the sandy aisle alone, by her own choice barefoot, each step measured. My heart pounds a staccato rhythm. She's walking toward me, smiling through misty eyes, ready to share a life we rebuilt from chaos. Tommy stands off to one side, hands clasped over her mouth, tears gathering. I sense the wave of emotion rippling among our tiny audience. This is real. No illusions, no grand Carter spectacle. Just us, in the place we chose, forging the vow we want. When Lila reaches me, her dark eyes meet mine, shimmering with tears. I extend a trembling hand and she slips her palm against mine. The hush around us intensifies, the only sound the whisper of waves lapping at the shore. The officiant, a local we befriended, smiles with gentle warmth, greeting us quietly. She begins the ceremony with a nod, voice blending with the wind. No stifling formalities, just an intimate recognition of the journey we took to get here. As the officiant speaks, I stare at Lila, her chin slightly lifted, her lips curved in a soft, trembling smile. My mind flashes back to the first time I truly noticed her, heartbreak simmering behind a brave front at that ill-fated wedding rehearsal. We've come so far. Then it's time for our vows. Lila exhales, gaze never leaving mine. Her voice is husky, threaded with the raw love we've nurtured. Lucas, I used to believe that heartbreak was a sign I needed to run, but you showed me that running isn't the only option, that choosing each other might be worth every risk. You've seen me at my worst, at my most hurt and vulnerable, yet you stayed. I promise to stand with you through every shadow from your past, every fear we faced together. No more secrets, no more half measures, just us choosing love daily. Her tears glisten, and I squeeze her hand, fighting my own surge of emotion. The hush around us sharpens. I realize it's my turn. My chest constricts, words catching in my throat. I glance at the compass around my neck, reminding myself to speak from truth. She deserves that. Lila, I begin, voice rasping with unspoken tears. I spent years believing I was too broken for real joy, that my past made me unworthy. But you showed me that scars can be signposts instead of stop signs. You stood by me when I ran, and you forgave me when I hurt you. I promise to never again let fear overshadow what we have, to face every rumor, every threat, every piece of my old guilt with you. Because without you, I'm lost. She lets out a shaky laugh, tears slipping freely now. I catch one with my thumb, feeling my own vision blur. No more running, she whispers, echoing the vow we've repeated so many times in private. We exchange simple silver bands, their surfaces unblemished, our new start. The officiant pronounces us husband and wife, and the relief that floods my chest is indescribable. We did it, on our terms. The guests clap and cheer, but the world narrows to the moment Lila steps forward into my arms, her lips meeting mine with a soft gasp of joy. Her kiss is warm and salty, like the ocean breeze, a promise sealed under the orange glow of a dying sun. My hand cradles her cheek, savoring the brush of her curls against my wrist. The hush of the crowd fades to a gentle roar in my ears, everything overshadowed by the rush of my heart. We break apart to laughter and applause. My mother dabs her eyes with a handkerchief. Tommy sniffles on the sidelines, and a wave of contentment rolls through me. I've never felt so free. The officiant grins, stepping aside, allowing us a moment to greet our loved ones. A flurry of hugs ensues, Evelyn's firm, proud clasp on my arm, Tammy's tearful, apology-tinged congratulations, a smattering of close friends cheering us on. Eventually, the sun drops lower, and we gather around a small bonfire they've prepared down the beach. Flickering flames highlight the sincerity in every congratulation. Someone passes around a chilled bottle of champagne, and Lila and I share a grin as we clink the glasses. My heart warms at the reality of it all. It's official. We're married. The simple reception is joyous but laid back. No formal tables, no stiff toasts. Friends lounge on beach blankets, nibbling fresh fruit and seafood, the moon rising in the sky with a silver glow. Lila laughs as Tammy tries to dance with her on the sand, the gentle guitar music carrying across the waves. I watch my new wife throw her head back in laughter, the reflection of flames dancing across her skin. She's radiant, unguarded in a way I've only glimpsed in stolen moments. A pang of gratitude surges. I recall how easily we could have lost this. If she hadn't chosen me after my confession, if I'd never found the courage to stand up to Mason, if we'd let heartbreak overshadow hope. But we didn't. We stand here, side by side, forging a love that's real, messy, and fiercely defended. As the fire burns low, Lila slips her hand into mine, leaning close to whisper, "Ready to go?" My pulse quickens, a swirl of warmth in my belly. "More than ready," I murmur, pressing a kiss to her forehead. We say our farewells, Tammy giving me a significant look that says, "Don't mess this up." My mother squeezes my hand, a brief glint of genuine happiness in her eyes. Then Lila and I drift up the beach, shadows cast by the moonlight. Our bungalow awaits, set apart from the main lodging area, a private space we reserved to mark our first night as husband and wife. The ocean hushes behind us, the night sky peppered with stars that flicker like silent witnesses. Entering the bungalow, I flick on a single lamp near the bed, revealing a cozy interior of white linens and driftwood furnishings. The air smells of salt and the faint sweetness of tropical blooms. Lila closes the door behind us, turning the lock with a decisive click. We stand in the quiet, hearts thrumming. She exhales, a trembling smile on her lips. I can't believe we're actually married. I trace a finger along the curve of her jaw, letting my other hand slip around her waist. "Believe it," I murmur, voice thick. "I'm not letting you go." She leans into my touch. "Good," she whispers, reaching up to unfasten the seashell belt at her waist. The The simple shift of fabric reveals an expanse of caramel skin that draws my breath short, because I don't plan on running anymore. Her eyes meet mine, a quiet longing simmering there. My heart pounds. I lift my hands to help slide the dress straps off her shoulders, the garment whispering to the floor with a gentle sigh. She stands in a simple white slip, the lamplight caressing every dip and curve. My chest tightens with gratitude for this woman who chose me despite every reason not to. I tug my linen shirt free, feeling her hands roam across my torso. Each touch leaves a spark, memories of the times we shared overshadowed by heartbreak. This time, there's no heartbreak overshadowing us. Her gaze on me is confident, unafraid. "I love you," she says, voice husky. No doubts. A lump forms in my throat. I cup her cheek, letting my thumb skim her lower lip. "I love you. Always." We come together in a slow kiss, lips parting with tender urgency. Her fingers slide up my arms, hooking around my neck as I guide her backward toward the bed. Each step is measured, a gentle exploration of this new beginning. When we sink onto the mattress, the soft cotton sheets crinkle, encasing us in a hush broken only by our breath. This intimacy is different than any we've shared. It's reverent, unhurried, like we're memorizing each other for the first time without any guilt or looming threat. I kiss my way down her throat, relishing the soft murmurs she makes, the slight arch of her spine when my lips brush her collarbone. Her hands roam my back, a comforting heat that steadies me.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
The room is still. The waves outside murmur against the sand. Moonlight glints off the compass still around my neck, now resting against her collarbone, damp from where our chests meet. Her hand finds it, fingers brushing the worn edges. "You still wear it," she murmurs, eyes closed. "It led me to you," I whisper, pressing a kiss to her temple. "I'll never take it off." We lie tangled in silence, the only sound our shared breathing, the gentle hush of the sea, the thrum of our hearts. And in this quiet, in this heat and stillness, I know this. This is not just the end of a chapter. It's the beginning of the rest of our lives. "I'm your husband now," I whisper in the hush, voice catching with a tremor of wonder. She gives a soft laugh, tears reappearing in her eyes. "Yeah," she murmurs, leaning up to kiss my jaw. "Guess you're stuck with me, Mr. Shaw." I tighten my arms around her, pressing a tender kiss to her forehead. I wouldn't have it any other way. The quiet swells, comfortable as we settle into the sheets, limbs still entangled. My thoughts drift over the journey that brought us here, from the canceled wedding to a chaotic honeymoon, heartbreak, betrayal, near misses, and that final defiant stand at the Carter Gala. It all led to this: a beach, a small circle of loved ones, and a vow built on honesty. She nestles closer, exhaling a contented sigh. "How does it feel?" she asks, voice drowsy. "To have me as your wife instead of some Carter drama in your orbit?" I kiss the tip of her nose. Like I finally found what matters. The rest is noise. A smile warms her face. Her eyes drift shut, the soft expression of a woman at peace. "Good," she breathes, "because I'm not letting you hide ever again." I chuckle, brushing a lock of hair off her cheek. Hiding is done. You taught me that love is worth standing in the light. She nods, her lips curving. She mumbles, sleep tugging at her voice. I hold her quietly, the moonlight spilling through the open window, the ocean's lullaby in the background. My heart feels so full it might burst. This is the moment I once believed impossible, making a life with her. No secrets, no guilt overshadowing us. I close my eyes, letting the exhaustion of the day wash over me. She's safe in my arms, my wife, sharing a bed in a beachside bungalow where the only drama is the soothing music of waves. If there's trouble waiting tomorrow, we'll face it side by side. Because we've already chosen each other through fear and heartbreak, and that choice is stronger than any rumor or threat. As sleep drapes over me, I press a final kiss to the top of her head, inhaling the faint coconut scent that always reminds me of home. She is home, I realize. My last conscious thought glimmers with unshakable certainty. Sometimes you have to lose everything you thought you wanted to find what you truly need.
Chapter 20. Lila. Sunlight spills through the loft's large windows, bathing our open-concept living room in a warm golden glow. The New York skyline gleams beyond the glass, a hazy mix of steel and possibility. I pause at the island in the kitchen, palm pressed to my belly, feeling a flutter. 3 years ago, I never imagined I'd be standing here pregnant with twins. Twins, a word that still takes my breath. And living with a man who changed my life in every possible way. A wave of joy tingles up my spine, along with a dose of nerves. Today's the big day. I rest a hand on the gentle slope that's already more pronounced than I expected at this stage. My reflection in the stainless steel fridge reveals wide eyes and a half smile. I look different, calmer somehow, yet tinted with excitement. This afternoon, we'll host a small gathering for a gender reveal. Nothing flashy, just the family and close friends. Of course, the Carter name means a few random acquaintances might show up to glean gossip, but Lucas has been firm about keeping it intimate. He's changed so much too, I muse. We both have. A scuffle of footsteps draws my attention. Lucas steps in from the balcony, hair ruffled by the breeze. He's wearing a simple gray tee and jeans, his salt and pepper hair now more pepper than salt, though I love every strand. There's a faint smile lingering on his lips, the one that crinkles the corners of his eyes whenever he sees me. It still makes my heart flip. He sets a mug of tea on the countertop, gently brushing my side with his other hand. "You okay?" he asks, voice dipping low, that familiar concern glinting in his gaze. "You've been standing here, daydreaming for a while." I inhale the soothing scent of chamomile. Just thinking, I admit, letting him tug me closer. About how surreal this day feels. 3 years later, and we're doing a gender reveal for not one, but 2 babies. My laugh catches, part wonder, part disbelief. His expression warms, and he slides his palms over my waist, mindful of the bump. "Sometimes I can't believe we made it this far," he murmurs, leaning in for a tender kiss that ends too soon. But I'm not complaining. I grin, resting my forehead on his shoulder. Neither am I. A sudden buzz from my phone on the island interrupts our moment. I shuffle over to check. Tammy's text arrives in a flurry of exclamation points, confirming she's almost here with the cake. The entire reveal rests on that cake. The icing inside reveals pink or blue, though Tammy insisted on a creative spin once she learned we're expecting twins. I try to stifle a bubble of laughter, picturing her unveiling some elaborate multi-layer design. "Everything okay?" Lucas asks, reading my expression. I nod, setting the phone aside. Tammy's on her way with the big surprise. I have no idea what she cooked up, but I'm trusting her, with some hesitation. He chuckles. "Don't worry. She knows we want something low-key." There's a beat of silence. Then his hand finds mine, lacing our fingers. Have you taken a moment to breathe? This is a big day, and you've been bustling around all morning, making sure everything's perfect. I release a shaky sigh, leaning on him. You know me. I can't help double-checking. It's our first time hosting something like this since the wedding. He squeezes my hand. We've survived bigger storms. A small gathering to celebrate our twins will be easy. I offer a half smile, recalling how many storms indeed we've weathered. Canceled weddings, betrayals, public confessions. In comparison, a gender reveal seems downright tame, but my heart is full of gratitude that this day belongs to us and to the new life we've created. 2 lives, actually. The idea still sends jolts of excitement through me. The doorbell rings. Lucas and I exchange a glance. Guess the party's starting, he says. We head over, and I open the door to find Tammy balanced on the threshold with an oversized pink box in her arms, her grin huge and slightly sheepish. Help, she blurts, tilting precariously. Lucas steps forward, taking the weight of the box before she topples. I can't hold back a laugh. How big is that cake, Tammy? She pants for breath, brushing a curl off her forehead. You said you wanted something creative. I went a little overboard, but trust me, it's worth it. We usher her inside, guiding the box to the dining table. She stands back, hands on her hips, surveying the open space with a discerning eye. Wow, the loft looks amazing. Remember when you two basically lived out of boxes? Lucas tosses me a knowing smile. Yes, we've come a long way from that near-empty condo. He glances at the massive pink box. Should I be worried this is going to cause structural damage? Tammy snorts. Hush, you. It's just a fun reveal design. Don't open it yet. We'll do that when everyone's here. I roll my eyes fondly. You're enjoying this too much, Tammy. She lifts her chin, playful mischief in her gaze. I'm enjoying seeing you happy, and I've earned the right to fuss over you both, considering all the drama we lived through. A wave of affection washes over me. I know. Thanks for being here. Tammy's eyes glisten briefly, a silent acknowledgement of the rocky path we navigated to salvage our friendship. She shakes it off, offering a bright grin. Okay, I'm going to set out some plates and stuff. Guests will trickle in soon. We slip into comfortable chatter, dividing tasks. Lucas and Tammy arrange cups and napkins, while I check the living area for last-minute details. Soft music plays through hidden speakers, the loft's tall windows letting in ample sunshine. The day outside is warm, perfect for an informal celebration. No paparazzi, no forced glitz, just the people we love, celebrating new life. Before long, the doorbell rings again, heralding a small wave of arrivals. My mother in a flowy dress, Evelyn Shaw in elegant but understated attire, a couple of close friends from my marketing firm, and even a handful of Lucas's old acquaintances from the military who've become like family. The loft fills with laughter and friendly banter, the air buzzing with anticipation for the big reveal. I float through the crowd, greeting people, occasionally resting my hand on my belly when a flutter reminds me of the twins. Lucas shadows me, or I him, each of us fielding well wishes and teasing comments. It feels surreal in a good way, a reminder that we're not alone in this journey. Eventually, Tammy hushes everyone, tapping a spoon on a glass. She's practically vibrating with excitement. All right, gather around, folks. We're about to reveal the genders of these 2 buns in Lila's oven, and I assure you, this reveal will be sweet. She waggles her eyebrows at me, grinning at her pun. I roll my eyes, but can't help the giddy grin that spreads across my face. She motions to the giant pink box on the dining table. Lucas slips an arm around my waist, and I press closer, my pulse skittering with anticipation. Tammy instructs us to lift the lid together. We exchange a look, nerves dancing in my stomach. We're about to learn who's growing inside me, or rather, what combination. I swallow hard, feeling Lucas's reassuring squeeze. We pull the lid up, revealing a 2-tiered cake, half the top frosted in pale pink, the other in pastel blue. The crowd titters, leaning forward. Tammy gestures for us to slice. My hand trembles slightly with the weight of the moment, but Lucas covers my hand with his, guiding the knife. We make one smooth cut into the top tier, then gently separate a slice. Within the cake, pastel pink and blue swirl together. My heart lurches. Tammy's face lights up as she exclaims, "It's both, folks. Twins. 1 girl, 1 boy." An explosion of applause and exclamations erupts. My mouth drops open, tears already springing to my eyes. I knew we were expecting twins from the ultrasound, but hearing it this way, with the swirl of pink and blue icing, feels momentous. My mother dabs her eyes. Lucas's mother laughs with genuine delight, and Tammy is squealing like a proud aunt. Lucas's arms wrap around me from behind, voice hushed in my ear. "A girl and a boy," he whispers, incredulity lacing his tone. I can't believe it. I tilt my head back, tears threatening to overflow. Me neither, I admit, pressing a hand against my belly. I'm so happy. Terrified, but happy. He kisses my temple, the corner of his mouth curved in a near tearful grin. We'll figure it out. We always do. The moment feels magical. Friends snapping photos on their phones, laughter erupting as Tammy hands around slices of this color swirl cake. I get a pink and blue piece, the sweet icing symbolizing our future. A boy and a girl. I still can't wrap my mind around it. Later, as the celebration winds down and guests scatter around the loft, sipping beverages or chatting in small groups, I linger near the window to catch my breath. Lucas joins me, slipping his arm around my shoulders. I rest my head on his chest, scanning the scene. Tammy and my mother giggling together. Evelyn sipping tea quietly. Some friends exchanging stories about how they guessed we might be having one of each. They were all wrong about the specifics, but the result is perfect nonetheless. Lucas's hand rubs gentle circles on my back. "How are you holding up?" he asks quietly, voice warm. I release a soft laugh. Overwhelmed, but in the best way. This time last year, I was knee-deep in merging my marketing firm with a Paris branch. Now we're back here, stable, expecting twins. Life moves fast. He dips his head, pressing a kiss to my cheek. And it's our 3rd wedding anniversary, too. His eyes gleam with affectionate mischief. I almost forgot with all the baby excitement. A surge of tenderness washes over me. We should celebrate properly. It's also a big milestone. He tugs me closer, lowering his voice. We can slip out once everyone leaves. I've got something planned. Curiosity flickers. Oh? His mouth quirks. You'll see. We exchange a playful smile. Then Tammy summons everyone for a quick toast. My mother stands to one side, watching Lucas and me with a wistful expression. I catch her eye. She nods once, silently acknowledging how far we've come. We gather near the kitchen island, and Tammy lifts a sparkling cider for me, champagne for others. She offers a short speech, praising our perseverance, and of course, her excitement about becoming Aunt Tammy times 2. Everyone clinks glasses, applause breaking out anew. My eyes glimmer with tears, and I sip the sweet cider, heart full. As the afternoon fades into early evening, guests trickle out with warm hugs and promises to help whenever the twins arrive. My mother departs last, pressing a gentle kiss to my cheek, whispering that she's proud. Evelyn offers Lucas a rare, genuine smile before leaving. Tammy cleans up the last bits of cake debris, winking at me before heading off, remarking that she'll check on us soon. Then it's just Lucas and me in the now quiet loft, sunlight slanting lower across the floor. He sets the final dish in the sink, turning to me with that smoldering half grin I've come to adore. "Ready?" he asks, extending his hand. I lift an eyebrow. "For what exactly?" He leads me to the living room, eyes sparkling. "For our anniversary date. A quiet night, just us." He tugs me toward the door. "No fancy restaurants. Something more meaningful." I let him guide me, flipping off lights as we pass. A flutter of intrigue dances in my belly. Once we're downstairs, he ushers me into a waiting car, the driver greeting us politely. We don't speak much during the ride. The air pulses with that familiar anticipation. My mind wonders if he planned some intimate dinner, or maybe a secluded rooftop. He's known for grand gestures, but I also sense he wants a simpler approach after the excitement of the day. We arrive at a small waterfront park where the Hudson River glimmers with late sunlight. He helps me out, wrapping an arm around my waist as we walk along a quiet path lined with benches. The hush feels soothing after the busy day. We reach a secluded spot where he set up a small picnic blanket, a lantern flickering softly on the ground. My heart clenches at the simple elegance. "Did you do all this earlier?" I ask, marveling at the cozy scene. He nods, running a hand over his hair. "I wanted us to have a private moment." We settle onto the blanket, the gentle lapping of water, soothing. A basket sits nearby, filled with fruit, cheese, and sparkling cider. A contented sigh escapes me as I nestle against him. The evening sky streaked with oranges and pinks. He drapes an arm around my shoulders, eyes fixed on the horizon. "Happy anniversary." I smile at the familiar thrill that the name still brings. Happy anniversary. You realize this day just doubled as a baby reveal. We might need multiple celebrations next year, or the twins will overshadow everything. He chuckles, brushing a strand of hair off my cheek. "We'll manage. Besides, overshadow or not, we'll always find a way to remember how we chose each other." Warmth seeps into my limbs as I recall the vow we made on the beach. "I like that," I say softly, leaning in to kiss him. The taste of his lips, mingled with the faint tang of the sea breeze, sends a pleasant shiver down my spine. Even 3 years later, the spark we share hasn't dimmed. If anything, it's grown deeper, roots anchored in mutual trust and forgiveness. We talk quietly about the babies, possible names, how we'll juggle them with our schedules, and about the joys and chaos we anticipate. He offers to scale back on some consulting work if I want to keep my marketing firm afloat. I remind him we're equals, that we'll find a balance. The conversation flows with easy warmth, a testament to the shared life we've nurtured. As night descends, stars blink into view above. The lamp in the lantern glows golden against Lucas's strong features. I trace his jaw with a fingertip, exhaling contentment. "Lucas," I whisper, voice catching. "I'm so happy." I never thought I'd say it this strongly, but I am. He cradles my face in his hands, eyes shimmering with affectionate intensity. "We earned this happiness," he murmurs, "and I'll spend every day making sure you feel it." I rest a hand over his, pressing a gentle kiss to his palm. "I love you," I say, each word pulsing with sincerity. "Thank you for fighting alongside me." He leans in, and we meet in a tender kiss that seals the vow we made years ago in that chaotic gala. The soft chirp of crickets and the distant honk of a fairy horn make the moment even more real. We're no longer overshadowed by scandal or heartbreak. We're just a couple, soon to be parents of 2 precious lives, celebrating an anniversary that once felt impossible to reach. Pulling back, he smiles, voice husky. "We should head home before it gets too late. You need rest. Our twins need rest." A laugh bubbles out of me. Twins! I'm still in awe. He helps me stand, gathering the basket and lantern, I slip my arm around his waist, leaning against him as we walk back to the waiting car. The driver greets us quietly, and I settle into the seat with a deep sigh of contentment, my head on Lucas's shoulder. He brushes a hand over my baby bump, a soft grin lingering on his face. As we ride through the luminous city, I can't help but reflect on how far we've come. From heartbreak to healing, from canceled wedding to a small beach ceremony, from near empty boxes to a warm loft that's about to become a nursery. The future is bright, not perfect, but hopeful, with the tang of possibility. By the time we reach home, I'm yawning, eyes drooping from all the excitement. Lucas helps me upstairs, his palm light on the small of my back. The loft is silent, except for the faint hum of the air conditioner. We change into comfortable clothes in a companionable hush. My mind buzzes with images from the day. The swirl of pink and blue frosting, Tammy's squeals, Lucas's quiet grin when we realized we're having both a boy and a girl. Before bed, I catch my reflection in the mirror, soft belly rounded, face glowing with the promise of motherhood. Lucas steps behind me, arms looping around my waist, chin resting on my shoulder. "You okay?" he asks again, always so attuned to my well-being. I intertwine my fingers with his. "Better than okay," I whisper, turning in his arms. The love shining in his eyes humbles me. We built something real out of the wreckage. He dips his head, kissing me softly. And there's more to come. We settle into bed, lying in the hush of the loft's darkened rooms. His hand rests on my abdomen, a comforting pressure. I nestle closer, exhaling a deep breath, heart full. 3 years ago, I never imagined we'd be here. Stable, expecting twins. Celebrating an anniversary that's more about genuine connection than any public drama. Slipping into the in-between haze of sleep, I marvel at this life. Love conquers fear when we choose each other openly, just like we promised. The final thought drifts through me with sweet satisfaction. We lost everything we thought we wanted, only to find what we truly need, each other and the family we're about to create.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.